All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship from Maryland at the Live Hotel and Casino. I'm Josh Sokol. This morning, we have a special guest commentator, Morris Greenberg, and we're watching Mac versus Will rematch. What's going on, Morris?
I'm doing well. Excited to see some good Scrabble today. I'm also going to be joining you for a bit tomorrow. So, really excited to see both good Scrabble and kind of always monumental games in determining who the next North American champion is, or Scrabble Players Champion, excuse me.
Yes. And the players are ready, so we can cut to the board. We just want to mention the fact that who won People of the Year? But our producers behind the scenes, Christian and Andrew, congratulations to them. What you're seeing on the screen, it is all them. They have done so much for our game in the past 10 or so years. It's been amazing to work with them. So let's get a huge shout out to them. Congrats to them in the chat. The best way you can congratulate them is to like this video, subscribe, watch more Scrabble content, just participate in the chat. So yeah, huge news for Scrabble streaming to be recognized on the highest level. Thank you, NASPA, for doing that. And thank you for sponsoring the stream as well. Mac is going first. Both of these players at 15 and 6. Mac is in first place. Will is in second place. Will with a much lower differential, and they can start whenever they're ready. So Will's going to shake the bag and prepare Mac to draw tiles. If we get a standings link in the chat, that would be awesome. We will pin that link for you guys. You can see what's going on. It's a log jam at the top of Division 1. There's also a separate stream going on at the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel following the international division that you can check out as well. Mac to go first, AMSIOIAU. Anyways, he's just going to play Meow, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what immediately jumped out to me. But we'll see. It looks like he might be going shorter, at least for now. But I guess Meow versus Meow might be worth thinking about briefly, but I think either makes some sense.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a vertical cat opening play. Some cat sound, either meow or meow. Both are valid spellings. Meow is more defensive, and the leave of LS definitely better than the leave of OS. So I think that's what we're going to see after a little bit more deliberation. From Mac's side, on Will's side, IORUWYZ. So pretty heavy tiles. Maybe looking right now at WUZ. If he gets that U in Meow, he could play something like Yuzu. Nothing looking great so far, though.
Yeah, I guess we'll sort of see how Will goes for it after Mac makes this play. So, yeah, but it's a bit clunky right now. I do wonder in these situations, is it ever worth it to keep the Z? It's kind of one of those tiles that, on average, you're usually going to score more than what it offers on this turn. So that will be something to monitor.
It looks like the lights causing a little bit of issues for our producers and for our players on the board, but I think this looks a lot better than it was looking. Yeah, keeping the Z is always an option, I would say. In pretty much any position, you should always think about it. Maybe if you have a 100-point play, don't think about it too much. Yeah, here, I just don't really know what you do other than something like Woozy, I guess, is being shown as a suggested play, or Uzo to that O as well. But I think Woozy looks far and away best in this position, keeping IUR.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there isn't really a good way to get rid of all of the W and Y. If you can get rid of two of them in this turn, that's very productive. So that seems reasonable. Yeah, I guess even if you don't see Woozy, Yowza might be in play. But I fully expect Will to see Woozy, and once he does, I'm guessing he'll eventually settle towards that. It's not the most inspiring play, but it does the job. And yeah, we see it now.
Yeah, he was clutching that WO, just double checking that there isn't something slightly better for his leave. But yeah, we like this play here at the studio. Back to Mac, who is on turn. LMRSTUY on his rack. And I think he has a pretty cool play here available to him. Musty and MY. It might take a little while to see it just because you're thinking about keeping that S, especially early in the game. You have that nice S hook on meows that is available to the highest bidder. But I think taking that triple letter score both ways for the M, placing that Y on that other triple letter score, looks quite strong here. Would you play a little shorter? Maybe MY? What do you think?
I was gonna ask. Yeah, I might consider MY there. It really keeps things pretty tight, and the S would have comparatively much more value than on average. The S is already a very good tile, but given how little bingo space there will be after my, that could firmly put Mac in the driver's seat if he doesn't think Will is likely to hold an S after the previous play. So I think either makes some sense. It depends on kind of your choice of how you want this game to unfold in some ways, kind of what flavor of game you want. My tendency would be to lean towards my.
Yeah, so after my, things are a little bit tighter. Your S is much more valuable than it would be otherwise, and there's only a C hook that you can maybe see come this way or this way after MY for bingos not containing an S. And if you draw an E, if you play MY and draw an E, you're extremely likely to bingo. So definitely will improve Mac's chances of getting that early bingo just to play MY, but I feel like it's a little bit too risky for me. If I draw two consonants to my LURST leave, I will not be happy, and the scores will be close enough that I'll be falling behind in a lot of situations. But yeah, I think it's very close between the two. I'd lean towards Musty.
Yeah. No, it's really interesting. And I do wonder, like, the thing I tend to lean towards in these situations, why I like Maya, is you're creating a slower game usually, even if you draw into two constants, like you're saying, like a worst case scenario, you kind of miss the bingo. Will isn't going to be scoring a lot next turn most of the time either. But again, this isn't like blasting the board wide open, to be clear. It's just the other one is very, very limited. So I think, yeah, as we were saying, both make a lot of sense. I think this leans towards Mac's strengths more anyways, so I think this is probably a better choice for him naturally. So we'll sort of see how the board unfolds, though, given this. I mean, now he's created a nice X spot for the X that Will has.
Yeah, so now Will is going to very quickly see you can play XI or XU in that spot. It's actually kind of close between the two, given that the U is such a bad tile. The main difference between the two plays, defense-wise, is 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 a lot easier to hook. Maybe Mac draws the Q and gets QIS. So I think it's close between those two plays. Will also could have stopped a moment and seen that he had 48 points for edit tricks, though I don't think that is the correct play, keeping a lone U and opening a big triple. So I think this is totally standard for Will Anderson as he draws into Uranide. Back to Mac.
Yes, so Uranide and Unaired. I don't know if, I guess, yeah, we'll sort of see how the board unfolds for those letters. So Mac looks like he's getting affected by the light.
That was that was really bad. That was a really weird flash of blue there. Anyways, let's focus on the game. AELLNRS for Mac Meller. Yeah, not so great here. Not awesome options. The best option recommended by the static engine is to drop the L for 6. That's defensive. That keeps really, really nice letters. He's so close to a bingo at this point. I might do this. Seems pretty good to me. It's just so weird.
Yeah, I think that could be reasonable. If you don't want to kind of go all in on trying to draw the bingo next turn, you could do something like Nala above the WO and Woozy. What is going on with the lights? So something like that scores almost 10 more, and it still keeps a very good leave of ELRS. So that would also be reasonable to me.
Yeah, Nala looks very good, and that would actually critically block Will's bingo of Uridinia that plays through
Nice.
this Eye of Meow in such a weird position, but Will almost certain to see that. He's probably already seen that. All you can do here is look for bingos playing through any of the tiles on the board. Wait to see what Mac does. So if Mac does drop his L, he's extremely likely to draw a 7-letter word, probably ending in S, making meows, but Will almost certainly going to bingo first with Uridinia. They really need to
Yeah.
fix those lights. That's extremely annoying for the players.
Yeah, so Mac has put the L off to the side, but it looks like he's kind of combined it again. I wonder if he is going to start thinking away from it. It's really hard once you've sort of locked into the play very short, right? 1 or 2 tiles. It's really hard to unsee that because all other options will just be so much worse for your bingoing chances comparatively. So it's not surprising once he saw that he didn't get away from it. And this is also very reasonable, I think.
Yeah, totally agree. So we're going to see Uridinia be played. Mac has taken 6.5 minutes already in his first 3 moves. But with this rack, he's not going to take much time at all. He's going to bingo, probably relearns through the E of Uridinia, maybe Snarler if he really wants it. I don't know why you would ever do that. But yeah, relearns, I think, going to come down in response to Uridinia, and we'll have a game on our hands.
Indeed. Yeah, which I assume you're saying relearns. Actually, where are you putting the E that you're playing through when you're saying relearns?
Yeah, I think I'm playing. Actually, I wonder. No, he's going to play higher. Yeah, this makes sense because you don't want to throw that S in that double lane. Yeah, this makes sense. Just relearns here.
Yeah, I agree. It creates a 7th lane, but kind of keeps things restricted still to the top part of the board. It puts the gauntlet on Will to start opening up the board if he if Max starts pulling away. So I like this position a lot.
Yeah, the question of whether pre-learns is a valid word, that would be very, very nice for Will. He could play something like Tripod or Torpid right now. But unfortunately, no, you cannot put a P on relearns. Both of these players almost certainly know this. But yeah, at a lower level, we might see something like that happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's also pre-renal is the 8, I think, in that, right? So even if like these two know most of, if not all the 9s, I know Mac knows all the 9s, Will is getting there. But yeah, I think even most experts in the right state of mind could reason, oh, the 8-letter word in that isn't even pre-learns or pre-learn. Anyways, Will could do something like, I see Dipody off the Y in Musty looks kind of nice to kind of score pretty decently, keep his best 2 constants in RT. That's something that immediately jumps out. I guess also Poind, Poind, through the N in relearns looks pretty good. Those would be some candidate plays I'm considering. What are you thinking about?
Yeah, Poind looks nice. Dipody, great for the leave. It's just a little bit dangerous for me to put that D out in space, but it is very good for Will's small lead and leave. But I don't know. I don't know if I'd be able to stomach that. And Poind keeping DRT is pretty nice. Doesn't open anything super dangerous and works towards that next bingo as well. Be very interesting to see how much risk Will takes in this position. If he's happy to just blow things open a little bit, or if he wants to take out the scoring spot, even the bingo spot, with Poind and try to set himself up.
Yeah, and I was hallucinating there because I thought that would give Mac opinions, but no, I was 1 tile off. But it looks like he might be considering Proud. This
makes sense, right? It keeps a vowel. That's kind of important. Keeping 3 constants is always a pretty large risk. There are more consonants than vowels in a Scrabble game, so you're always likely to draw more consonants than vowels. Keeping 3 of them, if you draw 2 more consonants, you're okay. If you draw 3 more consonants, you're kind of in trouble. So this makes sense. The difference being that Proud opens scoring spots, opens this triple, might even open this triple if you have the correct sequence of vowels. So it's a little bit dangerous. We're looking at point now. He hasn't spotted dipody, I don't think. It's kind of a weird word to spot. It's a 6-letter word to that Y. Yeah, I wonder what's the best play here. I think point is very reasonable, though.
Yeah, point. I mean, this kind of goes back to the question of like defense versus offense. Point is the kind of play that feels good unless your opponent has an immediate counter response bingo off of one of the floaters you create. Just because you will be down a lot in the board. I guess the bingo could create some new opportunities, but you need to really start opening and being intentional about opening in your choices. So this will work out very well in this rack for Mac, and a lot of the time generally. It just, yeah, those worst case scenarios are really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, back to Mac with 3 N's, but this is not a bad rack. He has the opportunity, he's already seen it, to play Penny down to this Y, which would set up his S with Spinny. So it seems like a pretty good option. Definitely likely will take that spot next turn. So it might be worth considering scoring a little bit more with Poston or Piston through that T, keeping 2 N's. But I really think the offense here, especially given what Will has just opened on this board, it seems very strong. I like Penny here.
Yeah, both seem very reasonable, and I think this is the kind of play that Mac increasingly goes for. I noticed that the last SBC when he won, he was trying to come up with these ideas a lot more often, and I think this is very thematic for how Mac's been playing in the past year or two.
Yeah, here for Will, he might be having some spidey senses tingling with this play. This looks like an S setup. There are only 2 S's unseen to Will, but he probably thinks it's pretty likely Mac has one, or maybe a blank in this position. He's looking at Jet on the right. That scores 36. If he plays Jut instead on the left, that scores 28. Is the E worth 8 more points than the U here? I believe it is, but I'm not sure.
I think normally it probably is like an average bag. I do wonder though. This looks like it's the last U, so that probably makes the U not quite as bad as normal. And there haven't been that many E's played, so I think this placement actually makes a lot of sense. I guess the counterplay could be worse, but given the contents of the bag, I think the U isn't as bad as normal. He's guaranteed to not draw another U. And there are a lot of E's still left in the game. So I think this is reasonable.
Yeah, this might be an exception to the rule. The U so much worse than the E, but we have only seen 2 E's be played before this play of Jet, and only 1 U remains, and it is on Will's rack. He might draw something like an outward from the O, and he's scoring a lot more points. I think after Judd, actually, the counterplay if Mac has an O would be pretty bad. So I think this is also more defensive. So I like it. It's a very interesting, an interesting decision from Will Anderson. I think I might have done Jut, and I might have been wrong to do so.
Yeah, the one thing to monitor if we have to revisit this play later is if Mac, or Will for that matter, makes a play now parallelly in the third to last column, what's that floating letter that will be the first letter in that word? Or even if you do a 2-tile play, what 2-tile play is that could set up a really juicy lane to the triple? So this creates more uncertainty because whatever is played there could really dictate a lot about that portion of the board. But I think it makes a lot of sense. And it looks like Mac is going to play something there that is not going to add a lot of opportunity in the future, unless like sans serif or something comes in play. But Fog is the play. I think this seems quite reasonable.
Yeah, there are so few words that end with F. I think more likely we'll see maybe a 6-letter word with that other F possible in the future for Will. He might be thinking about that a little bit, but that F is very defensive. It's so hard to end a word in F. So I think probably not worth thinking about too much in Will's position. He's got some work to do to manage his rack now. He hasn't drawn an E, that U just demonstrating how bad it is. His options are pretty poor on this turn. Maybe he's regretting his previous decision, though I think it was a very smart one. What do you do here? Do you play Virtue through that R? Keep FRD? You're kind of falling a little bit behind, even though you're ahead, it feels like, with the play like Virtue.
I might pivot and do a similar idea, Duvet, right below it, keeping a vowel at least. It scores 2 fewer, I think, but that, yeah, I think keeping a vowel is nice there. And if we're looking at the bag, so already Will has the last U. There's also been a lot of I's played, I've noticed. So in general, the pivot you might want to do in your head is I's and U's. You might want to slightly upweight in this game, just because on a relative basis, you're not as likely to duplicate them.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good thought there. At this point in the game, around half of the tiles are in play. It feels like an E is so likely to be drawn at some point, and it feels like your other vowels, not really. So keeping an I might be smart. Usually we don't like keeping I's on our rack because of the risk of duplication. Without that risk, an I is a very nice tile for bingos. So we could see something like Fiverr. That's what Will's looking at. Duvet also definitely reasonable. He's keeping that U again, scoring some points, not opening that big of a triple, hoping for some help from the tile pool. Back to Mac with CEGNOOS. He is behind around 40 points, and he's going to want to do something to help himself in the future. He has that S for meows. He has that P to work with.
Look what he
He's
has set
thinking
up.
about, yeah, he's thinking about just getting rid of everything. I think this makes a ton of sense. We mentioned MYC earlier. Mac now has a way to tie the game up, keep a lone E. I guess the one problem is you actually don't want to keep an E in this pool. There's so many E's remaining. So that might be what gives Mac Miller pause here. Do you sacrifice points to play CONGES just to keep an O instead? I don't think so.
I'm not sure. It's going to be close. One nice thing on a relative basis about this is that there's already an O floating out in space. Instead, right? Cogons over conches. We're off of the O and point, so you're not going to add any new bingos available. So beyond just sacrificing points, that's another potential advantage. I think either is reasonable.
We see Will drawing the blank and a couple E's. He's gonna have a bingo available. I always see the word re-update before this actual valid word that plays through the P of point. So this is going to be a very nice way for Will to maintain his lead in this position. But Mac has drawn pretty balanced himself. Maybe he'll be able to respond. Will's going to take his time here. This blank rack, you have to make sure you're not missing anything. There are so many letters now that you could play from and a few that you could play through. There's just a lot of lanes to work with. And these guys, they drill these bingos when they practice. They try their best to find every single one available. Will's not going to miss this, is he, Morris?
Very unlikely. I've been doing the blank daily quizzes on Aerolith, and Will has as well recently. And I think he's kind of averaging these past few weeks something like 97% on them. So it'd be a very unlikely miss. I mean, this could be in that 3%, and it is a bit exhausting, honestly, to look through so many floaters with such low point tiles and not see anything that fits. You'll see a lot of bingos through these tiles, but not in the position that is required to actually place them on the board. So that could be a bit grueling in practice. One thing I might be considering here, though, is Depurate doesn't score a lot, and if you think, and I guess Mac did just play 6 tiles, so it's not like he's that likely to be in bingo range most of the time. I would consider if Tufa is worthwhile here, just because tempo wise, you take a lead for now after Depurate for 61 points, but it's not the strongest lead, and you're kind of using all your artillery at once, like your really valuable things, for a very fickle position. So I would need to think about that. Which way are you leaning towards, Josh?
I feel like the idea of leaving the blank and passing the bingo up is a good one. I usually want to score a little bit more than 24 if I'm going to do that, and leave a little bit better than DEE when there's so many more E's remaining, so many vowels unseen to really mess with my my DEE leave. I feel like it's definitely a good idea to consider something like this. But if I'm finding deep purate, I am taking it. I really want to keep a bingo lead on this board and just try and roll with the punches. If I can draw balanced stuff eventually, I should be able to maintain that lead unless Mac bingos multiple times. But I really like taking the advantage at this point and not delaying any further. So we'll see what Will does. He's going to take some time here. Both players at around half of their original time, with close to 2/3 of the game being played. I'm a little bit concerned with the time usage that Will take on this turn, just because he has to look at so many options. And he's found Depurate, it looks like, very quickly. It's super, super impressive how quickly he's found his only bingo playable on this board. But if he takes much longer than this to like wonder, what else do I have? Don't I have anything better? This looks like there has to be something better than this. He's going to fall under that 10-minute mark, and he might not have that much time to deal with the positions later in this game. So we'll see how long he takes.
Yeah, it is tough because this is a very monumental turn in a lot of ways. And if Will is able to find a bingo that's higher scoring, which doesn't exist to be clear, but if he does find one, it makes his life a lot easier. A 58-point lead isn't that strong after using the blank, especially right with Mac drawing 6. He could have just drawn the blank, for all we know. So I do understand the hesitation here. Like, there is a temptation to play quickly just because it saves you time later on. But if you make your mistake early enough in the game, it doesn't really matter how much time you saved at the end to play perfectly if you've already kind of not are in a position that's much harder to deal with.
Yeah, and critically, if Will does play this bingo, Depurate, Mac is going to very quickly, I think, play anti-hero in response to retake the lead. And psychologically, that's not going to feel great, especially if you're considering passing it up, like you've mentioned, Morris. But Will's been just sitting on this. He's shaking his head. He's like in disbelief. Is there really nothing better? But that is the only bingo playable in the position. And if he doesn't play it, I think he's going to save himself a little bit of trouble, maybe. But if he does play it, he's going to need to start speeding up a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. This is a very key moment in this game. While we're waiting, just another mention. There is a second live streamed game being casted simultaneously on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. This is the International Lexicon being featured on that channel. We are witnessing North American play on this channel. So if you're not tabbed out into that channel as well, go ahead and do that. Give them some love, give them some support. This is the first time we have 2 simultaneous live streams at the biggest event of the year in North America, the Scrabble Players Championship, $10,000 prize for one of the 2 finalists after this final day 4 of play. Day 5, there will be no way.
Whoa.
No way.
Whoa. what is? Yeah, this is very surprising. I mean, is this even a Colin sword?
There's no way he just did that. It's being challenged. Mac
Yeah,
knows.
this is quite surprising. Uh, yeah, I really, yeah, this is, and again, like I was saying that Will gets like 97% or whatever on these on average. Makes very few phonies on those blank bingo quizzes. Um, yeah, this is a bit surprising. Uh, and if you're Mac, I wonder what you do here, because he's now going to have to look through every single floater. I mean, he knows that Will just took a while and just played a phony, so maybe he can conclude there isn't anything really threatening that's obvious without looking, but he's going to look. And he'll probably see Depurate. Uh, and I think he's going to block that. He could just play OH off of the U in Uridinia, and I think that seems quite reasonable.
Yeah, this is crazy. Will had spotted Depurate, and for some reason, his wires got crossed. This is such a rarity from Will Anderson. Like you said, these guys are so good. This might even be Will's first word knowledge mistake of the entire tournament. OH blocking Depurate. This is putting Mac in fantastic position. If he just draws two reasonable letters, he's so likely to bingo from one of these letters on the board. And Will has just gotten his only playable bingo blocked. He has under 8 minutes to double check that there isn't anything else available to him. This is really bad for Will, as Mac has drawn into Sintered. I don't think that's getting blocked. Will is in big trouble in this rematch.
Yeah, so he'll need to pivot from the bingo at this point, and how resilient he is will dictate how he handles this position, the next few positions. It's really tough mentally to recover from this sort of mistake. He might be going for def now, which I actually really like, given that there are so many floating O's in first position for a bingo. That gives him OUT words. He has the last U as a reminder, so keeping the U isn't as bad as normal, and especially with those O's to pair with it, it could actually be quite a strong bingo tile. So this looks stronger to me actually than Tufa. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, Will's going to need some help. He doesn't know it. He's about to tie the game up with this play of depth. But Sintered coming down immediately for Mac Meller. Will's going to need something either from this P or from this D to stay in the game, as tiles are being put on the board. There isn't that much left in this game, and Will has drawn awfully an extra A and an extra E. I don't see a bingo for him here. No accumulate.
Or evacuate. Yeah, those were the two that popped out to me as 8-letter words. So, or adequate, I guess, also, but I don't think that plays either. So, yeah, really tough position for Will. And yeah, the lead now that Mac has is quite nice. An 87-point lead is quite commanding. Now, he's going to be slowed down a lot by the rack he just drew if he can't play off the cue quickly. But yeah, this will be a bit tough for Will to claw back here. But he needs to just put in his brave face and kind of consider you're not scoring a lot of points in this position. What kind of few tiles are most important to get rid of and what tiles are most important to keep? He needs that quickly. He's under 6 minutes now. What's jumping out to you, Josh?
Yeah, this is really tough now for Will. He's running out of time. He's in a really tough position. This is karma, I would say, at its most difficult when you play a phony, and it just feels so much like that was the key moment in the game that turned everything around. If I was in Will's position, that's all I'd be thinking about. I wouldn't be able to focus on the game. I'd be focused on what did I just do to myself. I feel like Gateau is also a good option. Will spotted a place to play the 2 letters he just drew. Gateau scores decently, and his bingos after Gateau critically are likely to score way more points. He's keeping 4 1-point tiles, even if he gets a bingo to this D and this P, which honestly, Mac can't do much about no matter what. He's going to have some trouble still clawing his way back into the game, even with this fantastic draw of TS. He's going to be behind after his bingo, most likely. So we'll see what Mac does with BAGLKRQ. He's probably just going to play long. Garble looks fantastic. That G very difficult to underlap. And it plays a lot of tiles, goes for that second blank. Mac knows Will has a blank on his rack. He knows that second blank is out there. He also knows that U isn't out there. So maybe he's a little bit concerned with his Q. Where is his Q going to go in the future? But if he simply just draws an A, he has the option of cot. So I feel like he's probably feeling quite comfortable after this play of Garble. What do you think, Morris?
Yeah, that's quite an interesting point that I didn't even think about, that he knows most of Will's racks, or the key letter in Will's rack that he'd need the U. So Garble, yeah, seems quite natural. But yeah, that is a really interesting point. And if Max somehow loses this game, I think this could be a turn he'll wonder. It will likely be as a result of not being able to play the Q, and I bet he'll wonder, should I have just played off the Q for caught now? But I think this has to be the right play.
And this is brutal now for Will, despite his fantastic draw, that U saddling him, preventing him from having a valid bingo starting in P. The best he can do is play something from that O or play something above this GAR. Garble, a fantastic way to eliminate this D as a threat. And Will, is he going to take 64, situate, something like this? Outrates something here.
I like outdates, yeah, something like that.
Pretty difficult, but he's down 100 points. He needs some help. That second blank's still out there with some playable letters to go with it. This will be interesting, but Will's down to 4 minutes. He has to think fast. He's probably just staring at that P and point like, do I not have anything? Is this for real? Just a similar situation, just like deja vu from the previous turns. Yeah, this is really tough. I think the time is going to be what determines Will's chances of winning this game, but we know he can play super fast. We know he's incredibly fast at seeing his plays, but he needs to put it into much higher gear here.
Yeah, I mean, one redeeming thing about the position from Will's perspective is after he bingos here, there's a lot of space still left to work with for potential bingos. Given how focused the first part of this game was on the top half of the board, there's just so much room to play 7 contiguous tiles, or 7 tiles through 1 tile. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity for him to create his chances, especially if he draws the second blank. So I think you just kind of play a bingo like outdates or outrates quickly. It looks like he's going towards that now. We'll get confirmation. Okay. So out feast, I'm guessing. So yeah. He will play out feast, and then he'll see what he creates from that. I mean, the T is a really nice tile to put in that triple lane, and Mac, it'll be hardish for him to respond to that, I think. So maybe this was a very nice choice.
Yeah, this actually puts Mac in a weird position, but I think there's a pretty nice play he can make that does not empty the bag. That is Cavie, Cavie. That blocks the T, that blocks some space, scores pretty well, brings Mac up by almost 70 points. But that Q means that if Will bingos again, Mac might not have enough. Will has not drawn the blank. Critically, that blank is still in the bag alongside a couple A's, an H, an L, and an O. So I think Mac, if he plays KV, is going to win this game, but he has a lot of time to consider his options. There are other ways to deal with this situation. KEA, for example, keeping QI for next turn, something like that. But he's definitely a little bit concerned. Those letters from his perspective are a little bit frightening.
Yeah, this and Mac does have a bit of time to maybe narrow down the position. I noticed Mac from like seeing him play games on his YouTube channel. He tends to first look at right what plays look like good options in general on an average board or in an average position, and then tries to narrow it on the nuances after. I tend to do the flip, which is probably why I miss a lot more plays than Mac, where I'll first try to understand what are some themes of the position generally, and then try to generate choices that coincide with that. So I think Mac will probably take at least another minute here to think, yeah, KV scores a lot, but is it necessary to keep the eye for my Q to give me some potential flexibility in the future?
Yeah, and critically for Mac, I feel the number one thing about the play of KV is that it leaves only one tile in the bag, which means that even if Will has the blank and is close to something, he only gets to play one tile off next turn, after which Mac will have perfect information of Will's rack. So it feels like KV is extremely strong here. It's definitely not fully winning. You can imagine Mac drawing some weird tiles like that W after his play and not having enough points to outscore Will's potential bingos. Like we said, Will has a lot of space to work with, all of this open space on the board. Mac cannot deal with all of it at once. He's going to want to deal with some of it, but he might have to just go straight for his odds here of winning the game. Playing 5 tiles just feels super strong. Not sure if he's going to consider anything else in this position that works anywhere near as well as KV does. So he's got 8 minutes. Will's got 3. Will's probably not going to need that much time to finish this game. Just feels like he's not going to have many options with his letters, and he's got max time to think on as well. But it looks pretty bad from my perspective here, Morris.
Huh. Well, yeah, I do wonder, is it actually that good to play off 5 tiles here? Just because let's think of Mac's worst case scenario is Will has a bingo immediately. If Will has a bingo immediately, he's just going to win the game right there, right? So you need to assess how off, right? Because you're leaving exactly one tile in the bag that should be able to go out, given that Mac already has things like the V and the Q, the most clunky tiles that you wouldn't necessarily be able to go out standalone. So, so you need to sort of assess how often Will have a bingo here, and then if you think that that's too high a number, then you might actually consider playing really short, because then in those positions where Will has a bingo immediately, you won't be able to, or he won't be able to necessarily go out if you leave, say, 4 tiles in the bag. So that could make him lean towards a play like QI and GI, maybe, right, in those scenarios, if he actually determines, you know what, if this is a big enough risk, then it would be good to keep 4 tiles in the bag. I don't think that's going to be that large a risk, though, by comparison, but that would be like kind of the other candidate play I might be thinking about here. And I think you're muted, Josh.
If you get rid of the Q now, you might have enough in an endgame to just outmaneuver Will. It just feels like on this board, the likelihood that if Will bingos, he'll be threatening an outplay is pretty darn high. I like this idea of QI theoretically, but it just feels like in practice, it's just giving Will far more than he needs to win this game. I feel like just giving him one more turn is the number one consideration here. If he bingos after QI, I think that Mac is losing regardless, almost certainly, just because QI is only 14 points. Mac only has a 32-point lead. However, yeah, this isn't comfortable. I definitely agree with you that it just doesn't feel right to just lose to a bingo. And I think that's what will happen. If Will has a bingo after KV, the score is at least tied. Mac's going to have a Q. He's going to have some clunky letters. Will's going to have one letter. It's going to go out. I think Mac knows that it's just over if he.
Oh, this is
gets
interesting
bingo.
also. So he's now considering COT instead of QI. So I guess the two things to narrow in on here. One is it eliminates a lot of Will's bingos potentially. That N, T, and E are both good. The other thing is that there are two A's unseen to Mac, it looks like. And then there's only one I. So maybe it is better to keep the I rather than the A. And this actually sets up his I in certain situations. I think the instinct here is that if you play KV, you're guaranteed to lose to a bingo. This will sometimes be able to outrun still. I don't know how often. And wow, what a pull for Mac. So he now has basically 100% winning chances. This looks like from here. That's a really interesting turn.
That's an insane draw from Mac Miller. A blank. There was obviously a 1 in 3 chance from our perspectives that this was going to happen. He was drawing 2 out of 6. But yeah, I don't like this from Mac. I totally get the human instinct to block off something. It feels like after caught, Will's chances of bingoing are significantly decreased. But is it significant enough for when Will doesn't have a bingo yet and is able to make an intermediate play, not empty the bag, create some more play on the board? I don't think so, but I totally get the instinct for Mac. I don't think he was outrunning things after caught. He just has so many clunky tiles and is only up 44 points. I don't know. I don't know about this. This is going to require a ton of analysis. Both of these guys, big Scrabble YouTubers, they will definitely analyze these games. Hopefully together. I think I heard them talk about doing a collaboration and analyzing their streamed games and whatever other games they might play. We might see these guys in the finals. They're both in shared first place. Will just a little bit lower on the spread. But yeah, he's got a minute left. Hopefully from his perspective, he's just like, well, if I draw the blank, maybe I have some chance here. That's probably what he's thinking. I don't know what you do here. He's looking at BEE, maybe overlapping out feast. I feel like if you're Will, you have to do something that doesn't close up any space on this board to maximize your chances of a bingo, but he's got no time to think. He's scoring 27 points with B. Mac has drawn the blank. Will is going to draw something not so great, I believe. I think Mac's going to feel pretty comfortable here. He's redrawn KV, that same play from earlier. He's just got to look and see the 8 tiles unseen. AEHILOTW. Is there a playable 8-letter word, playable 7-letter word? He's going to do his diligence. If there is one, he's going to block it.
Yeah, but yeah, Mac is in good position. I was looking to see if there are like back plays now with Mac, like a compound word of some sort, off of the BA that Will just created. But because that could score a lot if you could get rid of the V as well. I'm not immediately seeing any bingos from Will's perspective. Are you, or from Mac's perspective for what Will could have? Are you right now seeing anything, Josh?
No, we know the L is in the bag. We see both players' racks. We see the unseen tiles. I just feel like that play of B, it really eliminated a lot of space. It's not going to matter. Mac had drawn the blank already, but yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I mean, there's so much space open still, like this R in relearns. RI words were available. There's still like ITE stuff available from Mac's perspective. Could have, yeah, elongated plays here, some underlaps, but yeah, it critically feels like that draw of the blank has helped Max so much. If instead of the blank he drew the H, let's say, from his perspective, something like Aerolite would be available. Probably, yeah, something like Diastole would be available. And so he probably wouldn't be able to block everything. That's why I kind of don't like Cot. It just doesn't eliminate enough of the space. Max a little bit panicky here, I think, because he just wants to make sure he's not missing anything. There's so much space open. I think from our perspectives, there's nothing playable, but we don't know if he's tracked correctly. And you know, these guys, even though they're incredible, they calculate so fast, they know so many words, they find them with such ease. These positions, they're so difficult on the brain. You have to make sure you're not making a critical mistake.
Yeah, and actually, I'm realizing it's not just that Mac drew the blank last turn. He also drew an A, and then that eliminates things like Meatloaf even off the F in Fog. Yeah, like getting those two tiles specifically, I think, really simplifies Mac's analysis here. And he plays KV now just because it seems like there aren't really imminent threats from what he sees in the unseen pool.
Yes, so Mac leaving exactly 1 minute on his clock, keeping K blank. He'll draw that L. He'll be able to go out next turn. Will has 30 seconds. If he doesn't want to fall into overtime, I think he's going to play white very quickly. That's what he's doing. That is 35, bringing Will Anderson, I think, to 383. Mac is going to probably go out here with Balks, B-A-L-K-S. That looks pretty good to me. And maybe he'll think about not going out since Will has 3 vowels on his rack. But given the time situation, I think Balks for 20, maybe. Is he going to make that a Y? Is that valid too? Do that.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I was thinking BAU. Okay, bulk like that. But yeah. Yeah, so bulks are bulky. Ends the game, and wow, they maximized their time. So this game will end with a Mac victory, 426 to 3-3. Let's go to overhead mic.
Yeah. I was probably gonna do this anyway, but yeah.
I had it lined up. So I know why I messed it up. Because
I would have, if it makes you feel better, I would have had anti-hero coming back.
off of the A.
Yeah, because I had Inter with OH.
Yeah, it doesn't make me better.
I hear you.
I just can't.
Yeah.
Can't be playing a pony there. I really don't have anything to the S or the P or other than depurate like this. So the reason why I did that, I realize now without looking, is that depurant is the Collins only anagram unparted.
Oh, so you like thought there were two?
So I thought that the depur whatever is Collins, and there's also another Collins anagram of depurated in there. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh, isn't it a 3? I thought there was one. I thought there was one valid NWL one in there, so I assumed it had to be this. When in fact it was always depurate the whole time. That's how I talked myself into it.
Oh damn, it sucks. Jeez.
Yeah. Okay. But I really don't have anything though.
This was so hard. I drew the blank after this.
Oh, so you're
had-
probably sweating.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dude, I had CKVIE.
Wow.
I could have played KV keeping QK, but like if I don't draw the blank, I'm just Q stuck. Like the Q was so
Yeah,
toxic
I
there.
saw that. I was noticing that you probably have the Q and no I and no
Yeah, I
blank.
had QK with this.
Wow.
But I felt I wanted to block the
Sure.
D, and there were 2 eyes left.
Sure.
And this at least blocks some bingos. You could like this E, it was like growable and stuff. There was a lot of. I don't know. This is probably wrong, but like.
So I had
this.
yeah. There's nothing from the S,
I mean, I didn't look for long, but I
nothing
didn't
from
see
the N, nothing from the G, and tear depurate. Friggin'
That's it.
yeah. I had it lined up. I was about to let it fly, but I was like, isn't this Collins? It would be a shame. And then I one-upped myself by just playing a nothing. It would have been better to play a Collins.
Then you drew AE out of the bag, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Oriated is no good. Ecade.
Yeah, I don't think I missed anything there. I had Oriate, A, whatever.
Adequate, Lord, Ecade. No.
Yeah, unless I missed one there too. And then out east, is there really nothing from the P on
I
that one?
I was not spending energy.
Yeah,
looking,
sure.
but-
No, I mean, it's for me to
no,
think about.
upstate or upstate tapidums. No,
Wow.
goodness.
All right.
Get it?
Well,
This
Like I
is
said-
probably wrong. I feel like
I have about one error like that every 10 to 15 games. I got through 21 without it. This is not a good time to do that.
no, it's a shame, man.
It happens. I had that budgeted in, so it's just it's part of it. So yeah. Anyway, good game otherwise.
Thanks. Yeah, it was. Yeah, kind of a slow start, and then
Yeah, I was feeling great.
yeah,
After Fiverr, I drew the blank. I was like,
Mhm.
man, I'm gonna hit the P, and then I
Yeah.
couldn't find anything.
I had an
and then-
8 years, so I had Congos, which didn't play obviously.
Sure. Yeah, this is crazy because it blocks sautéed and tautened, which I'm obviously going to be
Yeah,
fine with.
I did this to open the board. That's the ironic
Yeah,
thing,
the
like,
funny thing is, it blocked the bingos I would have for sure played easily, and then
Yeah.
it forced me into what happened to be just that I got my wires crossed.
yeah, I figured I had the S here. I figured it was going to get blocked, though.
Yeah, I have to.
I mean, I had
Address that.
3 ends, so that was an
Sure.
obvious play.
Yeah.
This kept, as you can probably guess, I kept learns with this.
Yeah, I was
I mean, it's
figuring
like-
you're not doing that because you think
I
I'm
mean, I
setting
can't-
anything up.
I
You're
can
doing
play
it because
barn,
you
yeah.
have a great bingo lead. So I knew
Yeah.
something was coming. But
No, I mean, I think I was like 80% to bingo after that, and I can't
Yeah.
score anyway. And I've got this line, so I think I think I should do it.
with
I mean,
the S hook, you're
yeah,
you're gonna
because
get a
I
lot.
mean,
Makes
yeah.
sense.
I mean,
As it turns out, you have
I had snarl.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I wasn't thrilled about it, but I did have it. Yeah. Yeah, as you know, I hate one tile fishes with a passion, but I mean,
sure.
sometimes
Sometimes
you
they're right. Yeah,
just gotta-
sometimes they're right.
you just got to do it. But
All right. Well,
Oh,
that's
man.
not good for me, but
you're still in this, though, man. For
yeah,
sure.
yeah. I mean,
And,
like I said, I sort of like I would love to get through all 31 games without making a mistake like that, but it's hard. There's too much
Yeah.
stuff to keep straight, and I'm trying to be kind to myself. So
Yeah.
like I'm gonna make an error like that. It's just weird. I just should know. I just had this weird logic that got me there,
Mhm.
right? Like I know there's one word that I should be able to play in this game in that rack.
Ugh.
If it's not
Yeah.
depurate and epurated, it must be that. So
It's oh
Yeah.
man.
know that. I feel like I must have guessed it before and stuck in my head. All right.
Yeah.
Well, good luck. Oh,
All right, yeah, so heartbreaking for Will Anderson. I think that was his first mistake of the tournament in terms of that sort of word knowledge. Yeah, it's hard to see. It's pretty heartbreaking for the fans out there. But Will's still doing fantastic. If he can just recover from that and win some games this morning and afternoon, he should be very likely locked in to the finals that we will. Yeah, we'll crown a winner tomorrow. Finals will begin a little bit later, but we have 6 more games today, Morris. That was a crazy one, but we have another one coming up for you very, very shortly. I'm very excited for this matchup.
Yeah, and one other. So that was point one that Will was talking about dictionary wires being crossed a bit for that mistake he made. The other interesting thing that we saw from that postmortem was Mac's decision of caught. He was talking about another aspect of it that we didn't really consider, cue sticks. So Mac definitely seems like he's in very good form and kind of understanding positional nuances towards the end of the game. We love to see that. But as Josh was mentioning, we're going to actually see 2 completely new players with the same first name. Do you want to give the reveal, Josh?
Yeah, both of these players named Nigel. We got Nigel Peltier from the Pacific Northwest, Nigel Richards from the Pacific Southwest, New Zealand, coming back to North America after 7 years gone from our soil. So it's great to see him back. He's in fantastic form. Nigel Peltier as well. Almost never plays tournaments these days except local ones, but every time he plays the nationals, I think, every year. He always does so well. So it's going to be great to see this matchup. They've played before. This isn't the first time they've met, but it's always fun to watch the Nigels duke it out. So I'm super excited for this one, Morris. But Not sure if the players are seated yet. If they aren't, we can take a short break, and we'll get them ready as soon as possible. Yeah, super excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm excited to say Nigel on turn and then Nigel on turn, and have all the viewers just be enraged by that the entire time. But no, kidding aside, these are both excellent players. Obviously, it's always the biggest treat to see Nigel Richards play. I also think Nigel Peltier often makes really interesting decisions that are a bit off the beaten path, but have a lot of strategic merit often. So it'll be interesting to see them duke it out.
Yeah, so of course Nigel Richards, the greatest of all time. He is playing the North American Lexicon. He played it last week as well, a slightly different version of the North American Lexicon. Prior to that, he played the French Lexicon. He came to my home soil of Quebec to play in the international finals. He did extremely well there. He won most of the events. And next month, he told me he's playing Spanish again. So it feels like he knows no bounds. He can just manage 5 or 6 word lists at the same time. He normally just plays the international lexicon, but he hasn't played that on North American soil at all. It's just crazy. He just feels invincible. It feels like he can't make a mistake.
Yeah, and I think an interesting thing about what we've seen in Nigel's recent run last week, where he played in the World Cup, this week where he's playing the SBC, is that in this dictionary, there isn't quite as much high scoring always as in the Collins dictionary. And so it felt like previously, at least to me, if you're dominating Collins, if you are such a good word finder, that gives you a distinct advantage. But we're seeing those nuances come out a few turns in advance often, I feel like, in NWL positions where you're like, why did he make that move? And then you kind of grill it down a bit more, and it isn't just about scoring often in his decision making. It becomes even more evident. There's a lot of layers to every decision he makes, and he does it so fast.
He does. He does it incredibly fast, faster than anyone else. Sorry, I'm putting my shades on because you guys will see why I'm putting my shades on. Nigel just incredibly fast at finding these strategic sequences. He talks about the game, how it's slightly different, but not too different. Yeah, he really just loves the variety. That's why he's doing this. He just has so much fun with it, and it's great to see him just perform so well, no matter what dictionary he's playing. He went on an 18-0 run, I think, last week. Had a pretty rough start, but he's still in the mix for this tournament. Both of these guys really need to win pretty much all of their games today to stay in the running for the finals. So a very critical one. That's why we're showing it. We're also showing it for the memes, for the shades, for the lulls. There's an iconic picture of both Nigels wearing sunglasses, and I think we're going to get a moving one in just a few seconds. So when we cut to the board, I hope we're going to laugh. I hope we're going to smile. Let's see these two guys. Oh, amazing. Amazing. Love it.
Yeah, very nice.
That's a moment. Please clip it. Please save it. Show it to your friends and family, your children, your grandchildren. A moment for the ages. We're here to make memories. Thanks again to NASPA Games for sponsoring this stream alongside the International Lexicon stream over at the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. Are you not entertained? That is a question we will be asking in a poll, or maybe not. But yeah, this is beautiful. Nigel Peltier to go first. He's at 14-8. Nigel Richards 1 game ahead, 14.5, 7.5. Or did I say 1 game? 1/2 game ahead. Nigel tied with Chris Cree earlier in the tournament. Nigel Peltier had the craziest game of the tournament. Game ended with, I think, 20 tiles still in the bag, 170 to 307. Don't think we're going to see something like that happen this game, but We're going to see something new, something novel. That's what Scrabble's all about. Super excited.
Indeed. So we see their handshake, and Nigel P is going to start the game, drawing his first 7 tiles.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. So just hopefully, the one thing about wearing sunglasses in a Scrabble game is reflection. So hopefully neither of these guys can see the reflection of their opponent's tiles in their shades. I don't think it should be possible, especially with the low light that we have in this this playing room. But they're definitely, neither of them are going to be looking for such a thing. That's always what I'm worried about. I would wear sunglasses all the time. I'm just like paranoid about it.
Yeah, I know that that's a big thing in poker to limit ability for anyone to read your body language. In Scrabble, there's a lot more randomness turn to turn. It's not like you're holding the same set of letters over a very long period of time, whereas in poker, you could be stared down for minutes at a time. So that makes some sense in that game. But yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen it in Scrabble. And so Nigel Peltier starts out with things that are kind of close to a bingo, not quite there. What's jumping out to you, Josh?
Yeah, Nigel's just one tile away. Maybe I should say Peltier. One tile away from a bingo on this rack. He's going to maybe alphabetize the letters to make sure he's not missing something. I'm not sure exactly what his study habits are. Maybe he doesn't alphabetize. I think you probably want to play long here. You could play 20 points, 22 points, PAREU, unrope, but Upo for 10, what he has lined up, keeping AENR a very, very solid option. What are you thinking, Morris?
Yeah, I think this is quite reasonable. They're all going to be pretty close, and it somewhat depends on the flavor of game you sort of want. Upo, you're also keeping the N, as Josh was saying, so a pawn and above or below the U are both available for the N, so that upweights the value of that a bit. And nice, he's playing it in the position that really leverages the N. The N is going to be very valuable in the double-double lane, but also there aren't that many tiles that create 2-letter words with a U, and the N does it in both directions. So I think this is quite a sound choice.
Yeah, back to Mr. Richards with BELNORT. He's going to line up a play here of Knob, I think. That looks very strong. Oh, he's lining up Nobler. I was wondering if he was going to play short or long. He can play Nobler atop the UPO. That was the first thing that came to my mind. It looks a little dangerous to create such a nice spot on the triple, but RE, the only valid 2-letter word that would go there. So it's more defensive than it looks, and I don't know if Nigel wants to set up these S hooks that he doesn't have immediately, but I think it's still pretty strong. And that's what he does, just knob. He's assessed that the defense is worth it here. I like this play, just stacking. All right, back to Nigel Peltier. He has AEFNORS. Morris, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, again, very close to bingos here. I'd be looking for a bit through all 3 2-letter words, just thinking about if there are 9s, but these are all a bit uncommon of letters. So it looks like now he's going to be considering Frenna off of the NU and OP, creating None and Opa. Seems very reasonable, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting few turns to see how this kind of little stack in the center unfolds.
Yeah, I wonder if you just play FOP here for 8. You're so close to a bingo. An I gives you Eurasian, an E gives you Aranos. So many consonants will let you bingo with snob or knobs. You can even bingo underneath a lot of the time. This is defensive. OP takes an A hook, an E hook, a T hook, but after FOP, only an S hook. I really just like dropping the F for 8 points here. He's looking at of, maybe with Boo. That's also very strong. keeping AENRS. I don't like Freyna, even though it scores very well. Nigel's doing great on this board. He has an S. He has strong tiles. I think he is primed to bingo before Nigel Richards. So I think something like FOP or OF is stronger than Freyna.
Yeah, well, now he's considering Snarf making knobs and a pawn, which is also somewhat intriguing. But yeah, like, it does feel like this is a slow game to start. It's okay, especially when you went first and you kind of have that initial tempo advantage, to continue playing slow until you have the bingo. So yeah, of or FOP, both seem nice. Snarf, yeah, I do like Snarf better than Freyna.
Yeah, Snarf is defensive enough. You're getting rid of your S for less than 30. Usually not that advisable. But on this board, 30 is a lot. 29 points, I think, would be the score. 28 for
28,
Snarf.
yeah.
And it does not really open much. That ARF, not doing much to the board. So Nigel's going to go potentially long here. I think I would go short. What we do know is I'm pretty sure Nigel Richards is going to bingo no matter what, unless Snarf blocks everything. Is that possible? Retablo is playing under here right now after FOP. Actually, I don't know if anything plays after FOP, but after of, critically, Retablo still fits with boot and Fa. There's also bloater, which would be even better. So a very critical moment, actually, for Nigel Peltier. I wonder if he's going to spot the F drop. I really like that here.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of these are reasonable. Snarf, FOP, or of. Yeah, I guess, yeah, the defensive merits of FOP is underrated. I didn't initially appreciate how few tiles can go under the N and the U. And especially ones that you end a word with, like an R and a D are two of the most common tiles to end a word with, and so FOP kind of kills 3 or 2-way underlaps in a way that is really advantageous. So there is a certain level of defensive merit even to playing FOP when you have the S on hand and you're not pigeonholing yourself, but you might be pigeonholing your opponent.
Indeed, and Nigel Peltier taking a long time on this turn. He's under the 20-minute mark on turn 2, but there he goes, the one-tile play. Love to see it. And I don't know if this is going to allow Nigel Richards to bingo in response. He has bloater, retablo, and yeah, no bingo here. So this is a brutal block, a one-tile play just blocking what Nigel had set up. So what do you do now? Do you play boop? Do you just try to open something on the right side? Bobo also available?
Well, the really cool play through the BO is Babool, I think. That would allow for you to open both the top and the bottom a bit. So it gives you a bit more flexibility and doesn't allow Nigel P to kind of continue dictating the game in that sort of clear way. But it looks like Nigel P will open the board anyways a bit next turn, given that there's the NU spot to put his S and the knob spot to put his S. He will have a 7 at a minimum next turn, no matter what. But Babool looks kind of cool. Or maybe Baboo.
Yeah, Baboo or Babool. I think this makes sense. Is Nigel looking to just drop this B, though? What about that? This is crazy. Will we see a one-tile play for both players? No, I think he's looking at Boob now. Babool looks great, though. The only problem with that is it just gives so many racks a lot of help. So just overlapping that BA for Nigel Peltier is going to be very nice and high scoring, pretty much no matter what rack he has. What we do know is Nigel Peltier has Aranis on his rack. It plays in 3 different spots on the board. Nigel Richards not going to block that, no matter what he does. I'm loving this game so far. So tactical, so tight, so strategic. This is the sort of game you like too, right, Morris? Would you play Babool? What are you thinking?
So, to be clear, what I would do is a lot different than and I had the capabilities he had. I think I would continue being pretty similar. Whoa, book, that's crazy. Which this actually makes a lot of sense. ABLE as a leave is super strong. Adding a T and an R to it's even stronger, right? With E you have things like retable. With an A you have rateable. With an I you have triable or liberate. And an O again would be bloater. So this is very strong for bingo chances in general. This will make Nigel P's decision really interesting, though. Wow, what a fascinating move. So he's going to play Aranis there. I guess Nigel's logic was, if you take the spot, you'll still get a bingo so often. So, wow, what a cool idea.
Wow, this game has been so epic so quickly. Just a 3-tile play, 3-tile overlap, 1-tile fish, 1-tile fish. I like this Aranis play. Does not give back a double-double, which would have happened if you play with booze. So I like this idea. You are floating that S out there, though. That's the one problem. But I do prefer this over hooking knobs, for example. I mean, that would just be so dangerous. So I think we're going to see ratables. There's a couple anagrams, but this doubles the B, puts the L in the triple lane. That's really not a big deal. So yeah, a great decision just to play boo. You hit with so many letters if you're Nigel Richards, and you pretty much know that Nigel is not going to have a high scoring response to that. Nigel Peltier, that is. But high scoring response we have in this case, that one issue with ratables is this scoring spot, and Peltier has drawn the X.
Yeah, one interesting thing is that I think Nigel Richards spent more time than usual on the boo turn. He normally takes roughly 50 seconds-ish per turn. That turn, I think he took around 2 minutes. So he was really permuting every possible option of, okay, if I played off this 1 tile, if I play off this 2 tiles. So, and I think it's really instructive that he landed on this play that allowed him to bingo right after. So, really interesting turn.
And a terrible draw from Nigel Richards, that QVW combination compared to Nigel Peltier's post-bingo draw. Terrible swing. Peltier looking at docks. I guess the one issue with docks is you're opening these triples, especially what if Nigel has drawn the Z? Could get 100 points with ads. So it can't be super comfortable to play this, but Peltier with no fear. That's why he's at the top of the standings. He's just doing what he can to help himself out. Docks being played, 57 points. Nigel Peltier taking a 42-point lead here. Nigel Richards to respond with PIVMOWQ. Where to start here? Just play Val? You don't even have an A. I think you could do, though.
You could do Coddy, and off the A and the D, and that. They both seem reasonable. Vow is slightly risky given that you don't have the A. But it looks like, Nigel shifted to picking up the Q and the I. Yeah, he's going to play Coddy. I think this makes sense.
This makes sense. It blocks the triple a lot better than Vow. Vow would actually make it easier on Nigel Peltier if he just has an E or an A to hit this top right triple. Getting rid of the Q is always a good idea. Plow is available next turn, potentially, if it doesn't get blocked. I think this makes a lot of sense. Just instructive stuff from Nigel Richards. You have the Q, you can score 30 points, get rid of it. But Nigel Peltier has found a bingo.
Yeah, a chiral and ratial are both words. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing those correctly. Apologies. And it looks like he's reshuffled, but he's already set up one of them. I guess there aren't really floaters available on this board, but maybe he's just a bit conscious of, I'm opening a lot of things in space with these plays. So he's going to a chiral. They both pose a lot of threats. Slotting the A in either first or second position gives a huge hotspot, but this is kind of what you have to do here.
Yeah, the anagram though, Rakiel, potentially a little bit harder to score well with. This might be a small one. Actually, I don't know. Putting the A here would be pretty dangerous as well. It's very, very close between the two 7-letter words here. I think the reason just Nigel Peltier taking a little bit of time there is just like, probably has never played this word before. These like lower probability words, we've all studied them, we've seen them, but have we ever played them? So the first time you play a word, it's a little bit daunting. I've definitely played a chiral, but yeah, maybe that was what was giving Peltier a pause here, but a great, great lead now, 88 points over the greatest of all time, who is considering vomit through the eye. Oh no, vomit.
No.
That's
Yeah.
that's a lot better. Oops.
Yeah, not just in terms of points, but vomit there isn't conducive with Nigel's style. Flowing the V out in that portion of the board where he was initially going to set it up really kills a lot of bingo chances. So this looks really good. No complaints here. Obviously, it's Nigel Richards.
Yeah, and he still has chances to draw plu or plow through that L. Oops. Of ratables. He hasn't seen a vowel. He's drawn a Y, so he's going to have some trouble once again next move. But these tiles that Nigel Richards has are not so bad. They look bad, but they're not. Nigel Peltier, though, these tiles look better than Nigel Richards's, but they're not. It's going to be hard to find a good move here. Amautis, very hard to find. Amautis through the A. That seems like pretty much the only reasonable play that eliminates that big triple. But we might see something like alum. You don't want to do that. You're keeping 2 eyes with 5 more unseen. What would you do here if you don't see Amautis? I think Amautis is the clear best play.
Yeah, Mautis looks really good. And Amusia is good, right?
Yeah. I guess
Yeah,
the problem
that's
with
definitely
Amusia
worse, but
is
yeah.
this big spot here. But
right,
yeah,
it's definitely worse. But if you don't see Amautis,
well,
I guess Amusia isn't much easier to see either.
I guess
But
we're not going to find out what Nigel would do if he
Yes.
doesn't see it, because he's already spotted it. Beautiful find. It's such a weird, like, I don't know, it just feels so weird to find a play like that. It just looks so, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'd see this because it just looks so bizarre.
yeah, it definitely is a weird one. Like I think a lot of those words you see it immediately when you have all 7 letters on your rack because you've studied that bingo, but placing it out in space is a different task and you're not as used to it because you're not normally going to keep multiple eyes, a U, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, generating that in space is a different task.
Nigel Richards has WRYNG lined up, so Nigel Peltier noticing he almost has tiramisu through that R of a chiral. But yeah, Amautis coming down. There are still 2 blanks to draw, playing 6 tiles, trying to draw one. Of course, it's a little dangerous to float that S out there. You have a lead, but take care of that triple, score well, leave 1 tile. Hopefully you draw something good. There's a lot of goodies left for Nigel Peltier to draw. I think Nigel Richards is just going to play Rying pretty quickly.
Yep, that makes sense. So Nigel Richards wastes no time. But Nigel Peltier will still be in pretty good position here, even though there are now a few more lines created. He does have a nice lead, and we'll see what his last few tiles are here.
All right, ADDEIIN. Pretty decent draw, but nothing fantastic. First play coming to mind, suggested by the engine Acneed. I should really wait until they flip that board over. Acneed through that C, very high level of difficulty. Once again, it blocks that S, keeps 2 eyes, but scores 36 points. I'm not sure. Something like lid for 12 seems a little bit low scoring. In response.
Yeah, I mean, Acneed scores so much, it is pretty hard to see, and you're naturally, I think, if you're not a Nigel type player, Nigel Richards type player, sorry, you gravitate towards getting rid of the duplicates here, like Nigel Peltier has set up on his rack. So id seems very standard in a lot of ways for a lot of positions. But yeah, if you see the big point play, you take it, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that. You just are not satisfied with such a short, low-scoring move at this score line. You want to keep the scoring pressure going. You don't want to keep marginal leaves such as ADEIN that can lead to a bingo a lot of the time. And if it doesn't lead to a bingo, then what? You're back to trying to find Ackneyed. Nigel Richards has drawn the first blank, and he is primed to bingo next turn. Nigel Peltier does not know this, but we'll see if he finds this awesome play of Ackneyed. ADDEIIN, that is an alphabetization. I was wondering earlier if that's how Nigel Peltier learns words. He's a little bit of a mystic fellow himself, or mysterious, I should say. Mystic, not the correct adjective there. We don't know too much about his Scrabble studying habits. And it instead in this spot for 14, that makes a lot of sense. Blocking that S with the lead, keeping ADEIN. Very likely Nigel Peltier will draw a bingo next to that A and a Mounties next turn, or even one underneath the L of a chiral. Let's see what he gets. EY. Okay, not happening. Nigel Richards to respond with Guppies. I wonder why it's lined up that way rather than the second P being the natural one. Because I feel like I would play GU. There we go. Okay. Because you could play it with Snob, but that feels a lot worse, right, Morris?
Well, which one feels a lot worse?
Playing with Snob.
Than playing with
AS.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah. I mean, the other one did score a few more points, I guess, but yeah, this is a lot easier of a line for Nigel Peltier to hit, so I think you take that point sacrifice and then just play it safer.
Yeah, there are a couple of 7-letter words available with Snob as well that scored reasonably, but they just open a big triple. You don't need to do this at the scoreline. You're tying the game up. It's better to leave things a little bit more controlled. That GU here up here is not that big of a deal. The X is gone. The M's are gone. You can't really overlap and score too much. So back to Nigel Peltier, who is thinking about YEAN. Just to score pretty well here.
Yeah, it was unclear to me if he had a spot for Yiend he was looking at, given that he has the ED next to it. But yeah, YEAN seems reasonable. I guess otherwise, maybe something like Lie. But again, that gets back to this kind of high variance position where you're keeping these nice synergistic tiles of ADEIN, but if you don't hit the bingo, it kind of continues to be a very minimal position in terms of scoring opportunities. So I think it makes most sense to just kind of take your points now, be slightly worse for a bingo leave, but DI is still very good in that sense.
Yeah, not too many eyes to redraw. A lot of ease, though. I think, yeah, you can't be super comfortable here if you're Nigel Peltier, but you are on turn, so you have a slight advantage there. You are under 10 minutes, though, of course. No surprises there. Nigel Richards not taking too long in his decision-making process. We've seen an awesome game so far. Nigel Richards drawing the second blank, so maybe from his perspective, he's the one with the advantage.
Yeah, and so the one thing that this does is that now with the Y in the first position on the top row and the V in the last position, you are very unlikely to get bingos, although you could shout out your favorite bingo like Yakatori or Tolershev or something in the chat that would fit there. So it looks like bingos are going to kind of more naturally unfold in the bottom portion of the board or next to the W.
Nigel Richards quickly playing his highest equity play, just dropping 2 of those E's, making I, EH, and ER in the center of the board, keeping EIOT blank. Very potent leave, but he's seen another E and a W, and I don't know that that gives him anything. Back to Nigel Peltier, DEHINSV, a very good draw for him, drawing one of those, drawing that final S actually. So I wonder if he's going to play the new word shivved, making ALS. He has a 15-point lead, and so 37 points, increasing that lead to 52, blocking a nice spot for a bingo. Seems pretty strong to me, Morris.
Yeah, Vlei also stands out to me. VLEI off the L. That either is good, but I do like sort of the controlledness of shivved. Although, how controlled is the game truly when you're playing Nigel Richards?
That is a good question. Of course, the line here still existing. You can end in E. That play of I definitely signaling strength in Nigel Richards' leave. If you have the last blank, you can still play with Snob. If you have the K, I guess, you can end the bingo in K. So there are still lines to work with for sure on this board, but I think the most potent one right now, this one, I wonder. We're looking at Hive maybe and WE. It also makes sense to assume Nigel Richards a little bit heavy on those vowels after his last 2 vowel play. There are lots of options here to consider. Not a lot of time to consider them for Nigel Peltier. Curious to see what he decides. He's looking at Hove as well. That takes an L hook and an R hook. He has neither. He's probably not going to like that too much, but it's a strong leave as well.
Yeah, it's always difficult in these positions, and I think what often I think new players are gravitate towards when a Nigel Richards makes a huge crazy bingo, but a lot of these top players will be able to see the same bingos. These sorts of nuanced decisions are what really separates the cream of the crop from the very, very good. So
yeah, so I wonder what Nigel's thinking. I'm sure he's thinking, I have this last S for Snob. I don't think this is really often getting blocked. So he wants to try and eventually get a bingo down there. He's not feeling super safe with 15 points of a lead here, especially given the previous play of Nigel Richards. So I think maybe a counterpunch, something just keeping the S in reserve for the next couple moves does make a lot of sense in hindsight. Even though I'd already decided that I like the play of shivved. Maybe you keep the S here.
yeah, I guess, I mean, this might be too slow to develop, but if you do keep the S, is it ever worth it keeping the H in some way? Just because if you look, for instance, right now, what if he plays Hen off of Ag and NU and to set up Shen? That probably isn't worth it because VIDS isn't that great a leave, but you could imagine doing something like that on a future turn. But again, that requires a few turns to develop, so I don't think that that's quite right. This seems quite reasonable, though. The V really kills opportunities to reopen easily for bingos in that portion of the board, so that S lane looks really good unless Nigel just makes a high-scoring play parallelly to Hive.
Yeah, Nigel was ready. Richards was ready to play Owie, I think, in that same spot. Now he's going to think about maybe for a second, do you play Owie here? But no, Zowie, Towie, Dowie available to hook. I don't think he's going to take that risk. It would be totally insane to me if he plays that. He's looking at TEW. Where does that even go?
I am not seeing it right away. Yeah, where is TEW playing? Is he considering just TE somewhere?
Yeah, maybe. Usually it's very easy to tell what Nigel Richards is thinking about because he just lines it up on his rack. Sometimes he just finds something that we can't find. I wonder. Maybe he's trolling. There's always a chance, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he had more time, I would be a fan of trolling. But since he only has 50, no, I'm just joking. But yeah, now he's rearranging to Toei.
Yeah, Toei here makes a lot of sense, honestly.
Yeah, and you can't play OE there, given the Z out and other stuff too, like the Ds. So Toei seems quite reasonable. I guess in this bag, there are a lot fewer vowels than consonants, and Nigel is usually pretty astute on those measures, but you're keeping a vowel in reserve, and a blank can be a vowel or a consonant, so I think this seems quite reasonable. Scores to kind of get yourself back in range. And Nigel Peltier is on turn with not the draw he necessarily hoped for, but some good scoring letters, at least in the interim.
Yeah, Knells would be nice to play somewhere that scores something, but the only spot I'm seeing here is with Snob. Will he see the K hook on Knob? I feel like something like Lek there is pretty good. Not really sure what else there is though here. It's kind of a really awful draw, I'd say. Like no vowel. Well, okay, he drew one vowel. I think that was one of the issues with Hive with the consonant heavy pool is that, yeah, he was unlikely to draw too many vowels. He's thinking of Lek, I think. And Nigel has drawn that all-powerful Z to go with his blank. It would be amazing to see Nigel Peltier take down the GOAT with 0 blanks. But after seeing this draw from Nigel Richards, I'm a little bit worried. He uses the Z so well. I feel like he uses it better than anyone else. He knows what to do with it. He knows how to set it up. He knows how to score with it. He finds every word with it. Nigel Peltier lower on the clock by 10 minutes. He's under 5 minutes, 13 tiles still in the bag. He's got to make a decision relatively soon. Hopefully panic doesn't set in because he's in a decent position.
Yeah, so Lecker, where is he going with this? He's going to play Coel. Interesting. This is more contained on to block kind of the easier bingo lines, and Nigel Peltier is holding the last S for that snob lane. Now, after Toei, Nigel could block that area a bit, but this is interesting.
Yeah, I like this decision a lot. It protects yourself from big plays underneath. It continues to threaten snob plays just for a small point sacrifice. You set up your S underneath it too. I love the nuance from Nigel Peltier. Back to Richards, AEEF blank. I actually don't know what he's going to do at all. He was going to play Fuse. That would have been fantastic for him, but that was just blocked.
Well, he could still play. He could keep the C, right? He could play Flee, either FLEA or FLEE through the L in rateables, or flat for that matter. It looks like he has set up now. And I think flat is keeping in mind that there are many fewer vowels than consonants left in the game. So it looks like he's geared up to play that.
Yeah, flat. What's really cool about that is if Nigel Richards ever draws a bingo starting in T, it will 100% play on this board, on this part of the board, this part of the board. So it's this nice mirroring effect sometimes that you see at the highest levels of play, where if you're behind, you're just creating opportunities where you have unblockable bingos near the end of the game. And that's a good draw. Nigel Richards, Nigel Peltier under 4 minutes now with, again, one lone vowel. So he's falling a little bit behind, although he's still up by 6 points.
Yeah, and I think he's up 6 points. And I think if you're starting to look at the bag, I guess the vowel constant imbalance isn't as bad from his perspective as it was from Nigel's perspective. So maybe but yeah, he's going right now for Dong, it looks like, for only 10 points. But I think that it's quite merited. STAL goes very well with the E's in the bag, the I's in the bag, D, N, R, blank, C. So I think that would be a very nice play. The risk with playing your vowel here is that if you don't draw a consonant, not only you're not bingoing, but you're just probably dead in the water.
Yeah, now instead Gland. I feel like Gland is a better play than Dong. It scores more. It maintains your best S lane, and it leaves only 3 tiles in the bag as opposed to 4 with Dong. So, yeah, Dong or Gland, an interesting choice from Nigel's perspective. But I wonder what else you could do. He's thinking about slang now. He's got 2 minutes. Slang leaving 2 in the bag is ideal. But he might fall victim to some outscoring techniques coming his way, especially with no time on the clock. But he's going to go for slang. I think this is practical for him. It scores as best as he can. It leaves 2 in the bag, goes for that blank, goes for those scoring tiles unseen to him. He's got to play fast.
Yep. So slang is the play. That gives him, I think, a 27-point lead. Not the strongest lead, but you'll take anything you can get against Nigel Richards going into a pre-endgame. But yeah, this feels like a position that Nigel will find something close to an 100% win, given how good his tiles are.
Close to 100%, I would not say. From Nigel Richards' perspective, CDEIIJNRT is available. I do think Nigel Richards has the advantage in this situation, but I don't know what he's going to do. Unfortunately for Nigel Peltier, if you're playing somebody with 13 minutes on their clock in this position, they're likely going to take a large amount of the time they have left to make a decision. I don't think that'll be the case. For Nigel Richards, he's looking at Doozer, right? Through the O of Towie. That's going to score 36 points, bring him into the lead by 9. And with a lot of draws, that will win the game. But with some, it won't, I think. Maybe you're right, though. This does look really strong, just Doozer.
Yeah, I'm like trying to see. So, like, what 7s does Nigel Peltier have from Richards' perspective?
Doesn't matter. They don't play, right?
Well, I mean, after Doozer, right? Like, slang, like shedding the S, really loses a lot of potency of the pool, and so to me, it feels like Nigel Richards will be able to eliminate most threats, I think, and still retain the blank. So I think this play is just pretty dominant given what is left in the pool.
Yeah, it loses with precisely 1 draw, and that is a JD. Neuritic would now fit on top.
Nice.
But I think it might win with every other draw, especially this one. Nigel Peltier is not in time to score enough points. I wonder if slang was a mistake. It felt so strong, but he missed those vowels he desperately needed. And yeah, they're fixing the scores, but no matter how much time you give Nigel Peltier in this endgame, he's not going to win. Nigel Richards is going to threaten, I think, outplays here. Maybe not.
Yeah, it is
Veggie,
tough.
at least. Does he have an outplay? Oh yeah, he has Ide, EIDE, and Veggie. So Nigel Richards definitely going out next turn. Nigel Peltier has a J and 5 consonants. This is over. Crazy game. Amazing game, actually.
Yeah, really well fought. But these sorts of positions, I mean, it's the reason why Nigel Richards is the best player in the world. He kind of navigated the last few turns so precisely to get himself an advantage. Now, it helps that he drew both blanks, let's be clear. But he kind of took the most of the opportunities to kind of get a clean position here at the end.
It's just so crazy to me how quickly Nigel Richards played Doozer knowing there was, what, a 1 in 36 chance that that he was going to lose. Is that the correct math? I'm not a math guy, Morris.
Yeah, there were how many tiles unseen at that point? There were 2 in the bag.
Yes.
Yeah. So, 1 in 36. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no, wait, 1 in 72, right? Yeah, 1 in 70. Or no, you were right. 1 in 36. Sorry.
Sorry, I just noticed Nigel Peltier made the play of Jin with -1 second, just 1 second too slow. He's going to get that -10 off of his score. This will bring him to 382, but 372 will be the final after, I think, EIDE.
I think he might not go out right away. I think he's going to split this up.
Oh, no. He is, isn't he?
Right?
What is he thinking? Z first for 12? Yeah, we've seen this. Will Anderson made a tough decision in his endgame against Nigel where he left himself with pretty unworkable tiles. And yeah, this is okay. I blank Pito. Okay. Pito for 19. So quick. So quick by Nigel Richards. He's saying, well, if you want, you can play CERT through that E, but I'm going to go out with C for 21. So you shouldn't do that. This is just brutal. He does this to everyone. Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, so I guess if Nigel Peltier plays something else that doesn't give Nigel Richards C, he'd have either G off of the G in slang or Z off of the Z inducer. I realize that's a weird sentence to say aloud. GEE or ZEE as his 2 words.
Yeah. So he's already got 14 and 12 on offer. So if you play, I guess, tech or rec through this E, you're giving Nigel 1 more point. It's probably fine to do that. But yeah, such a brutal situation. It was an amazing game from both guys. I really don't feel like Nigel Peltier did anything particularly wrong this game. Same could be said about the GOAT, but it was an overall fantastic and fascinating opening position. We saw some great ideas from both of these 5-head minds. Okay, I'm not going to say 5-head anymore, but I tried. Nigel Richards to go out. He has 10 minutes on his clock. He's hesitating for some reason. Turns the board. He's going to play G for 14.
What if he passes, gets Nigel Peltier? No. I was going to say 2 seconds, but yeah.
There was a situation like that. You're not allowed to do that, but yeah, G for 14. Final scores after all is said and done. 408 to 390. Let's listen to the overhead mic if they have anything to say for themselves, these 2 shaded guys.
Yeah. 388. Oh, 408. 390.
I don't have either of those numbers.
Hit 360, right?
Oh, it's my jumbled score sheet. Sorry. You had 388.
Yeah. 15.
360. I messed something up. I'm sorry. So you had 369.
Yeah.
And then it was
19.
388. Sorry. 402. So 408 is your total.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had 390 with the penalty. 380.
Thinking I do?
Well done.
Well played. It's okay.
Played so
I
many.
can see again.
Yeah. Hopefully this tournament, but if not, then another time.
Okay. So what do I do here? Nigel went second. Nigel went third. Okay.
The shades have come off. The gloves have come off. I don't know if Nigel Peltier is going to be able to make the finals after this all-important game against his name doppelganger, his namesake. That's the word I was looking for. Morris, what a great game.
Yeah, and really instructive in a lot of ways. I think like the only mistake you could even consider there is if slang was a bit too premature, just because the S had a lot more potency than everything else in the bag. Now, Nigel Peltier might have not fully realized that, given that the Z and the blank were unseen. So this could just be a bias in what we actually saw unfold. But really instructive, really sharp position of play overall.
And we're going to get that round 24 matchup for you guys very soon. There are a bunch of very, very strong matchups at the top of this Division 1 field. We're going to take a small break, and we'll be back with an all-important round 24. 2 more games before lunch. We'll see you in just a few. Okay, everybody. This is the current situation at the top of Division 1. This is our enhanced scoreboard. It's a logjam, Morris. What are you thinking?
Yeah, logjam is the perfect way to describe it right now. What I'm thinking is that anyone in the green, I think, still could be in contention for the top 2 places that clinch you to the finals tomorrow. And I guess Ori Swift looks like he hasn't finished his game either, so he could also be. But much beyond that, you're looking in, and I don't think there's enough ground to make up with 5 games left before that point. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is once you start losing a game or two, if you're in the back half of this green portion of what we're displaying, it becomes really tough. So for people like Chris Cree, Andy Hong, Nigel Peltier, they might need to win out to clinch to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, 20-8, probably good enough. 19-9, maybe good enough. I don't know about 18.5, or yeah, 18.5, 9.5. I don't know if that's gonna do it. Anyways, the players are getting seated. We're gonna be showing you Nigel Richards versus Jackson Smiley. Jackson, 6th place, definitely needs to win the rest of his games, if not all but one, to make the top 2 spots. And Jackson going first, so he has the advantage there. He is just slightly behind Nigel Richards, 1/2 game behind. He also needs to make up a lot of spread. That's going to become very important. Jackson at plus 488, 2 players ahead of him at 58. Carl Johnson, Will Anderson. Will is at plus 490. He's only 2 spread points ahead. Carl Johnson plus 820. It's really hard for Jackson to get that.
Yep. So Jackson to go first here. This is, yeah, as Josh was saying, this might be a needed win for Jackson, and maybe if he gets all 5 wins here in his last 5 games before the finals tomorrow, he should clinch. 4-1 might do it, although he doesn't have a ton of spread. And if you're playing someone like Nigel Richards, you could hope to win, but you can't hope to win large. And right, you're not the favorite to win any position. Or not, I shouldn't say any position, but at the start of the game. Although Jackson did draw Troving as his opening rack. So he might be set to play that soon. And it looks like he is... Troving is invalid, I guess. I apologize. So he plays Voting, valid word, and this looks very good.
Yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me now. I'm not too sure. But yeah, Voting looks very, very strong for Jackson Smiley. 28 points. Nigel Richards, DIIRTTV. So not a great rack for him. Maybe Vidiot through the O looks pretty strong. Or Divot.
Yeah, seems quite reasonable either way. We talked a bit last game about the consequences potentially of not keeping a vowel, and how that could, if you don't draw a vowel thereafter, you could be very limited in future turns. So I think Divot kind of minimizes that risk, and slightly less defensive, but only slightly. There aren't that many tiles that can go directly underneath the eye in Divot.
Yeah, back to Jackson with another close rack. He's close to a lot of bingos. He's going to, I guess, take a little bit of time to make sure he's not missing something through an N, a G, a D. Nothing plays right now. So he might play something long. Veeler comes to mind from that V, but that gets rid of both E's. So I don't know. It's going to be a tough position to sort through for Jackson Smiley. Ideally, you keep AELR on your rack, but there's nowhere to play EOR that is very strong. So I'm curious to see what he comes up with here.
This isn't exactly an easy position. if you have all one-pointers without a bingo, everything feels uninspiring often. So he's going to look for a bit. He'll try to think about balancing leave versus scoring points here, but it won't be the most fun play to make, whatever he decides on.
Yeah, maybe Velar as well from that V just to keep that E in tow, but there's some danger there for overlaps. I'm not really liking anything here, and this feels like a time sink of a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe revoting. I'm not sure. That could be sort of interesting. And actually, like from seeing Jax and Nigel play a few times now, Jax isn't afraid to make these sort of in-between moves at the beginning of the game. But yeah, nothing seems great.
I've been in sorts of positions like this against superior players, and it always just feels like, am I missing something? Would they see something better here? It's so hard to focus on what's in front of you, but Wheeler looks very strong. It does suck to get rid of those first two E's, but there are 10 unseen to Jackson, the E being probably his favorite letter, but this looks very strong. Back to Nigel with Orbit and a TN on his rack. Will he change course? Sorry, that's a really bad pun. Or will he go with Orbit on top of DI for 19? I think that's what he was looking at. Nothing great here.
Yeah, so I guess that
goodness.
is that. Oh, Jackson draws both blanks, so something like Sorghum could come down next turn. We'll see what his most opportune bingo is, though. With the double blank, you're usually going to have a lot of options. So Nigel looks like he's now arranging to bot, maybe setting up a second T. So playing off of Wheeler. Bot has a few back hooks. But he goes, okay, he's going in a more contained position.
Yeah.
So.
It's a little too crazy. I'd set up bot, but we've seen Nigel make incredibly powerful setups, even those that seem like they take too many hooks. But yeah, bot here, keeping INRT, he's pretty likely to hit some of these floating letters, that E, that G of voting for ING words. And Jackson's maybe going to take some time here. He has both blanks. We both spotted sorghum. I think that's his only playable 7-letter word, but he has something insane through the OD.
Oh man, Godmother.
Godmother, it is. Beautiful find, Morris. That is insane. If Jackson sees that, I feel like that's maybe better than sorghum. It's the same score, but doesn't open a triple as dangerously as sorghum does. That might be his best play. Nigel would find it.
Yeah. So Jackson, though, is going to take a bit of time here, I think. And yeah, I guess, are there other high-scoring bingo? I guess through the L, there's probably something that could maybe score decently. But
Yeah, I keep seeing 9-letter words: logarithm, algorithm, logomorph. But yeah, something like hologram. There's nothing that goes all the way down hitting both doubles. That would be ideal here. That's what Jackson's probably looking for. He's also probably looking to this N of voting, maybe from it. There is nothing that scores more than 78, but Jackson doesn't know that, and he has both blanks. This is the most difficult position in Scrabbles when you have both blanks and so many potential options that either of those blanks could be one of 26 letters. How many possibilities does that give, Morris? Do you have that sort of math on hand? But it's just completely insane.
I would have just said 26 squared, but so I guess 25 squared is easy to do. You can and then just add from there. So you can, whoever does that fast in chat, congratulations.
Yeah. People asking in the chat, Nigel did draw a game. That's why you see that half next to his win-loss record. He drew a game against Chris Cree earlier in the tournament. I think they both played the perfect endgame. I know Nigel played the perfect endgame in that game, but yeah, he is between win and losses. While Jackson looks for stuff, he's seen Homegirl. I think he's considering that through the eye in voting. That's a strong option. The problem being H here and then O here. It's a lot of counterplay you're giving back. So that wouldn't be his best option here, but it is so difficult to find everything in these situations. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what comes down after a long thought process on turn 3 of round 24 of 28 before we crown the 2 finalists in the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship here in Maryland. Crazy situation in this game. Jackson does have the advantage if he can find decent bingo here. And Nigel Richards sitting on Jerd and Odd. That is by far his best looking play in the position. Jackson finds his 9 of Godmother. It'll block Jerd. If he plays Homegirl, it'll block Jerd. If he plays Sorghum, it won't block Jerd, but that might actually be really good for him if that triple isn't utilized.
This isn't an easy decision, and so he's looking to play Homegirl. The issue with this, as Josh highlighted,
Humoring.
He's humoring now. Cool. Yeah, so the issue with this, just Josh highlighted, and this is now a better version because the U doesn't create as many underlaps, but just it's now creating a pretty juicy spot on the triple. And the worst thing is, sometimes when you play a bingo, it creates 2 big spots. This only creates 1, and you'd think maybe 2 big spots leaves yourself exposed to more danger, which is true, but the real downside of something like humoring is that if your opponent takes the 1 hot spot, all of a sudden you don't have a counter play to counterbalance their high score. So humoring, a slight mistake, but it's a very good play still, and he's in the lead now.
Yeah, so Dejin going to come down very quickly for Nigel Richards. That's even better than the play he was going to make Jerd. It was interesting, mentioned in the chat, maybe Jackson was a little spooked by that play of bot. It could easily have been a setup for either that Z or that X. We know Nigel to make moves like this. Play of bot, yeah, pretty thin range of potential leaves he could have there. So that could have gone into the thought process. But definitely a big point sacrifice, and it did not work out for Jackson Smiley. But he's up. He has a balanced rack. He's in decent position. Do you play fork here? Do you open another triple?
I might do drink instead. Keep it a bit more contained. That seems pretty good. I think it only scores 1 fewer point. And the leave is still pretty good. 4 isn't at FOR, isn't quite as good a leave as DIN, but it does keep things a bit more contained for now, I think. So I might lean towards that, though. I see the merit of fork as well.
I like drink a lot better than fork. That K in that triple lane is just going to give such easy plays back to Nigel. They might not be high scoring plays, but in this situation, if he had played fork, just something like Tiki gets rid of Nigel's triplicate eyes. Drink looks a lot better, and Nigel not going to have a great play here with his draw. Very bad draw, actually, of EIIY.
Interesting. Yeah, so he has Yeti aligned right now in his rack.
He's going to play it here, I think.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. Yeah. So now he's looking at Riley, maybe, through the L, which seems reasonable. He's down now, and the board doesn't have a lot of floaters available to him right now, so sticking that R out is a nice option in the future. And to be clear, for now, is just because all these plays are kind of overlapping and such in this top portion of the board. The bottom is still wide open for possibilities. So once that gets opened up a bit, you could see a lot of potential long plays there.
Yeah, and I think Riley makes sense here. You might be drawn to exchanging IIY to keep that strong EIRT combination, but what if Jackson does something on top here and blocks that D? It's going to be kind of hard for Nigel to draw into something, but he's doing it anyway. It's such a strong leave. There is a lot of space left on the board. Jackson might not have a good play that blocks, but I think he's going to be very drawn to something like FAH right now. Just to inhibit that D. Most 8-letter words that contain a D will have it in late or final position. So I think this is a pretty automatic response for Jackson Smiley of FAH, and he plays it. Nigel with unmiter. That's not going to go on this board, is it?
Doesn't look like it to me. I guess he blocked on mitered also, which was pretty key. So that that was a pretty pivotal decision that Jackson might not realize how much the game could have swung if he didn't play Fa there.
Indeed, and Nigel just does not have great options now, I think. I'm not really sure what you do. That was really the reason I liked Riley. It created a little bit more space on this board. Such a likely response from a short exchange is a defensive play. Jackson was ready to sacrifice points to do something like Fa. He didn't need to. He had a great rack to play defense and score and balance, but I think after that exchange 3, Jackson just queuing into the strength of Nigel's rack and just saying, okay, well, I have the lead. I'm just going to block you. And now Nigel down almost 100 points with some really difficult decisions. Maybe Emu from that E, but I feel like that doesn't get anything done for him. He might be still looking to play something from the D eventually, but maybe time to open something new. Morris, what are we thinking?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that, let's be clear, you just said Nigel made a mistake, right? No, I'm just giving you some hard time. But yeah, Emu seems reasonable enough. But yeah, it doesn't really accomplish a lot in terms of the position. So I'd look for other things, but there really isn't anything inspiring. You could try. It's really hard even to completely fork the board open. I was trying to think of a play like Ute off of the D in Drink to just try to open it wide, but like that's just completely unmerited. Not even intending to say unmerited because Nigel's unmerit on his rack has letters, but yeah. So Emu like would be the kind of play I'd probably settle on, but not happily.
I think I like Grum here, setting up the E hook for Groom. Jackson might not have an E, even if he does. It's kind of difficult to maintain a blocked position after that. But Nigel just sitting there. He's probably a little bit concerned. Even Nigel Richards, when his bingo gets blocked, I think it affects him a little bit. But yeah, we'll see what he comes up with here. And yes, I do think Nigel potentially made a mistake on the last move, but we won't talk too much about that. Hindsight bias is strong. He's just going to play Emu. This makes sense. He's drawing a lot of 7-letter words next to that K of Drink that will open the board. He's drawing words through the G's on the board and from that D especially. So Jackson probably wanting to eliminate this from ever occurring, but at this point, it's kind of hard now. What do you do if you're Jackson, if you're trying to defend this lead? You're really wanting to block that D and Jin, aren't you?
A bit, but at the same time, Nigel just gave Jackson the opportunity to play flap for a lot of points. So I might just take that, continue extending the lead. If you try too hard to block a bingo and Nigel starts scoring 30, 40 points a turn, all of a sudden you're no longer up a bingo, you then are no longer up 40 points, etc. So I would just kind of, if I had a play like flap right now that doesn't open anything new, I might just go for that.
Yeah, Jackson looking at something. Actually, I don't know what he's looking at. Jackson, very similar to Nigel in showing us what he's considering. He doesn't
I think it's polar.
necessarily- Yeah, he doesn't necessarily line it up here. He is lining it up polar. I feel like flap is a better idea here, but maybe not. Maybe you want to keep the F for scoring in the future and for responding to low scoring bingos. But it's a point sacrifice. And if Jackson can just draw a bingo with AERO next turn, he's in incredibly good position to win this game. So I think I like this choice by him. High score, and he's up by over 100 against Nigel Richards.
Yeah, can't complain about that if you're Jackson. So Nigel did draw the Z, and as Josh was saying last game, he uses the Z extremely effectively. This is a pretty standard play, though. Grizz just scores a lot and starts to work with the bottom part of the board. So maybe the next few turns that develops.
Yeah, it's so hard now to do anything about this marginal lane, oops, that was created with Grizz, making Za. You can't play anything from the R unless you have an S. Jackson has a very tough decision here with QGP as his draw. Is he just going to take points here? He can play Gaper and Pung, but that is so incredibly dangerous. Or do you just exchange?
Yeah, this is not an easy. Like I feel like I keep saying every turn, this is not an easy decision. A big reason why I keep saying that is you're playing Nigel Rich 80-ish point lead feels temporary, just because you never know what he has. So Gaper, it does score, and it seems like, yeah, if you can take points against Nigel, you should. But I do understand the instinct to exchange too.
But look at this unseen pool, 27 vowels to 22 consonants. Jackson is probably very aware of this imbalance. He's going to go for PEAG. I think this makes a lot of sense. That keeps the extra consonant, doesn't open anything huge. That looks like way more sensible of an option. Even if Nigel doesn't have a huge bingo after Gaper, you can just imagine a super easy overlapping play, putting Jackson only up 80 or 70, and with that Q, you're not feeling good. Jackson playing PAG, unfortunately, no H to draw for QOPH through that P, but many I's to draw for QI and PI, so I love this decision by Jackson. Back to Nigel, who hasn't drawn an A for Za. So what is he going to do? How is he going to continue to try and throw punches in this game?
Yeah, that was an interesting decision. The other thing that Piag did is that the OD that into God there that he created, often you have to be careful about what letter you put on top. For instance, if you put the P there, APOD is a word. So that is really limiting opportunities in the future to bingo in row 2. So it not only was defensive in the sense that it didn't open any new opportunities, but oh wow, Nigel opening things up a bit. The W is not necessarily the easiest tile to play through in second position if you don't have a T or an S. Jackson will likely play parallelly to it, something like OW, but still, it's really opening things up.
Yeah, this makes sense. It's his highest equity play, so points and leave. There are tons of vowels unseen, so LINT is very strong. Jackson quickly going to play OW. This is not a position he needed to think too much about. Let's leave the board as is. Keep the QU together. If you open the board with a bingo, hopefully I can bounce back with a big Q play. And if you don't bingo, well, I'm up 124. What are you going to do about it?
So Nigel has all 1-pointers. Maybe Janitor here, just blow it up, score a bunch.
Yeah, Janitor looks very strong. It's his highest score by at least 6 points. It doesn't look really great in terms of what it opens. Feels like Jackson will easily shut down that bottom of the board. Just a lot of points. The problem is that D is still a really nice resource for Nigel Richards if he wants to keep it open. Maybe he wants to play something over here. Maybe he wants to do something a little insane, like NAIL. I don't know what
Oh,
he's
that's
going to do
very
here.
pretty. Nail is very pretty. Yeah, but I guess, yeah, like your point of look at the bag of all the vowels unseen. It is, yeah, so Nigel now maybe going for a loin with that idea of you want to keep two consonants to sort of counterbalance any vowel heavy draws you have. That does seem quite reasonable.
Yeah, a loin is a huge counterpunch, but look, all 4 S's still unseen. Is Nigel really about to make an S hook on this S-less board? I would be completely amazed if he does this, but it makes sense. He's in really bad shape.
The other thing is, so like S hooks to the triple are scary because it opens the triple, but you're only getting 6 extra points back. ALOIN are all 1-pointers. So as S lanes to the triple go, this isn't that insane a risk, I feel like.
And Jackson's got to think, well, he must have an S in reserve here, but he doesn't. This is an incredible idea by Nigel Richards. So counterintuitive. I can't believe it. Jackson is thinking of playing quinary for 58. He just has to double check that this is a word. He's looking up, just trying to make sure he isn't making this up. This is by far his best play. It does open a triple-triple, but a Y in a triple-triple lane, not a big deal. If he doesn't play this, he is way less likely to win this game. But if he plays quinal, this is a phony. If he plays this, he is going to lose his turn, and Nigel is going to be able to react. Please don't play quinal, Jackson. Please play quinary or something else, because this would be a humongous swing in the favor of Nigel Richards.
Yeah, we saw earlier today a player had the valid word set up in his rack and then switched to the invalid word to his detriment. It would. I really hope we don't see that twice. It's never fun to see someone so close to getting something so right and then washing that away. But he has quinary set up again, or quinary, and but he's moving it now just to playing AY. I guess that does score a lot, and it eliminates that opportunity in the future. So there is some merit to keeping the queue if you're not 100% on quinary here.
Yeah. Obviously, quinary by far the best play here, but if you have any uncertainty, I just feel like Jackson's seeing this is like, well, where am I coming up with this? Why wouldn't I just play this? But you get so worried about playing a phony in these positions. This is a great way to eliminate space on the board. He has huge chances at a playable word through that I. Obviously, this is a big point sacrifice, definitely a mistake, but I totally understand the logic.
Yeah, I could see, like, if you know trinary, right, and you might think, is it really also quinary? Am I making that up, right? Or binary, trinary, right? I feel like those two I link a lot more than the third that ends in INARY. So I understand that confusion to some extent. But Nigel blocking that spot now.
Oh my goodness. And there's still no S on either player's rack. Jackson's got to start worrying, like, okay, he's just blocked my spot. What am I doing with the Q now? Now there's this S spot. I think he's going to try and play lob maybe here to block a loins. Or is he going to overlap with something like BORN? This is a really tough situation. Jackson's still up 100 points in great position, but things are getting really spicy here.
Yeah, Born makes a lot of sense. I guess, though, it does create... actually, yeah, it does create the E back hook, right? So, or is that only BOURN? I forget.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good way to block the lane next turn.
True. So yeah,
Just
born.
no fear. This is crazy. Neither player has an S. Neither player cares too much about Aloyn staying open. Obviously, Nigel, to react, is going to play J. Dittic immediately, and he's going to have to hope for a very nice draw next turn because Jackson has drawn Squeals. This is it. This game is over. If he plays Squeals and Aloyns, Nigel Richards cannot come back from that.
Yeah, this is game clincher. Really nice job by Jackson last turn to say, you know what, even if I'm not 100% on this play, I'll still make a really good play to give myself chances. And I guess 2 turns, he always said that. And then last turn, kind of getting rid of the necessary things and clinching the game with Squeals here.
Nigel's drawn 2 U's. Oh my goodness, this is an amazing result for Jackson Smiley. He needed this game. Nigel, I think, still in the fold, but he's going to have to not lose any more games today, I think, after this loss. But Jackson up by 200 points after this play. There's no coming back from this.
Yes. So, and the funny thing is, Nigel normally just gets such huge spreads. With a tie, that doesn't matter nearly as much in his placement of the standings. There are a few people close by, like I think Ori and Chris Cree both have ties, but the spread here matters a lot more for Jackson than for Nigel.
Indeed. Nigel, with 7 tiles in the bag, he's considering lures and loons. Which one is better to give him more chances at a bingo? He knows better than anyone. I think his choice will be correct, but it's too little, too late. What a crazy game. So many tactics, so much board control by both players. I love to see this sort of game live on screen.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised rules wasn't in. I mean, I trust Nigel's calculation here. I just would have expected the R being slotted there to be the best chance for a bingo in the top part of the board. Maybe that just isn't there.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe he feels like he needs the R to bingo elsewhere, but yeah, slightly interesting decision. It's not going to matter. Nigel draws a lot of vowels. He is not going to bingo with that rack. That is disgusting. Jackson to act with 2 in the bag. I guess from his perspective, that R and that S that are not on Nigel's rack are lurking. So maybe he wants to block treasure from that T. There might be something else available in the pool. But I think Jackson's just going to go and block treasure if he sees it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing
Thais.
anything. What did you say?
He's looking at Thais, I think.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I'm not seeing any bingos that play aside from treasure. Re-raise, I don't think fits anywhere. So, yeah, this is about as good of a result as Jackson could have hoped for here. Now he's looking at decoy, it looks like. Also an interesting choice.
Yeah, decoy would not block treasure, but the likelihood that Nigel has treasure, not super high. But yeah, as Jackson works through this pre-endgame position, we're going to try and get our round 25 pairing for you guys. One more round before lunch. Yeah, Morris, what a game. What do you have to say about this? What did Nigel do wrong, if anything, in this game?
Well, I think the turn you were talking about was Riley, or not playing Riley, I should say, exchanging IIY instead of playing Riley to give an extra floater. That might have been the closest thing we saw to a potential quote-unquote mistake. Maybe playing Emu instead of something like Grum could have induced more panic from Jackson, but I don't think there's. These are at most very nuanced decisions that would be slightly off. I trust Nigel's instincts in a lot of those positions more than myself. So
You should trust me, Morris. Come on. Why are you trusting the GOAT? You should trust the commentator that has decided not to play this event. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of where Nigel could have made a different decision. Maybe even bought. I don't really think so. Yeah, Jackson, on the other hand, Quinary was missed, Humoring was inaccurate, but has played a fantastic game, controlling his lead, controlling the board, not being scared of that Aloyne's hook early on when 4S's were still unseen. Jackson's going to play Tai for 14, keep ECOT. He's going to draw RS if he does this, but he's going to decide against it. He's just going to play Thais. And I think actually here he might be threatening to go out next turn. But with drawing 2 tiles, I don't think that's what he's really most concerned with here. I think he just wants to block what he sees. And Thais does that. I don't think there's any unseen bingo to him after that. He can also play Yeats. But he's taking it back, just taking his time. When you're playing Nigel, you're seeing ghosts. Even in positions like these, like I don't want to lose out on spread if there's something that Nigel could have that I don't see. CETES being played, that seems pretty good as well.
Yeah, that's very pretty. It sets up the Y for scoring. So maybe that was part of the logic there. And the bag is now empty. And Nigel will play a perfect endgame, and then we'll cut the overhead mic shortly thereafter.
Before he lines a play up, what's your play? What do you think you do here? Quick.
Oh God, I feel like I just shut my brain off a bit. I sort of
Too late.
Yeah, it's sort of like in the Chat GPT world where like certain tasks you feel like I haven't been as intentional in. I feel like in endgames when Nigel's playing, I swear, okay, he's doing his Nigel thing.
So I don't see a second outplay. EAU goes next to Born and Underborn.
NJ Didic.
Oh, okay.
EAU.
Very nice. Jackson's just going to play Soy. I think that's probably his best play. Jackson mentioned to go out with AU. Jackson Smiley taking this game against Nigel Richards. Morris. Pretty upset.
Yeah, let's cut to overhead mic.
Four. 300 and 474. 470. Thank you. Interesting. You did it was you with this. Oh, you did not? Well, you got me to sacrifice a lot of points. Seemed like an odd play with it. Or an X. Yeah. Ah. Well, there you go. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to take a break for you guys. We're going to have around 25 pairings for you as well. I believe we're going to be seeing the game between Nigel Richards and Joey Craftchick in round 25. And we'll be back when the players are seated and ready. See you in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to round 25, the final round of the morning. Day 4 of 5, the Scrabble Players Championship here in Maryland. I am a couple flights of stairs from these two guys, Nigel Richards and Joey Craftchick. I'm joined here by Morris Greenberg to call the action. Nigel to act first.
Yes, and this is quite a pivotal game. It looks like Joey and Nigel both just lost, and so they're going to be, I think, in something like third place or maybe fourth and fifth place kind of thing. And so whoever wins this round will still firmly be in contention. Whoever loses this round might be, even if they win out, it will be a bit tough slugging. So Nigel on turn. He starts with FGNRTUY. What's jumping out to you, Josh? Turfy?
Yeah, just Turfy here, keeping the GN combination. Looks best by a mile for 30 points, putting that T on the star. We're going to see a patented vertical opening from Nigel Richards. So this play will come on the board momentarily. Joey Craftchick with BEGNOQU to respond. So that'll be an interesting turn, I think. I think both players probably likely to keep that GN combination, hope for an I. Nigel taking slightly over a minute here. I'm very surprised. Turfy for me, I think I would have played that within 30, 40 seconds. But yeah, back to Joey. I think maybe you play Roke here or something. Is there something to that Y? Roke for 34 looks pretty strong.
Yeah, seems quite reasonable. So we will see what Joey does. It looks like he's now starting to separate the Q and the U.
He's looking at Bygone, which is an interesting
pretty.
way to keep the QU together. Scores a little bit less, but it's a good combination of letters. BNG a little bit less good, but I think I would still play Roke.
That is definitely worth considering. I guess. Yeah, either seems quite reasonable. I am trying to think if the back hooks to Roke are more likely after Turfy. Maybe the T is slightly more likely than normal, although Tufty might be preferred anyways. I'm not sure. So I think either is reasonable, but maybe Joey's just considering are there inference things he can do based on Turfy.
Yeah, I don't think you can call Nigel on having a T here just because of Tufty. But yeah, Roke definitely dangerous. There are 5 T's unseen to Joey. There are 4 S's. So yeah, I'm not sure what I would do. I think I would still do Roke. It is a little bit more dangerous though. And Nigel with a fantastic draw. He was looking at playing tradings from that T in Turfy. I wonder if this U is going to get him anywhere closer. But after Roke, maybe dashing or something like that. It's a bit better. Does dashing take an S though?
I always mess this up. I think only shadings takes an S. I could be wrong. But yeah, dashing would score a bit more than tradings, and it doesn't have that S out in space like tradings does. So it looks like Nigel's maybe arranging his tiles towards that now, and that's likely to come down soon.
Yeah, normally in positions during the opening stages of a game, highest scoring bingos would be double doubles, hitting 2 of those pink squares, or 1 to the triple, hitting that red square. But sometimes when a heavy enough play hits the board like Roke, higher scoring options will be hooking that play, making a second word. Dashing coming down. We were correct. Shading takes the S, but not dashing. And Joey with a terrible draw, unwept being blocked. That would have been a nice way to get rid of some of his stuff. Now what do? Wing? In order to play Pwn, PWN? This is a very bad draw.
Yeah, maybe tubing. You obviously don't love keeping the W, but BUP just feels very unsynergistic. So that might be what I go for here, but nothing great.
Yeah. Joey's going to have to take maybe at least a couple moves to sort through his junk, but a very bad start. After Roke, I think, was a totally fine play. That huge draw from Nigel and that very bad draw to BGN for Joey. Nigel has drawn an S and a Z, so he's going to have some pretty decent options to work with, no matter what Joey does. It's actually one letter off of Zings through that G. So maybe some crazy play keeping ZIS is in tow for Nigel Richards, depending on what Joey does. Tubing, wing keeping BP. I think tubing slightly better. You could also consider maybe exchanging here. I think that would be a mistake. Yeah, Joey taking
tubing,
uncharacteristic amount of time. Sorry, go ahead, Morris.
I would say tubing's enough points that exchanging doesn't make a lot of sense to me, especially when you're down by a high-scoring bingo now. 22 points is a lot to sacrifice.
Yeah, agreed there. Yeah, like I was saying, Joey, usually a fast player, Nigel as well. But yeah, this sort of rack merits a little bit more thought. Like, what do we do with this? But tubing is lined up. I think that's where we're going to see. I don't expect any other play from Joey. I guess you could consider, yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, tubing for 22, putting Joey at 56 to 113, and Nigel to respond probably with G's, right?
Yeah, although now I really want an AL word fitting with Kot and Ulu at some point in this game, like a double-double through the F. That'd be awesome.
Wow, that would be really cool. Yeah, could we think of a double-double here?
It doesn't even need to be a bingo.
Huh. That'd be really cool. Okay, Joey's gotten some help. He's drawn a couple of A's, and he's reacting very strongly to G's for 42.
Well, he has
Just
Warplane.
really, yeah, he can play Warplane. I hope he's not going to miss this after shaking his head in disbelief, being down 100 points so early in this game. Hopefully he'll get his mind in to the right situation. Yes, there he goes. He's seeing Warplane, so nothing too much to worry about for Joey Craftchick. He was definitely on tilt after G's, but Warplane coming down very heavily, if I can make a pun there. And Joey still in this game. Nigel with FCHIILS. How is he going to react?
We'll see. But yeah, Warplane, a huge pull from Joey. I guess ironically he did have the AL there, but maybe we'll see that later on. Yeah, immediately to me, I might. So he is Cliffed. Is that right? Or no, Cliff. Cliff. That makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cliff and Of. Yeah.
Lined up. And this is a great play. It scores a lot of points, keeps the SH together. Unfortunately, you cannot put an S on this word Scliff. That is only valid in the international lexicon. We don't expect Nigel to make a mistake in that regard. But yeah, very strong play regardless. And Joey with a terrible draw of 7 consonants. Now, maybe he's a little bit in the right to be upset about the situation at hand. They're correcting the scores. Joey probably going to very quickly and instinctively exchange most of these tiles once his turn resumes. What would you keep here, Morris? NT, just an N, just a T, and G together? Maybe just an N, right? But lots of vowels left.
Yeah, I was going to say, at the start of the game, there's a lot more consonants than vowels. I forget the exact ratio. I should know this by now. But the fact that there are more vowels than consonants just indicates it is probably slightly better to keep 2 consonants here than normal. But he's just keeping the P. That's super cool. I wonder what threats he sees with that the P offers specifically.
Yeah, we see Joey make these decisions definitely non-standard for a top player to keep just a P when he's down in a situation where he probably wants to bingo. The P is not going to help him achieve that as well as something like NT would. He likes to keep what he calls blockers, I think. That is a letter that scores something, but is also decently likely to bingo. That was a good draw for him, but I think I would have preferred to see him keep 2 constants there and probably NT. But Nigel is going to play Isothere very quickly. That's 72 points. That is his best bingo. And it's going to be very hard for Joey to come back from this.
Yeah, but we'll see. I mean, the nice thing about keeping the P there and now trying the K is you can get a pretty high scoring play this turn and still keep pretty good letters. So I wouldn't necessarily completely count him out yet, but yeah, his chances are dwindling, let's say.
Yeah, so maybe Polka is a potential play, Polka. That scores 30 points, but eliminates a decent amount of space on this board. What else would we do here? KOP maybe? I just feel like you want to leave this area open. You're down over 100 points, but maybe you have to just, tighten up and make what appears to be your best play on points and leave in this situation.
Yeah, maybe core KORE off of the WA. That might be what my eye's drawn towards a bit.
I guess Joey has that S, so if he had some way, maybe if he plays Pore, P-O-R-E, instead to set up Spore, that could be something worth considering. Wonder about something like that.
Yeah, I just think there really aren't even any double letter lanes open at this point, to the point where that spot's just naturally going to be the best scoring spot often for Nigel. So I like the idea, but if I was to make a play like that, I would maybe go for something more like Ka and AW if I were really trying to set up my S. Now that also takes an O front hook. But I feel like that won't naturally get blocked nearly as often and forces your opponent to actually have to address that in a more direct way.
I don't know though, like if you play Pore and something comes down to the right, you'll still have 7 spaces to work with on that triple. So Karoo, the choice by Joey. Again, lots of vowels left, so keeping 3 constants here better than usual. PLS has good synergy, and he's hoping for a nice draw here. Still a blank unseen. Nigel going to instantly play Yao here. That scores 35, keeping MRTI. Definitely don't want to keep that I if you can help it, but 35 points and a very, very decent leave seems very good for Nigel Richards. Maintains a 100+ point lead in this position.
So Joey's on turn now. He did not draw the things he was hoping for. So he's going to need at least one more turn to kind of clean out his rack before getting in bingo range. So we'll see what he does. What's jumping out at you, Josh?
Nothing at all is jumping out at me here, unfortunately. Maybe Verl and LI just to get rid of some of that junk. You can hope for maybe a very big play to that K. It's starting to look really dire here. 123 points down on this board. This T is Joey's best resource for the remainder of the time it stays open. I'm thinking about possibly setting myself up again, like long term. Do you play Paddy for 7? Hope to draw something?
What do you think of Paul, P-A-W-L, through the A-W instead? It's not quite as lucrative. It's still a pretty lucrative setup, though. But that kind of keeps you, that keeps you a bit more balanced.
You can draw a lot of stuff there.
You can draw a lot of stuff there. Through the A, maybe even off of Karoo, that pairs okay, or the I and Isothere. So Yeah, I that sort of play I feel like is sort of the dynamic play he might need to make at some point, whether that's this turn or like the next turn or two after. Um, we'll see if how Joey analyzes that.
Yeah, likely draw of EE would give him Shrieve, Shrieve, and Shiverer. He can draw into, I think, Ravisher. I think there's a lot of things he can hit with very common draws. That's a very nice find by you, Morris. So I'm happy. to have you on
Vanisher,
board.
also Lavisher, Shrivel.
Well, he
right,
would need he would need to
you
get
need
rid
to
of
draw
that
the
R.
up. Yeah.
He would need to get rid of that R for that sort of stuff. But
Oh,
still a
right,
lot
yes,
of-
yes.
Still a lot of stuff that can be drawn here. So he's doing
Ah.
it. Beautiful. Great play. Called out by Morris. Found by Joey Craftchick. This is a fantastic resource in this position. Love to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is what top level Scrabble is all about. You're really trying to create chances when you need when you're down, and obviously Nigel Richards is one of the best of them, but Joey definitely can make these plays too, and we'll see how Nigel responds to this. I mean, it's pretty hard to maybe like you could play something like a dit, I guess, to really address that, but I wonder if Nigel pulls the trigger on something like that.
That is a good way to block the setup. If you're Nigel, you're probably thinking, Joey, very likely to have an S and or a blank here. I've asked him about similar positions, and he's like, well, I don't know, but I can think that there's a pretty good chance that you have something like that. He was looking at playing Maigre through that G and E, which would open a pretty juicy spot underneath, but score very well in the process. I wonder what he's thinking now.
Is he just thinking of Tibia through the A in Karoo? Yeah.
Okay. Why not? Fair enough. Play off your two I's, play off the B, keep MAR. That works very strongly with that T in Turfy. Just a nice counter punch by Nigel Richards.
Yeah, so quite interesting. Yeah, I wonder if he's. I guess, yeah, the A and the R are two pretty decent lanes. So if Joey doesn't have a play this turn through Paul, Nigel's likely to be able to block and address that directly next turn.
Yeah, so Joey looking at Shiver. Shrive would also play in the spot that he just set up. That's 50 points. He's down 123. I think you take points here, hope for a really good draw. Hope you can still hit that T of Turfy while it's still open. Maybe you can reopen the board next turn if Nigel tries to block. I think you have to take the points here.
Yeah, do you prefer playing off the R here or keeping it? Given, I guess it's now even vowels and consonants, so maybe you play it off.
No, maybe you do keep it. Maybe that really helps you draw something to that T and Turfy. Possibly worth 3 points. It seems really close to me. Back to Nigel with AAEMNNR. Probably going to do something like mana in this spot. Or maybe he just takes points here. He has a lot on offer with just MAP. Keeping AAE and NR.
So he has mana lined up right now. Although he could also just have map lined up. It's somewhat unclear from this. Both seem reasonable. I think mana is nice because it eliminates some worst case scenarios. If Joey has like the J right now, for instance, this limits that ability a lot to score. So mana comes down, very reasonable.
Yeah, it's crazy that with a bingo lead, Nigel not afraid of opening a nice, juicy 8-letter word lane from that M, but he's just going full out offense. He likes the board as is. He likes his chances at drawing a bingo himself as he draws into reagent. Is something going to play? I'm sure there's something available for him.
Yeah, I need a minute to scan the full board.
That's okay. He'll just show you if there is something available.
Yeah, that's true. So right now he doesn't have anything aligned, so I don't think, at least for now, there is anything. So anyways, Joey also close to a bingo at this point, but not quite there. He does have some scoring ability if he burns his S. I guess he could also play map. I was thinking maps is just so much, but
I don't think you need your S here if you're Joey Craftchick. I think you take 12 more points for maps. You're so far behind. You need every point that you can gather here in your quest to equalize the score. So I think I like this decision a lot. Keeping CDIR, hoping for one of those E's, hoping for a nice draw to that T of Turfy and that M of Mana, which are now so far apart that it seems almost impossible to block both at once.
well, I don't know. You can make a play ending, making a two-letter word with the I and oh wait, no, sorry, no, never mind. Ignore that. I said that.
No worries.
So Nigel on turn now. As we were saying, he has really strong bingo letters. Doesn't have any bingo set up on his rack. Should indicate he has no bingo. We weren't seeing one either.
Yeah, he had his TE separated. I wonder what he was thinking of before the play of maps. You could just drop the E for 10 here. Keep very strong leave. If you draw an I, you're bingoing. But I feel like we're going to see something a little bit longer. Was he thinking of Ty and Manat? Very
Was it
curious
just
to see what he
TE?
decides.
Oh, sorry, was it just the TE? I thought he might have been playing Teal, T-E-E-L, in the same spot you were highlighting, Josh. That might be what he's thinking. There are a lot of E's left. There's a lot of I's left, too, to pair with the NG you'd be keeping there. So that might be what he's thinking. I mean, he could even keep an E if he wanted to. He could play T-A-E-L there. But I think Teal is probably a bit better with the RNG. It's going to be close.
Yeah, this is one of the last two A's in this game, so becomes a little bit more important to keep every single case tile, just so that you have less of a high chance of duplication and just more plays available to you. The A goes pretty well with the G in comparison with the E, so very interesting. If he plays Teal, I mean, that's 24 points. He's up by 54 now. I think that's a very good play. I don't think the play of maps changes all that much in the decision-making process. So we see Teal come down, Joey Craftchick with CDIJLRO, not what he needs immediately to threaten to come back in this game, but he'll be able to part with his J, do something, and hope for a good draw next turn. But it's getting closer and closer to a situation where hard for Joey to win. What do you do here? Jerd and ID? Something shorter? There's nothing great here.
Jerd is nice in the sense that it preserves the M lane for most of the rest of the game, if I had to guess. By playing Jerd, it's going to be very hard to make a play that blocks column 1. So the J just out in space there just really isn't conducive to playing to the left of it. So that does have some merit. It also scores decently in COL, is good. Ahi might be another option off of the A in mana, especially if you draw an E to CDLOR. That's really good. So I think one of those two plays is what I'd lean towards.
Indeed, and Jerd comes down. That scores 23 points. And back to Nigel with RIVAING. Look what just happened. Rivaling was blocked just out of nowhere. That D and Jerd inhibiting that lane. So a little bit of help for Joey to potentially come back into this game. But he's looking for an N. With his rack, Canoodle would be very nice.
Oh, is he sitting? I was going to say, is he sitting at Vergay, but he has the G. Oh, he's just doing Virga instead of, which I think makes sense. That actually is one of the few plays that does block the M. I was thinking he was going to play Verge.
He should.
He threw the GE. Yeah, now he has that set up. So, yeah, I guess I've noticed Nigel when he kind of goes through these plays. It looks like he really does it sequentially, like he scans row by row of the board. So he first holds aside Virga on row 4, and then by the time he gets to row 14, he does Verge. So I shouldn't have spoke too soon there. He does make that play. A really nice kind of board killing play on that portion of the board for now. Although the A, I guess no, Joey played the S after map. So the one thing I would have been nervous about there is to make Tav to create a really hard lane to block, but no more S's left.
Yeah, now Joey to react. He has 7 tiles on his rack and 7 tiles in the bag. So my first thought is playing cooled and did, just to leave 1 tile in the bag, leave this T open, leave some potential options available from the C, which is a better lane than the M. So replacing the M with a better lane, hoping for a really good draw. But is it going to be enough? He's down 91 points. His play scores well, but Nigel might be able to just outscore him, especially with this rack. Coxing feels like way too much to overcome.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. I guess he's very likely to draw the blank. Yes, he has it now. So we'll see what his last tile is.
He slammed it. It was an O. That is not what he needed. He needed that T, which is the last tile in the bag. But little does he know that Nigel is just going to outscore anything he could possibly have with a play putting him over 110 points in the lead. So yeah, unfortunate situation for Joey Craftchick. He made some very nice plays under pressure to give himself chances, but Nigel's offense, not his defense, was too strong in this one. So Nigel's just going to check his score sheet, double check that there's nothing huge unseen to him. And I think he's just going to go ahead and play Coxing. Maybe there's something to be said about something else. I feel like you can't do anything else. I feel like there's going to be bingos playable no matter what for Joey Craftchick. You can't block everything.
Yes, that seems like the right train of thought. If you have that play, that I'm pretty sure that that should well outrun any bingo, anyways.
Yeah.
Given that there's only one in the bag, so I don't see how Nigel gets away from this. This seems all but locked up.
If anyone's going to deviate from just this clear winning play, it's Nigel Richards, but I feel like there's just too much unseen to him for him to try and afford to block more. Acetones was the biggest threat probably through that C, excuse me. Sorry for that chicken scratch. And yeah, this blocks the worst of it, but the T coming out of the bag is perfect. That means no bingo for Joey Craftchick. He's just going to slap something down, I think. Or maybe he'll just sit there. Depends. Sometimes when you're in this situation, you're just like, well, I don't want to do anything. Sort of just like, I'm really upset with what happened this game. But I think Joey is just going to do something here. Nigel Richards to play with DUT. I don't know that he has an outplay, though.
I don't see one immediately either. So he's going to play Puja. And I wonder if we see Nigel make a... I mean, if he can't go anyways, that's fine. I was going to say EEEN makes it seem like Nigel will split moves no matter what.
Yeah, quickly, find your play, Morris. Come on, this is take 2. Find the play you would make in like 5 seconds. Too late.
Okay, ducked.
Yeah,
fair enough.
That is an outplay. All right, let's listen to the overhead mic. Probably won't get much to work with, but Nigel Richards takes this game against Joey Craftchick. Joey has signed the score sheet or the score slip and walked away from the table. Yeah, a tough loss for Joey. He's going to need to win the rest of his games to have a chance at the finals. So, Morris, that's it for us today. You will be back to call the finals with me tomorrow, but we have 3 more games this afternoon. We will be back from lunch pretty late, I guess. 2:30, 2:45. I'm not sure if they changed it back to 2:30, but that game finished very quickly. So we'll have a long break. I'm sure there's a game going on the Let's Play Scrabble channel, right, Morris?
Yeah, so you can watch your Collins fix, and then if you had enough of that, or no, I didn't mean to say that. if you had enough of that specific game and want to see Nigel again, you can flip back and forth. And then if you've had your Nigel fix, go back to that game. It's great that we have 2 streams for the first time. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how these last 3 games after lunch unfold before the finals and the finals tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. All right. We will see you guys soon. Thanks for watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after lunch with 3 more games. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to day 4 of the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship in Hanover, Maryland. This afternoon, I have Chris Canick with me. We're here to call the final 3 games before crowning the 2 finalists. Chris, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. I'm glad to bring the perspective of the better Canick brother to the commentary for the first time this tournament.
Very nice. Yes. It's a family affair over here. I wanted to mention I have a picture here. These are the current odds for who will make the finals. Mac Meller doesn't even need to win any games necessarily to make it into the finals, but if he wins this next one or any of the next 3, he is pretty much locked in at 92%. Will Anderson facing Nigel Richards in their next game, 32% to make the finals. Nigel, 29%. After that, Jackson Smiley, Nigel Peltier at 21%. Everyone else lower than 2% to make the finals. So we're going to be showing these potential finalists in the last 3 rounds. And I can't wait to call this next game. It is a rematch of a game we've already shown, but Will Anderson, our favorite content creator, and Nigel Richards, our favorite Scrabble player. So I think the players are seated, but still a few announcements being announced. Chris, are you excited for this?
I am obviously excited. We get one of the top content creators on commentary and on the board as well. But yeah, this should be a great game. Will and Nigel, one of the Nigels. Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm glad we get to see some top caliber games.
Imagine a Nigel versus Nigel showdown. Oh my gosh.
And it's very possible, like you were saying, though. Like you were saying, Mac, he's essentially unlock. If he wins just one of these, he's basically in. But the double Nigel would be very entertaining.
Yeah, we saw them earlier today sporting their shades. Both of them telling me during lunch, I don't know if my opponent wanted to look into my shades, they might have been able to see my tiles, but of course, that was all for content, and none of them, nobody in this room, nobody in contention is trying to do something like that. Super excited for this matchup. It is going to be Nigel first against Will. Will, we saw play earlier today. He made a tragic blunder. There is no more time for error at this point in the tournament. 3 rounds left. After these 3 rounds tomorrow, 3 more rounds for everybody else, and the 2 finalists will play a delayed best of 5 showdown. I cannot wait to call that one. There's also another stream right now being transmitted on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel. We keep plugging that, but it's the first time simultaneous streams are happening. Super excited for that as well. Thanks everybody for watching. I think we're ready.
Excited.
Are we? Can we cut to the
Maybe,
board?
potentially.
Maybe. Yes. No.
Nice.
Maybe. Okay. A few more announcements. I can still hear it actually. I am a little bit far away from the playing room right now, but I can hear the booming of the mic. So we got still some clapping going on. Nigel Richards not clapping at all. I wonder why. Maybe he's not like the rest of us.
Yeah, he has transcended the announcements. He's already 5 plays deep into this game before seeing a single one of his tiles.
Yeah, so Nigel at 16.5, 8.5. He is a game and a half off of Mac, who is in first place. Will is a game behind Mac. And
a game
no one else at 17 and 8.
Yeah, a game and quite a bit of spread, which kind of functionally makes him a bit more than 1 game back. I don't want to get too deep into the who might finish where and all of that speculation, but these spreads are going to be so important in such a closely clustered field. Even with the ties, there's, I think, more than 1 player theoretically in contention for the finals with a tie, which is crazy to think about. So regardless, these next few games are going to be so important.
Yeah, and everyone's shooting for 2nd place except Mac pretty much. So Yeah, it's kind of a weird format. This is an interesting pairing, I would say. The fact that Nigel is playing Will, Nigel in third, Will in second, feels kind of weird to me, I guess, because it sort of helps Mac out
Mhm.
because one of these guys is going to lose, or I mean, we might see another tie. That would be hilarious.
That would be very excellent. A lot of drama also just within this one game, but also for the overall standings. But yeah, Mac definitely probably breathing a sigh of relief that these two are going to play each other, which guarantees a loss for one or the other or the tie. But any of those outcomes helps him in his situation, which is probably, as you say, why he was 92% chance to win. Actually, that may not have even factored this pairing in. So maybe he's even higher because of this pairing specifically.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to pair a situation where, there's just this separation after 3 more rounds. People vying for the spot in the finals, of course, at the top of the standings, but everyone else vying for a spot in the top 8, I believe, maybe top 10. Usually they pay around top 10. Obviously, it's just amazing. This is the most prestigious event in North America. Finishing in the top 10 here is quite the achievement. But I believe they'll be paying maybe top 9, 10th player maybe gets a dictionary. That's sort of a slap in the face if you finish like 10th and then you get a dictionary. It's like, well,
Yeah, it's like,
gotta
well,
hit the books.
exactly. It's like, here, try reading this a little bit. Maybe you'll do better next year. Ouch, honestly.
So you commentated last year, is that right, Chris? Maybe even 2 years ago. I've just been playing. I don't even know who's been calling the shots. There's so much content out there on YouTube of previous situations, previous championships, but you're no slouch and you're no stranger to this commentary. I'm excited to have you on board.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to be on board. I have done a little bit of this for Scrabble. I've done quite a bit more for other competitive pursuits, lots of video games and such like that, which I won't get distracted by here. But yeah, not my first chance on the mic. Notably, I forgot what event it was, but I did commentary with my brother, and it was a little bit of the meme, but these two players were near the top of the standing, so it sort of made sense. Myself and Matt Kanik got to commentate a game between the Reinke twins from Wisconsin. So it was brothers commentating brothers. Was a wonderful time. Many memes to have been had. But yeah, I'm excited to get back in on some top level play with these two, not brothers. Pretty sure at least.
Yeah, I remember the first time, or one of the first times I spoke with Nigel. It was in the context of someone else with his last name, and I thought they were related. Made a pretty big social blunder in assuming that. Nigel Richards, Nigel Peltier in the same division, all contending
Yes.
for a spot in the finals. They are not related. Sometimes it's very difficult to call certain players if they have different first names. I think it's pretty easy.
Yeah, it does make it a little easier. It would be quite confusing if Chris Cree found his way onto the stream here, just because you have Chris commentating, Chris playing, and our last initials are the same, and that could be confusing, but not this round at least. This one should be easy enough to keep in order.
Yeah. Also, would like to mention, we mentioned this earlier. There was a small delay to start the stream this morning. The reason for that was our producers behind the scene, the K family. It's crazy. They won People of the Year. I don't know if it's the first time there's more than one person crowned Person of the Year, but like me and Morris were like, oh, are we ready to start? And we're like, wait, where did our producers go? They were accepting the award for Players of the Year. Even though they don't play Scrabble. So huge congrats there. Yeah, these guys are ready to start. Announcements are finally over after 13 minutes. Nigel to go first. I can't wait to see what comes out of the bag. This is going to be an incredible game, very important as well in the standings.
Of course, yeah. Nigel appears to be grabbing his first tiles. I do want to go back on what you were just saying earlier. Enough things cannot be said to the producers, but it does seem like they're getting at least some recognition, which they absolutely deserve. But into the game, Nigel pulling out some tasty scoring options. Maybe not exactly when you'd want them, but what do you think he's going to look for on this play, and why is it G's?
Yeah, G's keeping LSW, scores pretty well, gets rid of that G. Doesn't create any hooks for Will to use immediately. We've seen Nigel actually just last round make the play of G's in the bottom right. So we're seeing a little bit of deja vu to start this game off, but I don't think he's going to play G's in the bottom right corner. Will would be able to challenge that if he did, but he could also let it go if he's really, really vying for that Scrabble content. But yeah, G's, do you play it here? Do you play it one spot below? Nigel might play it somewhere weird, but no, it looks like he's playing it in a normal spot, maybe sort of egging Will on to overlap. No, that's what I thought he would do. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this makes more sense. I feel like if Will overlapped that Z with the A, Nigel would only have an S to hook onto it. So I think this is a better
Mhm.
placement. Over to
Yeah.
Will. What is going on here?
That is not what you want on your opening rack for sure. None of these options look particularly appetizing. Azo or Zoo or Zoa seem to be your best choices. And I mean, Cat obviously there seems to not be doing well in a simulation, though, which I'm a little surprised by, but I guess the 4-vowel leave is not great. Ugh.
Yeah. It's
What do you
just
do?
I don't even think it's worth playing through this.
Yeah.
Cot just gives back a lot of counterplay on the overlaps, keeping AIOO. Normally I say you have a Q play that scores decently, play it, but here I might just exchange and keep AT. I'm not really sure. Will looking at Cot right now.
Yeah, he's looking at Cat, but you can tell by the body language he's not excited about it, both on the camera and just like the way he keeps flicking the tile next to it. Like, here, QAT, do I want to do that? You can tell he's not happy about this draw and about his options with the draw. Does look like he's going with the exchange as you recommended, and I think I agree.
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah, trying to play through that just doesn't feel good, especially with the setups that Cat would give.
Yeah, totally in agreement there. Nigel is going to play the
Did you get
new
a
word
chance to jump into Nigel's play?
Luke. Yeah, Luke looks very good.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was going to make a really bad pun there. Luke for 16 points, setting up the S hook, and Will has
Yeah.
drawn Atneys.
Yep. Yeah, Will has gotten exactly the kind of draw you'd like to see after such an unfortunate first draw. Really comes down to where he'd like to put it, because he may have a few different options here.
Yeah, Atney's making Za or Atney's making Luke's. I think scores more with Luke's, and I think the spot might be slightly more dangerous, but not really enough, I think, to justify a point sacrifice. So I think I'd take 76 here. Doesn't feel great, but you're taking a 32-point lead on this board. There's still work to do, but it's definitely better than not bingoing. Sometimes people are scared to open triple triples even with a bingo, but in this case, you have to take the points. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, I think the 5 points there makes that absolutely worth the increased danger. And importantly, it doesn't give back the easiest bingo to Nigel. He may still have something here that I'm not spotting immediately, but let's see. Okay, no, yeah, he's got at least one option, maybe more.
Yeah, he's got a couple bingos, but Roselle is not going to come down as a double-double for 90, so that is good for the content here. We did see Nigel take a pretty easy game before the lunch break, but he spotted Rellenos through the N. I hope I'm pronouncing that okay. Can also play Solaret with 2 L's to the T if he's really, really concerned about that A for some reason and not concerned with placing an E right above or right below this triple. So yeah, we're going to see Rellenos come down pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's already got it set up, and he does like to he does have the tendency of setting up the play he's thinking about going for, And yeah, he's just going to lay that down. I think similar logic to the Yatney's position. You take the extra points here. Don't worry too much about playing defense, especially this early in the game.
Yeah, back to Will now with AACFOOU. Not great. Yeah, that's the play I've spotted of foul going down to the L of Rellenos for 21. Might be his best option here. You can use the same letters to play tofu. I don't see why you would sacrifice 7 points. You kind of want to get rid of AOU, but there's really no good way to do that. I don't know here.
Yeah, no appealing options. And I wonder if Will maybe pulled some of those same vowels he exchanged earlier right back out of the bag. Double AO at least were among the ones he threw, or no, AO were among the ones he threw away. Either way, not great. I think foul just kind of makes too much sense to skip. You might kind of be looking for more fun stuff elsewhere on the board. Not a lot of outstanding options here.
Yeah, I guess Foal. Yeah, Foal being suggested as well. FOAL. Both of these plays, 21 points using that center top triple. Maybe you play the duplicate A over the U. Often it's a toss-up between keeping a U and keeping another vowel versus keeping that same vowel twice. That's how bad the U is. The Q is still out, so that might be a small consideration here, but I really don't know between the two what I would do. I guess you start to think about particular draws, like high probability draws like Inocula if you keep the U, Ocarina if you keep the 2 A's. I'm not seeing really anything jump out to me as a preference. So yeah, full versus foul. Maybe you're looking at that A and Atney's. What plays can I draw there next turn with ACOU versus AACO? It's a tough one here.
Yeah, and Will appears to be considering the full option, undoubling the vowel over keeping the U. There are a couple of high scoring spots should he actually draw that Q using that U. But, again, that's one tile out of maybe 70 something left in the bag at this point, or 60 something left. So can't count on drawing the Q, but I think I personally agree with undoubling the vowel. There's too many situations, I think, where you get stuck in a position where you have very few options the next turn if you don't do that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess Nigel was ready to play in Daba through the A of Atney's, but he can still play that same word. Very nice spot there to the A that was just given to him. And if Will was considering foul and full and was sort of like hesitating between the two, now he's probably regretting his choice, as that would not have given this exact play to Nigel. But you can't be thinking like that in this situation.
Yeah, of course. And like you said, he had Endava for, I think, potentially more points in the other spot regardless. So I guess foul would have taken care of both. But yeah, you can't be thinking hindsight if you're Will Anderson in this position or really any position during a game. Just take what you got and look forward. And he's got better options this turn, at least for scoring. What's jumping out for you?
So I think the first thing I would like here is Yaupon, Yaupon, taking out that triple. That is a dangerous triple, especially with the Q, X, and J still out. So I would be looking to play that. There's an argument to be made for Poyu through that O in Atney's, but that opens the board in a way that doesn't really help Will, I feel like. So I like this decision by him. It's a very nice find, not the easiest word to spot.
Right.
Back to Nigel we go.
I think that's probably his best choice here. He had a few other options that he could maybe think about, like Canopy or others that maybe score a bit more but leave less. Well, I think Yaupon is definitely the play. Take care of that spot, clean up your rack. AC leave is very nice. On to Nigel, like you said.
Yeah, Nigel probably looking to play Thur here at first glance. THIR, keeping DILS. He's got, DHIILRS. So duplicate eyes. First things first, you want to get rid of one of those eyes. You want to score something. You want to keep that S in tow. Try to get a bingo down soon. But this board is kind of hard to bingo on right now. I think eventually there'll be some nice lanes to open up. Right now, there's this lane here underneath the AR and BE. Other than that, not much going on. Nigel has a small advantage on the scoreboard. And yeah, he's going to hang on to that with Thur.
Yep. Another pretty straightforward decision, I think. And it might get a little bit more confusing for Will here. Double A, double I. Not ideal once again on his draw, but once again, he's got a couple of plays I can kind of get him out of this. Jumping out to me, he's got Tibia. I think that's in that top left corner there. Some stuff to think about for sure. Another play where it's not necessarily clear cut, I think.
Yeah, Tibia seems a little dangerous. Those overlaps, I guess you need an O for OBI. The T in that spot isn't super dangerous. We discussed a similar positioning 2 games ago when Will played Out Feast against Mac Meller. I'd be looking maybe at Banny through that end, but yeah, things are ugly here. You're down 39, still both blanks out. You don't have any good tiles on your rack. You have a little bit of a hard time finding a move. Tibia might be called for, since even though Will's only down 39, I think he's not in a great position right now. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think being behind the turn order, and even after his play, no matter what he chooses, he'll still be down, half of an average score, give or take. You can tell he's probably starting to feel a little bit of pressure. He might be tempted to go for Tibia, especially because 2 blanks on the scene. That one plays the most tiles of most of his options. He's got a few other things like Abakai and other words that could theoretically play 5 tiles, but I think are strictly inferior. Looks like he's setting up Cab, though, which I guess would be in that top right corner, making picks. It's a lot of points, but AIIT is not good.
Yeah, I actually kind of like this idea. To be honest, it didn't jump to mind. I'm really trying, first and foremost, to balance my rack in these sorts of positions, but Cab is the most you can score here. It's 33. And although it does set up that triple, if Nigel hits that triple, there's another bingo lane for me. And AIIT is sort of what your brother would call a bingo or die type situation, where if you don't draw a bingo, you're probably in a lot of trouble, but you can draw a bingo a decent amount. But Abakai also very interesting. I think I like both of the options Will has lined up more than the ones that we mentioned, Banny and Tibia. So Abakai looks like the right idea. Sort of start opening the bottom of the board with your deficit. And you're not opening anything huge. You're just opening some space.
Yeah, I think that last part you touched on there, the opening the rest of the board while you're down a little bit, I kind of think that has quite a lot of value, honestly. And so skipping the extra points for Cab and better leave also of IT versus AIIT, I think Abakai, after some thought, I think that's what I might have settled on too.
Okay, back to Nigel with DIJLORS. He's had Jarl lined up on his rack for quite some time. Abakai actually helps the play of Jarl, sort of creating these 3 floating letters to help with the leave of DIROS. So unless Abakai gave Nigel, I think, a slightly better option through one of the playthrough tiles, I like this option of Jarl, even though it is a little aggressive to set up that double-double in this situation.
Yeah, I think I'm in a similar boat there. It does theoretically set up a double-double, but only to a bingo starting with a vowel. Of course, he can't know that Will just picked up UUV, which is a problem he'll have to address in a second. But yeah, Jarl, I think, was he holding the L? Just jar. Interesting.
Very interesting. I think the reason he did that, now there
Oh,
are
man.
letters to play through. So many draws will hit an 8-letter word. That C in Abakai does a great job at preventing overlaps, which would block a lot of playthrough bingos. But yeah, when Nigel plays jar for 26 and you're in Will's position, you're probably like, okay, I'm probably gonna get bingoed on. Just need a brace for impact. Luckily, Will isn't down too much. He has Gov for 24. Looks like his only reasonable option. Keeping EITU. How many U's has Will drawn so far? I guess 3 out of 4.
So far.
Not so great.
Yeah, Nigel obviously leaving Jarl for himself there as well, holding the L. Looks like he won't end up using that particular spot, but sort of a pick whichever bingo you really feel like playing here for him, I think.
Yeah.
There's
so
one that scores a bit more than others that I'm seeing, but Darioles right through that A there. Leaving the S hanging is a little scary.
he's gonna play it, I think, and if he does, Will's gonna get exactly the letter he needs in that S. So
Yes.
I don't think you can. You might be able to sacrifice points here if you play like Idolizer or Soldiers. I don't know. Is Nigel Richards gonna have the spidey senses to not open so many 8s for Will Anderson, or is he gonna just take the points? He's switching it. Oh, this
He
is
is.
so tragic.
It's like he can hear us.
If he decides to do
man.
this is the difference between being up almost 100 points and Will has a dead rack versus pretty much a tied up game. Wow. Nigel
Yeah,
Richards with
it's
senses.
he just knows. Yeah, I mean, in an absolute vacuum, that's so hard to decide between, earlier in the game, both players had a very similar decision to make, the Atenese and where to place that, and Rellenos versus Solaret. But at this point in the game, when you're up 18 like Nigel is, and on the turn, you actually do get to start thinking about sacrificing some of those points, I think, for additional defense. He's taking some time to think about it, though, which is not very like him, but it is something worth thinking about.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness, this is so bad. So Twar would have played before this play. Will is going to notice probably that
Of course.
Nigel could have played Darioles. And I mean, if I were Will, I would probably laugh at this, but he's taking this as seriously as he can.
Yep.
This is so tragic. Bingo blocked with a lower scoring bingo than you might have expected. Nigel Richards with the spidey senses. Holy crap.
Yeah, you can see it on Will's face right now. He probably just spotted the Darioles option. You can see him kind of sucking in his lips like, oh, man, this is now suddenly a long shot of a game already.
That blank.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh
no.
man, that's brutal. But to Will, at least we'll worry about Nigel running away with the game in a little bit here. What does Will do? There are not any very satisfying options. Once again, it's sort of a choose how you'd like to dump 3 or 4 vowels kind of situation.
Yeah, I guess something like auto or outa here. Now that the J has been played, really inhibiting this lane underneath. Maybe you open this triple, you try to leave the space open. Problem is you're getting hit by a really easy 30-point play so often, so you kind of want to deal with that if you're down 80 points with only 1-point tiles. It's just that Will can't really do anything about that. I don't know what I'd do. I'd be a little bit sad, but maybe play Unai for 8 and try to double next turn is an interesting option as well.
Yeah, Unai does have both of those upsides that you mentioned. You get to keep both of your consonants as well, which is really nice in this situation. Also takes care of the jar hook angle, which he can't take advantage of, and Nigel maybe can, maybe can't from Will's perspective on a fresh draw of 7. All of the L's are gone, interestingly, and so at least that hook is out of the way. But yeah, Will's got some thinking to do about which vowels he wants to dump where, and how he can do so in a way that keeps him competitive in this game. I do like Unai, though. Quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, he's looking at auto. I mean, that scores a lot more. It still opens a lane. I really like the ROTE leave, except for the fact that those 4Ts still lurking. So maybe that's a thought that Will is having here. Doesn't want to draw a second T. Although I think it wouldn't be that bad. The over word's still possible. This is a very solid play. I'm not sure if it's the correct one, but I think you play auto over outa for the better lane.
For sure. Yeah, if he's putting that there for himself, which he is in this situation, he wants to hang the A out, not the O out. If you're going to play in that spot, I think auto is the way to go for sure.
Oh my god. But Will just gave Nigel a 9-letter word.
Oh no.
2 9-letter words. Oh my god. He's
And of all the players at the tournament to be doing that against, Nigel Richards is the one who will probably spot it.
Wait, what? Okay.
I'm going to leave these.
That E? Why is that
I'm
E
going to
on
leave
the wrong
these
side?
unspoken for our observers to maybe have a chance at it.
Will's drawn 3 T's. Oh, this
It's
is
good he played off the one.
Commentator's curse at its finest. Oh my gosh. So Nigel has 2 9-letter words. But is he gonna play something different?
Yeah. Well, I
What
don't
is
want
he
to say too much
thinking?
about them, but they don't score very well. And it looks
Wow.
like, wow, yeah.
Nigel feels like he's in such control of this game that the most likely scenario for him losing is Will playing a triple-triple. He's decided to forego both co-nominee and monoices, which he never lined up on his rack, by the way. He's decided I'm in control. I don't need to leave this triple-triple open, and he's drawn the second.
He's drawn. Well, he knew he was going to draw the other blank, so obviously he knows he's in control of the game. Ugh, that is a break on so many levels for Will Anderson. I honestly though, I do think I agree with the fact that really the only way he loses is after co-nominee or something, some triple-triple through the A, and then it's suddenly a tight game. Man, that is wild.
I really think that in a vacuum, Nigel would have made the 9-letter word, but that the play of auto a little bit suspicious, probably within Will's potential range of leaves with auto. A blank is high on that list. So if Will had a blank, you're way more inclined with a bingo lead to block a triple-triple than you are to play a 60-point bingo. Will plays
Nigel-
TT. This makes a lot of sense.
Hmm.
But he is about to get hurt by another 9-letter word, this time disconnected.
Yes, he actually has 2 options, but one of them is worth way more points.
Whoa, Frambesia? What is that? I've never seen that word.
That's crazy. He doesn't yet have the double set up.
No, he did. But he now has firmware set up. I don't know why he would play firmware and take 4 fewer points. But
yeah,
maybe there's some reason to do that.
Taking out the 9-letter word lanes that he previously could have used, I guess.
Is he going easy on Will Anderson? Is this the reason?
It's the I'm about to double blank bingo against you. I'll have a little bit of pity, a choice, I guess.
Why? What? I have to ask him about this.
Yeah.
Why would he sacrifice 4 points and give back an easier spot to access this triple-triple for Will Anderson? I don't really get it. Maybe the N, he feels the N of Inflamers, which he could have played, was a better lane for Will than the R of Firmware. I don't understand this.
Yeah,
Anyways,
there's 2 R's and 2 N's, 3 N's on the scene to him. I'm not sure. Maybe he just wants to stick 1 extra tile out to the left there and clog up that portion of the board a bit more. or I hesitate to suggest that he missed it because he is, after all, himself. But either way, on to Will's situation, I think, which is looking, I don't want to say hopeless, but pretty close to it. What do you do here to give yourself a chance to win the game?
Yeah, I wonder though if at this point things are getting a little bit hopeless, like you said. Maybe Will is going to cut his losses here. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose by too much. There are a few people on his tail with pretty good spread, pretty good tie breaks. So maybe here you don't go for the win, you just give up and just hope to win your next two. It's pretty bad though. It's a pretty bad situation regardless. Firth looks good. Frith looks good. Firth
Yeah.
better to not give back, I guess, a Q spot, an easier Q
Well,
spot.
and yet he gives him a fantastic Q spot with Cuff right there, which I really don't feel like there's any reason to pass up, which again, just brutal for Will this game. Though he will bingo next turn, it looks like.
Yeah, at least he
Yeah.
will, I think. What is through the eye? Is there anything through the eye actually?
My brain is not braining.
Oh, Saranid. Saranid at the very least will play through the RF firmware.
Okay, yes. He's at least got that. But yeah, okay. Anyway, I think, like you said, Will might be in that mindset of it is time to maybe cut my losses here. You know, even when he bingos with Saranid, even if he pulls another bingo out of the bag, he's still losing this game by another bingo at least. So it might be time to just worry about saving as much spread as you can and thinking about next game from his perspective.
Yeah, what a brutal, brutal game for Will Anderson. I liked the decisions he made. Sometimes you just get Nigeled. The question is, will he play Saranid or Invaders? If he plays Invaders through the V, that I is going to give Nigel very nice X play. Saranid, however, might be worse on average because of the 6-letter words that it gives back onto the triple. So yeah, it's a pretty bad situation regardless for Will. I guess the respite here is that he'll be leaving one tile in the bag, so maybe he has a better chance of going out before Nigel. But yeah, it's all over here.
For sure, yeah. And between the two options, pretty indifferent between the two, I think. Yeah, like you said, Saranid hanging that S out there on average might be the worst choice, but in the specific situation, Invaders would be absolutely painful.
Yeah. I don't know how long Will's going to take here as he sorts through his options. There's also the possibility of playing from the U, I guess, of Komai that we missed here. Unraised and Uranides will fit down this column, so maybe he's thinking about that too. So he does have 4 options to think about. Right. Unraised Uranides scoring 65, Saranid 63, and Invaders also 63. I feel like Uranides and Unraised are pretty dangerous though, right?
Yeah, he's got to be looking at the pool, seeing the X in there, and realizing that both Unraised and Uranides, if I'm doing my calculation correctly here, both give back easy X bombs. So he might have to skip those on that. But if he's thinking about that, then he's thinking Invaders does the same thing, perhaps. With Tax or Tix or even Tux sitting in the pool for him. Not Tix, he has the last eye, but this is going to put him on to the X-bomb mentality, and maybe he'll look for Saranid instead. Not much else to spend the rest of his time on here, except for maybe optimizing an Endgame, so it's worth thinking about.
I would probably also be using my time to consider my life choices.
Yes, also valid, I think.
Yeah, poor Will, honestly. He's had some pretty rough games on stream. But yeah, this is an instructive game from Nigel. He passed up 3 9-letter words, 2 of which we're sure he saw. I really would like to pick his brain a little bit. It's kind of hard to get Nigel to talk about positions, but yeah, I want to ask him about firmware. That was just weird. Maybe he did that because he wanted to. Maybe that's why he did it, right, Chris?
Yeah, it just sometimes he has some spidey sense about something else. Maybe Inflamers gave back something we weren't even thinking about. Who knows, honestly. But okay, Will has made his choice of invaders. Does Nigel just immediately drop tax, or do you think he's going to sit and think about it a little bit?
I think he's going to think about it. This is a position where if you have a way to set the X up somewhere else on the board, you might do that. Because by playing 2 tiles, you're pretty much guaranteeing Will be the one to make the out in 2 sequence go out before you, and that's usually worth around 20, 30 points to try and prevent. So 51 for tax might not be worth it here. I wonder what he's going to come up with, if he's going to just make a normal move for once, or if he's going to try something crazy.
Yeah. Well, he also gets a chance to look at the unseen pool, a lovely UVW sitting there for Will to draw a minimum of 2 from, which makes the out into a little sketchier, though this board's got enough spots where that's most likely going to be possible. Nigel, of course, thinking through all of this much faster than we are discussing it.
Yeah, definitely. Will lining up unweave. Like, if anyone is going to give you a spot for unweave with 1 tile in the bag, it is not Nigel Richards, but I appreciate the thought there. Yeah, tax coming down, Will nodding his head in approval and possibly also dismay. But if it's dismay, he's doing a good job at hiding it. Nigel draws the G as the last tile. He's usually extremely good at getting that tempo advantage in the end game. In this particular case, feels like Will is going to go out before Nigel for once.
Yep. I guess Nigel was thinking about the math, realizing, well, let's just take the 50 points, and if we lose 20 or 30 to not going out first, it is what it is. Will, I mean, he had Unweave set up. He's got Unweave playable down from the U and auto. Might not want to do something like that because that's going to give back a bunch of points on the triple. But what else do you do here? I don't really know. All the other options score much less or give back even easier access to a different triple.
Yeah, he's got Uvia lined up. I'm not exactly sure where that would go. Oh, with a jar. Okay, that's pretty clever.
Yeah.
Uvia keeping ENW. After seeing a play like that, you want to see, okay, where can I put ENW next turn? I'm seeing 7 here,
Yeah.
7 here.
Wine under firmware for a bit more. Yeah, so he'll be able to definitely go out after Uvia. Probably going to spend a little bit of time here thinking about if that's the optimal end game for him.
Yeah, according to the engine, Nerve blocking Dingy, keeping WAUR in 2 spots. Appears to be 3 spots. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
So if you play Nerve here, keeping it's just so not human to keep WU on your rack, but there are just three spots for WAU on this board somehow.
Yeah.
Blocks Nigel's best play, leaves you with a decent play yourself. So that would be the optimal endgame. Yeah, very, very weird. Very hard to spot. Nigel would see it in like 20 seconds.
Of course. And it is interesting that Nigel is actually going to have a problem scoring a lot of points, strangely. Like, those tiles look pretty nice, but like you said, his best play over there is Dingy, I guess, through that hanging eye. That's surprising, but I guess it's there for turnover.
Yeah, just that G really did not help Nigel Richards at all. Obviously, that was one of the tiles he could draw, but that tends to be a common theme in endgames where, you know, you get a really nice play to empty the bag, but then you're just saddled in the endgame. That's why I was thinking Nigel might take a little bit longer on the tax turn. I'd be curious to see if there's something weird in that situation that isn't
Yeah.
tact. Might be a better play, but I trust Nigel's intuition.
Maybe so. And most other players, not Nigel, but most other players, I would think, well, they realize they have a tie, and so they realize their spread is relatively immaterial. But once again, this is Nigel Richards. He's going to play every game optimally, regardless of whether or not it matters, as we learned last week, actually, when in the game that sealed him winning the championship, he decided to do something crazy.
Yeah, that was an insane thing he did there. Will now looking at weave, keeping UN. Problem with that play is it gives Nigel tons of points, 39 at least for TYNED. Maybe he's looking at some way to set it up elsewhere. He's down to 2 minutes. He went overtime in the last time these guys played at this tournament, and he does want to solve this endgame. He wants, to be on par with his counterpart. But endgames are really difficult, especially this one. Nerve
Yes.
keeping WAUR. So Uvia being played, that can't be that much worse. It's a nice score. But yeah, Nigel Richards took this game pretty early. We're going to have to go on break after this game because the pairings, I believe, are going to be round by round, since it's all the more important here to make sure the correct matchups are happening with 2 games left before deciding the 2 finalists. But yeah, rough game for Will, but he can be proud of how he played. I really like a lot of the moves that he made. Maybe a slight adjustment here or there. I'm not really sure. That Komai play by Nigel is just stone cold.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's choosing to skip the available 9s is a very Nigel choice for sure. But I assume he's already got this end game solved. He's going for entry, just probably scoring as many points and getting rid of as many tiles as he can seems to be the play, and will probably go out somewhere.
Ren for 9, the final play, bringing Will Anderson to 335 plus 8, 343, 507 seems to be the final score we have here in the booth. Let's listen to what these guys have to say.
All right, 352 to 507.
You try 4, right? And then 326.
Oh yes, 342. Yes.
9.
Yeah, 326. Oh, 345.
335.
335.
8.
343.
Yeah. And then 497.
And that out as well.
260.
Yes, 87.
Yeah.
81.
37. 94.
Oh, I thought you said 90. Oh yeah. Wait, 94.
Oh, you're right. 3. So you have 507.
Yes. Nicely done. Nice. Yeah, I got this.
Pretty sure I have to do this also. Eh?
Oh, okay.
Just don't tell me off about that.
I could use your the little code there. I could do it both of them on the phone. No, you can leave it. I can use my camera. If you want to do that, that's fine as well.
You've got the magic thing.
I do. First, I'll do my
All right.
my version. 343 507.
All right. A little bit of discrepancies in the score on both sides. At first, I was going to say, like, Nigel Richards so accurate on the score. It's like going back to school, having someone tell you how to count. But actually, Nigel also had a small mistake in the score. This is very common. Scrabble is about scoring points, but sometimes the math is the hardest part. Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to take a break. We're going to find the next matchup. Chris, I can't wait to see who's next.
Yeah, me either. Either way, it should be a great match, high level, and definitely an important one in the scope of the tournament.
All righty. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Thanks a lot for watching. Something we can talk about? I don't know.
Mm,
Hello, everyone. Briefest of updates for you guys. You might have seen the scoreboard not fully updated. There is a tense situation in the Mac Meller versus Nigel Peltier game. Nigel Peltier has 0000 on his clock, but there is a minus next to that, which doesn't make any sense. If he's at 0000, that should mean he is in overtime. I don't know how close the game is. I think it's within 10 points. There was also a situation where a tile was loose on the board, but it was mistakenly, there was a tile that was already like on the board. So that was fixed. They figured out that they're not supposed to do anything about that. It was not intentional that somebody removed a tile from the play. So they're dealing with that. The directors are trying to make sure they're ruling fairly in this situation, and we'll just have to see what the final result of the game is. I don't really understand the clock thing. There are certain clocks that do that, but hopefully they figure that out. I was helping out a little bit. I ran downstairs, but we're gonna have those pairings for you as soon as possible. We're gonna go back to break, but I hope you understand sometimes these things are really tense, right, Chris?
Yeah, of course. And I mean, you never want a game to have to be determined by director call like that. You especially don't want to do that in the final few rounds of the most important tournament of the year in a game that might determine who goes into the finals. So lots of drama, lots of tenseness there, as you were saying. Maybe we'll get some more information about how that turns out. At very least, we'll see it on the scoreboard. But good for the update. Thanks for getting on the ground down there.
And just a little last thing, like, okay, people are saying in the chat that's okay. There are certain clocks, so when you press them to start it, it goes immediately to 24:59 for 1 second. There are other clocks that stay at 25 for the full second. If it's one of those clocks, that means that 0000 is minus. That means that it has started the minus first second. So that would be a time penalty. That would be a 10-point loss. If that's the case, they just need to check the clock and make sure that that's the case or not the case. So anyways, we'll be right back with you. Hope you appreciate the update. See you in a few seconds or minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. I have my head in my hands. This is the tightest, most contentious finish I have ever seen. It's crazy to think of all the permutations of what could possibly happen here. Ori Swift potentially still can make it to the finals despite being behind a game and a half. Mac Meller cannot afford to lose his 2 games. We're not going to show him this round because it's really next round that's all important for him. Nigel Peltier definitely still in the mix after his very, very tight win against Mac Meller last round. Ori is in great spirits, as is Nigel. Love to see it, despite how heated things are, right, Chris?
For sure, yeah. I love to see that almost all the players here, and certainly all the ones we're going to be seeing, are going to maintain good spirits about things, even after the close director's call last game involving Nigel, Peltier, I should say. Yeah, both of them coming in good spirits, being good sports about everything. Ori in particular, I have to give him a little bit of special recognition just because he's one of my favorites. Don't think I've ever seen him be upset over a board of Scrabble, even when he absolutely deserves to be. But good to see that everyone so far is being good sports in the spirit of the game, all that good stuff.
Yeah, Ori to act first. Yeah, both of these guys vying for a spot in the finals for the chance to win the title and 10,000 US dollars. This tournament being held at the Live Casino in Hanover, Maryland. This is crazy. I cannot wait to see what happens in this game, and especially the next game. It is crunch time. It is so happening right now. I'm getting hyped up, Chris. Oh my goodness.
Same. Yeah, I'm just so excited to see how this all plays out. It's so close between all these different players as well. Nobody's run away with this. None of these games are borderline meaningless or anything like that. It is just crazy that with only 2 games to go, 6 players can theoretically find their way into these last 2. And of all of them, I'd be happy to see any of the 6 in the finals, to be completely honest. Not going to be taking any favorites or anything of the sort.
Yeah, totally in agreement. All fantastic players, fantastic people. Ori to draw his first 7 tiles. What's going to come out of the bag? A blank, an S, 4 U's, 7 O's. Could be
Turn
anything.
1 exchange, like we saw last
That's
game.
blank.
Blank? Oh,
Called.
what's it with? Ooh.
That looks good. That looks good. Leg hold.
Yeah, like hold, yes.
That's the only bingo.
And he has it set up immediately. And it's just about where it's going to go.
I think it's going to go on the leg of Nigel Peltier, to be perfectly honest. There are many, many spectacles that are on display in the live hotel and casino, probably some wrestling. So this will be a nice shout out to that. And Nigel Peltier, the horrendous draw.
That is almost polar opposite of Ori's draw here. Man.
Yeah, that is not good. That is leg hold in that draw. Nigel is maybe at most 15% to win this game, it feels. Yeah. Also, it bears mentioning, I ran down to the playing hall during all of the drama, helped out a little bit with the Mac and Nigel Peltier situation, but most of all, I wanted to ask Nigel why he passed up 4 points for Inflamers. And it was a mistake. He thought the I of Inflamers was going above that triple letter score to give a big spot for an X or a Q. That was his decision. He just transposed it in his head. So that is the only mistakes we ever really see Nigel Richards make. Totally understandable one. I've done that so many times. Ori going to switch the blank over here. He's going to take the points. A very interesting placement. I tend not to like this sort of placement of opening bingos because it allows for plays here that fork the board, plays here. Oops, let's wait for the board to be turned. I guess I would have approved of sacrificing some points, not doubling a G or a D. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, for only the 2-point differential, I think there's a case to be made about not doubling a G or a D. Obviously, you can't both double a G or a D and get no vowels next to a double letter somewhere on the board. I guess the thought process here is that Worst case, if there's some sort of underlap with the E, there's one less point for the blink, which doesn't seem like that big of a difference, but worth considering. But I think also, like you said, forking the board when you'd like to set yourself up for something more defensive, that might be the other consideration here. I think he's just taking as many points as he can, honestly, because he's opening with a bingo. So why not just give yourself a huge jump? They're laughing about something. I wonder what.
It's the board. It's the board. There's this weird crack in the middle of the board that makes like the letter on the center square look a little weird. So Nigel tried to adjust it. I've never seen someone as close to the capital city Ouagadougou as this guy, Nigel Peltier. He's just sitting there, just relishing this amazing moment, having one of the worst racks I've ever seen. I don't think you play through here. You could play oof though. Are you going to play oof?
Yeah, oof. Or the only other reasonable option, yeah, Pulau. They're both terrible. I think exchange would be my choice for sure. I feel like you have to throw back 7 unless you keep A. Oh, okay, he's going with oof, I guess.
Yeah, and he's going to get a little bit of a chance potentially to come back with Ori's 7 constant draw. However, 2 S's, and yes, he's lined up something on his rack. You guys can laugh at that if you'd like. TSK on offer. If he wants it with leg holds, TSK. He could also play Buck or Bucks, but that keeps 2 T's, 2 S's, although it does block that all-important E of leg hold. What are you thinking here, Chris?
I'm not really sure. TSK is tempting for the points, but BCST is not good. Maybe something just like tuck, holding both S's, giving yourself a little bit of a setup is worth considering. Or just, I don't know. None of these are fun to look at, but it's worth thinking about.
You get your S set up there, kind of an S set up there, and blocking most of the stuff through this E.
Yeah.
Which, if you're Ori, I guess you have to wonder what you're thinking Nigel Peltier is holding with this play of oof. For me, it signals either the nice balanced leave of like EINT maybe, something like that, probably not that specific rack, or something weak with another U. So
yeah, those are very different situations. It's either something nice and balanced or something pretty ugly. Obviously, we know it's the latter, but he can't necessarily assume that. So
yeah,
I wonder how he
maybe
decides to
stuck.
play this.
What if you just play stuck instead?
Yeah.
Get rid of one of your S's and sort of psychological damage inflicted with that play of like, hey, I have another S. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're in trouble. I think maybe that might be what I do here. It's the only sensible play that I see that uses up 4 consonants rather than 3. It looks like Beck instead.
Okay.
Also a sensible approach that blocks a lot more, preventing those sorts of forking moves that I was talking about earlier, and setting up the S in a more, I guess, bingo-friendly type area of the board. So I like this decision.
Yeah, it gives himself 2 S spots as well, Becks and leg holds for him to use on subsequent turns. In the absolute worst case scenario, he gets a vowel on this draw as well, so he'll be able to do something probably with at least one of those spots. It's an interesting one. I think it's more about the preventing the forking, as you were saying. Nigel Peltier is actually surprisingly close to the non-bingo he had set up on his rack there with Guayaquil, but just the wrong vowels for that. He's going to have to play a real word instead, I think.
Yeah, Guayaquil, so close, just 2 A's instead of 2 O's, but isn't Guayocum a word as well? That could be causing some confusion. Maybe it's just causing me some confusion, but Nigel has set something else up, so I think he's not going to go for that phony, which
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely don't want a phony in this position.
Definitely not. I mean, you are playing against a mostly mortal opposition, not the other Nigel. But either way, still not a good reason to be playing phonies, even if plausible here. Is he considering cog? Or is he just setting up a word?
Yeah, I think he's looking at audio maybe.
Oh, yeah,
Keeping
yeah.
cog. I mean, everything is just so ugly here. He hasn't really gotten much help from the tile bag. He was
Yeah.
looking at colog through that O or through that
Yeah.
L, keeping
The
A I. This might
that
also be a time to exchange, but maybe you just play Agio here. Set up a
yeah,
double lane. Maybe you draw. You draw Guayocum or something, Guayacol from that G if you do that.
yeah. There is also, and I'm not going to pretend I saw this word, there is also the Colugo keeping just AI,
Oh,
which is not that bad. Uh, but he goes for Cog, keeping AIOU.
yeah, that's really, really awful. I mean, he is
Yeah.
keeping a word for next move, but he's gonna need a ton of help here. He gets the
Well,
W to go with that U, but 3 consonants is much better than average here. Back
it
to
is
Ori
at
with
least close enough.
AFJ, SSTT. Yeah, what are you
Mhm.
thinking here, Chris?
Yeah, the choice here really comes down to, do you want to burn both S's for fasts and I presume Bex for your highest scoring option? Hold one S with a variety of other options. I see absolutely nothing reasonable to do with the J. I mean, there's Jado, but that's not really worth considering. It,
Yeah.
every play I can see is either fats or fast.
Yeah, this is another fascinating situation for Ori. He's drawn 1 vowel to his 4 consonants, but not a lot of help. I think he's thinking about playing fast and leg holds that I guess inhibits that D that it really feels like Nigel was gunning for in his last move, just playing elsewhere on the board. That is the most dangerous spot now on the board, given Ori's advantage.
Mm.
So I think that would make a lot of sense. I don't know about playing both S's here. And yeah, I feel like Nigel Peltier should have played Kalugo last turn, maybe.
Yeah, and that's a weird one to spot. I don't want to assume that he necessarily didn't see it. Um, but I mean, I feel like if you see Colugo, you play Colugo because AI is worth it for sure over AIOU. Yeah, I do think in this situation I would be tempted towards fast, exactly where Ori is laying it down. Plays some good defense, cuts your only floaters down to basically the C and the L there. I guess technically stuff from the D or from the O and such, but with the lead he's already got in this game, starting to play a little bit of defense does make some sense. I think I agree with this.
Yeah, obviously the immediate threat of a 7-letter word isn't great, but that would open a nice triple. And with that J in reserve, or he should be able to do something
Yeah.
to inhibit the damage. I feel like recently, at least in my games, I've been keeping the J a lot with a lead, and it seemed to be working out quite well. So it could be a very useful tile to pad your lead with, as Nigel, like we said, drew 3 consonants, ADINOUW, but nothing great available.
Indeed. I'm curious about what his options are here. None of them, again, are very tempting. There's the kind of fun woulda through the L there, which is defensively terrible, sets up the top triple and leaves an A hanging next to a triple letter. But that is one of the nicest things he can do just for his own rack of tiles. He's got Endow set up, which I guess would go, yeah, right there. Setting up an S that he might be able to intuit that Ori has, though, after a play like Fast.
Yeah, that's the one thing that would give me pause here. Normally, you're behind, you want to set up places to bingo, hope to draw an S, but Nigel has just faced a play of fast. Using 1S for a small score feels like almost always, or he's going to
Mhm.
have another S with that play. So you're just giving him super easy points, but you are opening the board and scoring more than anything else.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's what he goes with, but I feel like it would be a pretty big mistake to do that, unfortunately, in this spot.
Yeah, in a vacuum, that one feels pretty nice, and it looks like he's gonna go with it. Just say, all right, take your J spot. And I assume he's gonna get hit right back with something like Joust. Probably very quickly, or maybe Jot.
Yeah, it's funny, like Ori just got a nice spot for his J, but I feel like more importantly, you take out the Endow's spot. You don't know if Nigel has an S himself or a blank, so I think you play Joust. I think you part with your second S. The board now isn't super conducive to an S and scores really well. Blocks the spot. So that's what I would do, Joust. But or looking at Jot, you could also, I guess, consider Joe in that spot if you really want to bingo soon. But I feel like
Yeah.
first and foremost, just scoring defense and scoring as much as you can while leaving not too many 1-point tiles. That's what I'd go for here.
Sure, yeah. I mean, Joe is. I don't think there's any world where he really needs to play that. He's relatively close to a bingo, I guess. ILSTU. I don't know. I think leaving that there for a word to start with S or even underlap both is too dangerous, especially given that he's already up 60 before this huge play. Yeah, I think Joust just makes way too much sense.
I guess jousting is something to think about as well, but there's only one G left. But yeah, I think this is the right play. Nigel, his rack is slowly but surely improving. He's not
Mhm.
going to be able to bingo immediately, but he does have, I think, a standout option here, a 6-tile play down to this F, ending in E, sort of a word knowledge check. Hard
Yeah.
to know sometimes with those IE words if they're valid without an S or if they're only valid with a Y as a
Mhm.
singular. I think you should know this one. I don't think there's anything else that makes too much sense given if you could play rude here it's nice, but you're blocking lanes for yourself. So I feel like opening the board with Dury is the correct option, but rude, a good play in and of itself as well.
Yeah, I think Rude is definitely the easier play to spot, which is why I set that up immediately. Dury as the 6 is probably the correct play, should he find that. Yeah, I do think you got to think about not only scoring points here, but also ensuring the board state is a reasonable one. You're already down 108 this early into the game. Could certainly come back without having to do anything too desperate, obviously, but I think Dury is just good on basically every level here. If there were some other play that kept very nicely using, I don't know, AUR, IUR, something, and also scored a good number of points, you could make an argument for that, but that just sort of doesn't exist, holding all of the things you'd like to keep, or at least not scoring enough.
Yeah, I guess the one consideration or the two considerations I have, which would give me pause to play Dury, is first of all, I'm blocking the 7s line a little bit. I'm also blocking the C, and I'm not leaving any bingo tiles. I'm just leaving a lone A, which I guess you could consider a bingo tile. But yeah, that's the only thing that I don't like about Dury. I think it does all the other things correct.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's probably close between the two plays, honestly. And Rude comes down. Yeah, if this is a mistake, it's not huge, but I think I'd play Dury if I saw it.
Yeah, definitely close between the two. Probably not going to be the decision that definitely decides this game, especially as his odds to win are already getting slim just because of the way this game has gone so far. But now it is back to Ori, who has a good balance of vowels and consonants, but nothing very exciting to do with them.
Yeah, I see Nigel Peltier draw IIRE. That is
Oof.
actually
That's
that
awful.
is yeah. This is a terrible, terrible draw. Well, there are many turns left to play this game.
Yes.
Let's work with Ori's rack. He has ADILNRV. He wants to get rid of that V first and foremost. The V can be kind of useful though when you're ahead to try and deal with certain space on the board and try to block it. I don't know if you can really do something like that in this position. Maybe something like LAV is a play you could consider. If you're going longer, I don't really like playing to the left or to the right of the FA because that would open the right side of the board.
Right.
So VIN also an option he's looking at, but I'm not. Maybe Vino is what he's thinking about.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. That would be going all in on. I'm honestly not even really sure what here. Yeah, he's definitely shuffling around. He's thinking about a few things. I agree that something like Devon or Vino or something like that to the right of Fast, or there actually as well.
This
That's
looks good.
interesting. Yeah, that
I
looks
like
much
this
better.
one.
Yeah, I think
When you're ahead like this, right, Chris, you
Yeah.
don't need to be keeping your bingo tiles. You want to just keep scoring, not opening too much. I think this checks all the boxes for me.
that's a good point. Yeah, playing it there, I was looking to the right of Fast, not in the better spot that you pointed out. That does make a lot more sense. Now, Ori might be tempted to play a little bit more defensive, but I don't see a good way of doing that. If there was some way you could use the V to really close off one quadrant of the board, that would be what you'd want to do from this position, but there aren't great ways of doing that.
Indeed, it's not great for Ori. He'd like to be able to score a bit more, but he has some really good options and he's in great position. I wanted to mention Nigel Peltier had Arier lined up with his eyes separated. I remember hearing from Kenji Matsumoto right before lunch break, who lost to Nigel and basically was knocked out of contention, that Nigel should really move his tiles around when he's settled on a play. So sort of like this idea that if you have your tiles organized in a certain way, your opponent can see your rack and can see the organization of your tiles and maybe make some inferences about that. But
Yeah.
it looks like Nigel is maybe taking Kenji's advice in that regard.
Yeah,
As
just
Vino
kind of
once said.
arbitrarily. Yeah, just kind of arbitrarily shuffling around every once in a while. Vino that is interesting. What do you think the thought process is there?
I think he just couldn't find anything he liked. I don't think he saw Divan. That would have
Yeah.
been the play I would choose. He wants to keep an A rather than an I. The A is so much easier to work with than an I, especially when you're ahead. Nigel Peltier very quickly playing Icier. This makes perfect sense, keeping AIR once again, just throwing back the tiles you drew, but scoring some points in the process, creating some space up top.
For sure.
Or to play with AADFLRS.
Oh my gosh, Nigel's draw. Ouch. Okay, anyway, back to Ori.
I'm sorry, no, but can we check the bag? That is, these might be the worst racks like I've ever seen anyone draw on stream. This is absolutely disgusting.
That is awful. The worst possible time for this to be happening too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ouch.
both of these guys need to win both their games to stay in contention. If Nigel pulls out a victory in this game with the draws he's been having, that might be the most impressive feat ever shown live in a Scrabble tournament. But the game's not over. We've seen crazier things happen. Let's just try to move forward.
Yeah.
Looking to play FA somewhere, but I feel like the places you want to play FA, especially this one, very dangerous, but he's doing it anyway. Fard, okay. It makes sense. It's hard to overlap. You need 2 vowels in a row.
Yeah.
And Nigel has the worst possible rack to respond to this play. So it's going to work out for Ori.
For sure, yeah, and it does require an E to be above the R there as well. So Fard, not as undefensive as it maybe seems at first glance. But yeah, of course, Nigel just does not have the tiles do
Oh,
anything with it. Oh, wow.
Ori's going to play Analyze in
Yep.
2 seconds, and this game is
Yes.
probably close to over, unless Nigel draws something huge out of the bag.
Yeah, that's what it would take.
This is not good for Nigel Peltier fans. For those wanting a Nigel versus Nigel final, I don't think it's happening at this point. But what's important for people to understand about this bizarre format that we're using here, the 2025 Scrabble Players Championship, there are 3 extra games to be played for those that didn't make the finals. So Nigel Peltier could still become the top 3. He could be third after all is said and done. So it's not over, but yeah, it's got to be really brutal to face this.
Yeah. The Nigel finals might have to be the 3rd place finals instead of the 1st place finals, but yet to be seen. Other Nigel may still yet find his way in as well. He's in a good spot to do so. This game, looking pretty over. Would take an absolute miracle for Nigel Peltier to find his way back into it. But Ori did draw one of the tiles that, if he put it in space for absolutely no reason, could help Nigel a little bit. But he's not going to do that.
That's the first sign of a potential improbable comeback. Ori Swift drawing absolutely terrible tiles himself. Where are the good tiles, by the way? I mean, we've seen a couple S's and a blank played, but I feel like, look at this unseen pool.
Yeah.
2 N's, 2 M's, 4 T's, like lots of bingo tiles left. This looks extremely balanced, actually, from my POV here at the commentary booth. As Nigel just, what do you do here? HAO, that's what he's looking at. That actually looks pretty good. Don't do anything to this board. Try and bingo like 16 times in a row. I guess that's the plan, right?
That's basically the only plan he can go with here. Yeah, play in the spaces that already exist. There's plenty of technically viable bingo lanes already there for now, at least. So just score some points. Hope you draw a bingo, and hope Ori keeps drawing like this too.
Yeah. So if you're Ori, you might want to exchange, but Ori just going straight for the kill, playing Stroll, opening yet another triple, but putting tiles on the board, inhibiting space, scoring points. These are all good things you would like to do with a lead. So this makes sense. If you exchange, you might just draw bad tiles all over again. So yeah, get some points on the board, keep going. And Nigel has drawn EEMINRU. He does have a bingo available.
So he does, yes. And yep, it's going to come down right away. No thought given. Even if there were bingos elsewhere on the board, he basically just has to check for something maybe from the D, which there is not. And this is going to be his only other option. So he'll play it, get incrementally closer to closing this game, or closing the gap in this game. But still a lot of work left to do. And Ori's still saddled with the Q, which helps Nigel's case, but still a huge deficit that he would have to overcome.
Yeah, this is a good draw for Ori, however. He's drawn an S, he's drawn a couple of E's. If he just drops the Q right now, in probably, I guess he should drop it here. Normally I'd say here to, go for the bingo, but if he drops it here, that inhibits some more space on the board, and he might draw a bingo of his own next turn. So this makes a lot of sense. But Nigel Peltier, look at this draw, AEIOTV blank. He bingos again, and he is going to be within bingo range next turn.
Yeah, and he's got at least one that'll go down that I see at least.
Yeah, he has 2. He can play Deviator from the D for the most points. He could play Obviate and deal with that triple. So this might be the most incredible comeback of all time, but meatist on Ori's rack. I think that's a word. Is that going to... No, that isn't a word. Meatly is a word. Yes. Meatist is Collins only.
Oof.
Okay, if Ori phonies...
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
Has
Nigel's
Oregon-
seen Deviator.
Yes.
It's only a matter of time. He's putting it on
Okay,
the
he's putting it
board.
down.
I
This might
cannot
happen.
believe this is happening. 88
This-
points, 291 to 323. Suddenly, there's a chance. This is
There's a
Scrabble for you
chance.
guys.
A reasonable chance too, not just a long shot. And I'm trying to think if Ori's been playing any Collins to be setting this rack up this way. Oh man, I hope he doesn't lay this down.
I
That'd be
hope he does.
heartbreaking.
I'm sorry, Chris. I hope he does.
No, not for his
Just
sake.
for the
That'd be just so
content.
true. Okay, for the content, yeah.
Oh,
That would be
but
a
also,
heartbreaking way to maybe throw away the game, but oh man, this is suddenly a game.
yeah, Ori does have, I think, a lot of points. He can play
Yeah.
TEEMS. Really hidden spot here
Yeah.
with jousts. And I feel like he's giving this some thought. And when you have a situation where you're not sure if something is valid, even if you don't end up playing it, it uses up your brain space, it uses up your time. And Ori might not see this beautiful spot that he has that keeps him ahead a pretty comfortable margin. I wonder what he's going to come up with. Meet Lee is a word.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. He's shuffling. He's not playing Meatist. But yeah, like you were saying, it's tough to start looking for when you think you maybe have the bingo. It's tough to really do the due diligence and find all the other options. You might be thinking of just Meat there next to Deviator is probably where he's thinking this is going to go, which does close up some of the floaters there for Nigel to maybe bingo again, which he is close to. But of course, Ori doesn't know this.
Yeah, but
Wow.
Ori's got to be a little bit freaked out right now.
Yeah.
He was ahead by 200 points just a few turns ago. He's only up 32 here with an open board. This is like a nightmare scenario for someone like Ori Swift in this position. But Meat, METE, does a great job, like you said, at eliminating some potential threats on the board, but Ori going straight for the kill again, playing the same letters elsewhere, leaving all the lines open, just saying, I am going to beat you to this race, Nigel Peltier, if it's going to be the end of me.
Yeah, well, and crucially, this leaves 2 or even 3 realistic bingo lines open. So if he's going to hit, even if Nigel hits 1, or he theoretically has another available, now, does he draw into 1? That's a different question. We'll get to that on his turn. But now you have to think about, what does Nigel do in this spot? He has a lot of scoring available. One absolute standout option for sure.
Oh, I might know what Ori is up to. Going for reanalyze? Is that possible?
Ooh,
That now
maybe.
fits. I saw it earlier, but didn't work
Yeah.
with ARE. Is
He
that what
holds
he's
the E,
doing?
hoping for the
piano,
R
yes.
draw?
The standout option for Nigel, there's one R unseen to both of these guys. Piano for 41, narrowing the gap to 9 points. Ori has not seen the R. His X spot has just gotten blocked.
Oof.
Is Nigel Peltier going to draw that R? Reanalyze scores 46 points, if my math is correct. That's a lot of
Man.
points on this board.
Yeah. Wow, I can't believe this game is as close as it is so suddenly. This is amazing.
Oh,
Oh,
not the
wow.
R.
Nope.
Not the R. But that's
Still
a
in the
pretty good
bag.
draw.
Yeah, the Z is probably going to score a lot of points somewhere on this board. But what does Ori do in this spot?
Well, right now, once we update those scores, we have a situation where there are 3 tiles in the bag. So Ori very quickly separating the E and the X from his 5 other tiles. He's probably going to play X for 29 points and Ode, and just hope to draw one of the many combinations that will complete the AEIST leave that he has, turn it to a bingo that Nigel Peltier can't really do anything about. So it's looking very good, but it's not over.
For
What are
sure,
in the
yeah.
bag?
Yeah, in the bag, there's some good stuff, and there's some stuff that would play much less nicely with the AEIST. W and Y could be killers there just on their own. Also workable, depending on what else he draws with it, but it's an interesting pool to be looking for a bingo out of, if that's what he's really going for here.
Okay, if WY is Ori's draw,
Yeah.
Nigel might be able to win if he plays just his Z and
Yeah.
draws that final R. Is he going to have tabering? He's going to have bingos in multiple spots. Let's see if WY is the draw for Ori Swift.
It is not, and he gets the R.
YR.
But
That was crucial.
Nigel's got a ton of points here. Got, I don't know how to say this word, Sigane, something like that, for 54? Can you
Is
play
that
that?
going to beat Reanalyze?
I don't know.
54 points, 46. I don't think that's enough
Yeah, I
for
don't know if you
Nigel
can.
Peltier.
I don't know if you can do that.
It's just a question of whether Ori Swift has either found a bingo, which I don't see, or if he sees Reanalyze, if that was his plan with the play of meat, which I really think it was. Ori is so creative. He finds these amazing opportunities for himself. That draw was crucial.
Yes,
And
I have personally been victim to high level creativity from Ori in the end games. I'd be willing to bet he was looking at that reanalyze angle from a turn or two ago. Now, of course, Nigel can also see that that's a possibility, almost a likelihood, given the fact that ER are in the bag and there's only one left in there. He can't really afford to do anything about it, though, is the issue. So he basically just has to assume Ori likely has that, or go for endgame lines where he doesn't and hope for the best. Such a tough spot for Nigel right here.
yeah, oh my God, this game is so worth analyzing. There's so much to think about. So many one-tile plays Nigel can make. Suggestion of playing the B to go for maybe organize. I don't know what else you would draw with that, but I'm thinking, so he's looking at BIZE or BIZ, I think. If he spots Tsigan, is that not like the perfect play in this situation? Leaving
Yeah.
one tile, threatening to go out next turn? I'm going to do the math here while you talk a little bit, Chris.
Yeah, because if he goes for Tsigane, however you say that word, for 54, he pulls the last tile out of the bag. He's got 2 tiles. No matter what he pulls out, he's almost certainly threatening to go out in 1. I don't think any of those draws would prevent him from doing so. But Ori just has reanalyze, and then no matter how, I mean, Nigel would have to be able to score a lot with his 2-tile outplay to catch up. So I do not know. Nigel will probably spend the majority of the rest of his time here thinking about this play, as he should.
Yeah, I think
Man,
Tsigan would beat Reanalyze, but I don't think it would beat Resay and Tsigan's,
yes.
which is so many points and gets rid of the Y. The BW that Nigel will have left on his rack will not be enough to overcome the deficit. So it looks like Tsigan may only win with an S draw.
Yeah.
I don't know, because there's so many threats out with like Wiser. Man, does Biz ever win though? Biz setting up the E that ties the game up on the spot.
Yeah. He sets up the
Just gonna
E,
come down.
which is pretty smart because he knows Ori will probably be using his E for reanalyze. So he'll have the case E in that situation and can take that spot for himself, but it's only so
but wait!
lucrative.
You can't play Resay
Why?
because that gives back Web and Ba and WE.
Yeah. Oh man.
According to analysis, if Nigel Peltier finds Tsigan, it will result in a tie.
Whoa. No way.
Holy mackerel.
Another tie in this field of 2 or 3 players in contention
He
with
found it.
ties on the
He
record.
found it.
He found it. Can he do the math though and figure out? Wait,
Oh,
write
he's
it
not
down.
doing the math. He's just going
He's not doing
for
the
it.
math. He's just put it.
Holy crap.
Oh my gosh. He says, "Screw it. The score's so much. I'm just putting it down." Oh man, he's gonna pull the W now. And
I don't know.
can Ori do? Does he have any other options?
Well, he's going to pull the
that don't give
W, but
back
I don't
web?
think he's going to pull the W. Sorry, I thought he was going to win.
He's gonna pull the T. Yeah, exactly. Does Ori have any other options, or is the tie the best he can do?
I don't know. I think
Wait, does
if
Ori-
you play Resay, I think you lose.
yeah, does
Okay,
Reanalyze
Nigel's
lose?
up 16.
Yes.
Resay scores 45. Ori
Okay.
will be up 29.
Mhm.
25 after giving back IT, and Webb scores way too much. That scores 29. That is
Yeah,
it. You can't do that. Ori's lined up Sayer. Is this the tying play?
maybe.
Sayer scores 35 with the same tiles, puts Ori up by 19.
And then just
No,
Web.
Brew. Then
Yeah,
then
Brew for Web.
18. That wins.
Can
That
he
doesn't work
just
either.
can he just play Reanalyze and Nigel like slow plays or something?
You have to play Year or Yeti
Year.
or Yays. Not give back a big spot. Then the best that Nigel has, can he even go out after
He
that?
has Web in Limarine for 8 at worst. Maybe other stuff.
Okay, Ori has 5 minutes to figure this out and do all the math.
Yes.
He has to see what his plays are giving back.
Yes.
This is a situation where I think Nigel Peltier is locked into at least a tie unless he's made a mathematical error.
Oh yeah, they may not have the
Faces
score.
a play, if
Yeah.
he faces a play from Ori that isn't valid and wins him the game, he will challenge it off.
Of course.
If he faces a tying play, he'll take the tie, and if he faces something else, Ori has to be so careful here not to make a mistake and lose the game. I cannot believe we've just witnessed this, Chris.
I can't believe this game is even close, much less maybe resulting in a tie or a win for Nigel, depending. That's incredible to come back from that far down.
That's crazy.
You've got the engine running. Ori has no winning options, you were saying?
Not my analysis, but I'll do the math myself.
Okay.
932 for Yeti or Yays or Year. That'll put Ori up by 16. Wait, 6, 8, 9, 30 points? No, that'll put him up 14. Okay, and Webb is 8 and he gets 6. Okay. Yeah, that the math checks out. The math checks out. Ori is going to freak out. He needs the win here. So he's not going to settle for a tie.
Yeah, he can't tie here. A tie means he's basically out of contention for the finals. He needs a win.
Oh my god. Risey is a loss. You have to see what you're giving back to Nigel Peltier. If Ori just sees Wob as a response to Risey, he's going to play Risey, and he's going to face the most horrible feeling you could ever get in a Scrabble game.
Surely he sees that Webb is right there after Risey. But he's got it set up. Feeling the pressure for sure.
3 minutes to figure this out. I cannot believe it. Nigel Peltier has come back from an almost impossible situation. Ori is laying down a game losing play. I don't know if he's going to realize.
He didn't hit the clock. He picked up his pen. Oh. Surely now he sees it. You can see his body language, the hands. He's like, oh. Maybe he's checking the scores?
I don't know.
I don't know. He's got to figure out that this loses. Can it maybe pick it up? No.
Down to 2 minutes. He takes it off the
Okay,
board. I
picking
think
it
he's
up, picking
seen
it up.
it.
Yeah, he realizes that loses.
He has to recalculate everything now. The pressure is
no.
so on. This is where champions are crowned and
Yes.
where games are lost in the most horrendous fashion. He can't play say. Same situation applies.
Yep.
He has to overlap Tsigan
Yes.
to not lose, but he can't tie.
He can't.
He has to hope that Nigel misses something, and Nigel has 6 minutes
Mhm.
to figure everything out. Oh my
Where does Nigel play for a bunch of points if Ori just plays reanalyze? Does Webb win?
Yeah,
By
it
scoring
does.
16? Okay.
It does.
I haven't
Yeah,
done the math. Yeah.
it's unfortunate. Reanalyze scoring
man.
46 would put Ori up 30. However,
Oh,
Webb
16
or
for the play,
Wob scored
16 for the
16.
rack. Oh, wow.
My God, this
You
is
know, so
actually so brutal.
Yeah. Punished for the cleverness of fishing for that for a turn or two, actually.
Is Ori going to try and do something clever here? Is he going to find one of his 3 ties? Is he going to miss the outplay of Brew for Nigel Peltier
He's
with
got
30
Sayer.
seconds on the clock?
Yeah.
He has Sayer on the board. Brew will win the game through that
Yep.
RE. He can't do this, but he has 15 seconds. I don't know if he's going to find a tie, and it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, the tie is functionally the same for him. There's the clock. That's it.
All right. Now, this is the most pedestrian of finds for
Yes.
Nigel Peltier, but in these tense situations, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Will Nigel Peltier find the best spot for for his B and his W through that RE, or he knows it's over? I can see from his body language.
Yep.
And
There it is. Oh,
Let's listen to the
absolutely
overhead
brutal.
mic. I
Yeah.
cannot believe this has just happened.
Yeah.
Good job. Thanks. I think I passed up a bingo and out of fear. Meetist. Meetest.
Oh,
No, it's okay.
I passed up. Guayo Cole.
Did you see a win here? Resay gives so many points back.
Resay gives me a lot here, and I think I'll win with that. The only thing I saw for you was
Yeti.
It's a top
Oh, it was a tie. I saw it at the last second. I couldn't count.
because I think I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
I'll recount.
That's the only thing I saw.
Yeah, good run, man.
All right, Ori Swift is going to recount the entire game. He will not find any extra points for himself. Just brutal.
Yeah.
That is the only word I can think of, Chris.
Same here. That is being up by so much so early in the game to have the draws he did, and for Nigel to get the draws he did, and for Ori to lose this game in such a way is just heartbreaking. It's got to be a little bit of solace that, you know, even the tie doesn't really help him here. You know, he's still functionally out from the top 2 finals, even if he does find that tying lane or line. But man, that has to be the worst feeling right now.
Yeah, it was going to take a miracle for Ori Swift to make it to the final 2,
True.
but it was going to take a miracle for Ori to lose that game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We have results in. Nigel Richards has beaten Mac Meller. He is now in first place after being 5-5 on day 2. Mac Meller needs to win his next game to have a chance, as Nigel Peltier will go to 18-9. with similar spread to Mac, or I guess 200 points lower spread. Chris Cree is a half a game behind Mac as well. So I don't know what the pairings are going to be. It's going to be very interesting to see how they pair this situation. We're going to take a break. We're going to show the scoreboard updates. And when we have those pairings, we're going to get to you as soon as possible, folks. Thank you for watching. This has been insane. Don't go anywhere. The final game of day 4 is yet to come. All right, just FYI, everybody, if you're still watching, thank you. This has been insane. The CSW International Division being streamed on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. That division, the finalists have already been decided for tomorrow. So what's going to happen here is we're going to be showing the 2 most important games here in NWL, one on this stream and one on the Let's Play Scrabble stream. So if you haven't already had both tabs open, both streams open, you're going to want that because both of these matches are going to be crucial, right, Chris?
Yes, exactly. And we're doing the math a little bit because we know the outcome of the Nigel Peltier and Ori Swift game, having just watched it. It does come down to exactly how the pairings work, but it seems that essentially whoever wins, the pairings are going to involve Nigel Richards, Nigel Peltier, Chris Cree, Mike Meller. Who plays who still hasn't yet been decided, but it basically seems that whoever wins each of those 2 games will be our finalists. I don't see a mathematical scenario where a player could win their last round with those 2 sets of pairings and still not make it in. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Nigel Peltier is going to leapfrog Chris Cree. Is going to be at 18 and 9. And if they pair Nigel and Mac, I don't know who they're going to pair though. That's the question. It's so difficult to determine. But I think Chris is correct.
Yeah, because Nigel will leapfrog Chris Cree. Cree, even if Cree plays Nigel, He'll pass him on spread if he wins, because he's already ahead of him on spread.
Mhm.
So yeah, it will come down to whoever wins those last two games will be your finalists. It's quite nice actually that the Collins division has wrapped up their two finalists, and they can cover our other game here, which will be double drama, double the stream. Hope you all have both of these up already. If you don't, because now you get to see the outcome of this division on either stream.
Yeah, it's I just can't. I'm still reeling from that game we just witnessed. But yeah, they're gonna have the pairings up momentarily. We'll have your game up for you guys momentarily. Just wanted to update you on that front, and we'll see you in just a few moments for the final game of the day. Okay, hello everybody. Hopefully I am audible. I think I am. Welcome back. Sorry for the little bit of a delay. There's been some changes actually. We will be watching a Nigel versus Nigel showdown. I don't think the pairings have changed, but what we said about the stream being both games being streamed simultaneously is not going to happen. Apologies for that. But Nigel versus Nigel, you know what this means, Chris? Nigel
What does it mean?
is making the finals.
Nigel's making the finals. Wow. I would never have guessed.
So this is a hilarious matchup. We're going to get the players ready and seated. We already saw them today. They were sporting
Mhm.
a pair of shades. I don't think we're going to see that. This is the most serious game of the tournament, but it's crazy what has happened. Nigel Peltier was at 8-7. Chris Cree, who's playing Mac Meller, was at 7-7, I think. Like both of these guys were doing really poorly, and they made it all the way back up. And Mac and Nigel Richards are in trouble potentially. We'll see what happens in both of the games. We'll get updates for you as soon as possible. Nice shades there, Chris, and nice cats behind you, by the way.
Thank you. I'm trying to give a little bit of cat cam. They're on this side. Whoops. They're cats. They're not very cooperative, so I'm doing the best I can.
It's
yeah,
great. Like we had the whole Canic family. We got the dog cam, the cat cam. It's awesome.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be sporting their shades again for this round.
I don't think so. Well, we never know.
Maybe
You
not.
know?
Maybe not.
I
yeah.
mean, we're playing a board game after all, but it's the most intense competition of the year in North America, the most prestigious event being held since 1978, the Scrabble Players Championship, this year in Hanover, Maryland. I am on site. Super happy to be here to see all the players, but also just not have the stress of having to compete. I actually
Yeah.
feel like it's cheat code. I would like to do this again maybe someday.
Yeah, and you're getting paid $10,000 just like the winner of the tournament is, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly
yeah,
that
yeah.
amount. Yeah.
I mean,
But
they
yes,
figured it wouldn't be fair if you got to enter, so they're like, all right, here, take the money, then everyone else gets a chance.
yeah,
The same reason I'm not there.
last year's winner, Mac Meller, is trying to defend his title. I mean, that is more courage than I have. I won. I was like, okay, I did it. No need to prove myself any further. And now I'm just here doing commentary, missing bingos, thinking about Colin's words. Fun times. No, it's been really awesome. No matter what happens, we're gonna have two very deserving finalists. It's crazy how
Yeah.
far Chris Cree and Nigel Peltier have come from the middle of the pack, and Mac Meller in danger. He might not be able to defend his title, but 3 games tomorrow for the rest of the field to take the field to 31 games and a best of 5 final separately from those 3 games for the 2 finalists. So 2 games are contentious here. The winner of this game will make the finals, but the winner of the other game, I believe, also will make the finals.
Yes, if we have done all of our math right. And we're not even going to think about what happens if one of these 2 games ends in a tie. That's too much. It hurts my brain. So we're going to avoid those lines for now, at least.
Okay, the players are seated. Nigel Peltier has been an incredibly strong player for so many years. He's always somehow in contention at these nationals, at these national competitions. Nigel Richards, of course, needs no introduction. He has won 5 national titles in North America. Chris Cree has been a top expert for a very long time as well. And yeah, really awesome to see him doing so well. We'll have to see what happens. Nigel Peltier to act first. That's a small advantage.
A small one, yeah, but one that should not be neglected when your sample size of Scrabble games to determine if you're making the finals is 1. You will take every advantage you can possibly get, including and especially going first.
Yeah, Nigel Richards, though, he has draw odds. If he draws this game, he will have spread over Nigel Peltier. So 7 tiles, hopefully no overdraws, hopefully no drama like there was 2 rounds ago between Nigel Peltier and Mac Meller, but maybe if we want the content. AEFLORR. Flora seems pretty good here. What do you think?
Yep. I think that's kind of your no-brain choice, unless there's some crazy words I'm not seeing. But yeah, Flora keeping ER is really strong. Not a bad start.
But Nigel Richards has drawn into Flechette. Is that valid? Flechette. I can't keep these words straight anymore. No, that isn't a word, and I don't think he will be getting any letter that he needs from Nigel Peltier. I think Freshette is what I was thinking of. Fleet lined up for Nigel Richards if Nigel Peltier should pass. We'll see what to do now. FEH underneath Flora looks pretty strong. What are you thinking?
Looks like probably another pretty chalk choice here for Nigel Richards. If any player is going to do something off the beaten path, it might be him. There is actually, I think he has a double here. Fellist? Am I making this up?
Mm-hmm. That is a word. Most
Okay.
fell.
Sure.
Nigel thinking about heft as well.
Yeah.
I wonder why, or heft would be on top. I guess
Right.
that's a little bit more defensive than FEH, and the bingos will be a little bit better for him as potential overlaps or underlaps and S hooks. I feel like FEH is a better play. The leave is better.
Yeah, I think FEH, despite Fellas being 40, I think you take the point sacrifice here. ELST is just so strong. Not going to have any floaters from possible 8s after FEH, but he's going to make that Nigel Peltier's problem, not his own.
Indeed. And Nigel Peltier has drawn ADDENRU. So he is next to act in this final game. A slow start, but Nigel Peltier has a 7 on his rack. Will he find it?
It's about to pick up, yeah. This one's basically how you'd like to arrange these tiles if you only look at it quickly. Is he setting it up? Okay, yes, he's setting it up. Good. There are a couple spots for it, though.
Yeah, I think you have to take this one. Scores more, opens less, but Nigel Richards has found Wildest on his rack. So we're going to have a couple bingos, a couple fireworks. 24 to 23. Donder is going to score 71. Wildest is going to score a little bit more. Is Nigel? Oh, it does play with Flore right now. It's like, is he just anticipating that he's going to get a spot for Wildest as he
Yeah.
lines it up on his rack? But
Okay.
Twiddle's also available through that D.
Yeah, we'll see which one of those he actually goes for. He's going to have more options than we may have initially thought. Worth considering, there is similar scores. Twiddle's obviously in either spot. 76. Wildest for 1 more point. Tough to justify opening the triple for 1 extra point, especially both triples, though there's a good chance you get one and your opponent gets the other.
All 3 triples, actually.
Oh, yeah, 3, yeah, good point.
So, I don't know. It really feels like it increases Nigel Peltier's average score by a little bit too much to be justified. So I feel like I'd do Twiddles, but maybe Nigel would like that extra volatility, that extra advantage to potentially get a high-scoring play next turn. We'll see what he decides. He's taking a little bit of time to consider the positioning of Wildest. Now he's considering Twiddles. I think if you play this, you probably want to play a little bit higher. Is that crazy? I don't think it's a huge difference, though.
Yeah, it's not much of a difference. Twiddles 1 space higher puts the I next to the double letter, whereas 1 space lower puts the W. Both have their own dangers. Looks like he's going for the higher spot.
Yeah, so Twiddle's coming down for 76. Nigel Richards will be up 4 points, but
yes,
Nigel Peltier has drawn a blank.
He has, and I believe he's got a bingo that just got a little bit worse than it previously was, but is still going to score quite a bit if he spots it. And I don't want to give it away just to give our viewers a chance to find it for themselves if they'd like to.
Yeah, I haven't seen it myself.
It is a tough one.
Yeah, let's let the viewers look for it. I don't think Nigel has spotted it, but we'll see. We'll see if he does. But Nigel Richards, an incredible
wow.
draw. ACELEST.
Yeah,
That is
that
really
is
good as well.
wow. He's almost certainly bingoing. I'm not going to give too much thought to his rack right now because Nigel Peltier, I should say, is in the driver's seat right now. That one single bingo option he has is far and away his best play, obviously, but beyond that, it gets rough quick. Yeah, if he doesn't spot that, I don't know what he does.
I guess Croup is okay. CROUP keeping two
N,
N's.
yeah.
Blank, not so great, but your chances of bingoing through the T of twiddles to the S of twiddles are pretty high regardless, but this would be an incredibly high level of find for Nigel Peltier. The blank being an H.
Yes.
Punch has been spoiled in the chat. That is a luncheon, I think, where punch is served. Kind of crazy word.
Is it
I don't know. Maybe it's something else. That's what I would imagine.
Is it a boozy luncheon? I don't know. Or is it like
I have a recollection of that.
Oh, okay. I'm trusting you on that because I don't know definitions at all. But either way, that is a tough one to spot. Thinking about not beginning with an N, not going for the non, not going for un, not even involving like open or something like that, like you might be tempted to with this rack. Very high level find, as you said, for Nigel Peltier, but once again, this is how champions are made, finding things exactly like this.
So Copen coming down, that is a miss for Nigel Peltier. Yeah, one of the harder finds we've seen. So not a surprise there, definitely a disappointment. But he's going to potentially get punished for this as Nigel Richards has lined up Celesta on his rack. Okay, a punch-in might not be what I said it was, but it should be.
You had me, I don't know. But yeah, he's got Celesta, however you pronounce this, lined up on his rack. He does have a better option, as our engine is showing over here.
Oh,
More
yeah.
defensive and higher scoring. Clearest right there.
Clearest. Making Copens was not the correct play before Copen hit the board, but now scoring that extra 10 points, making the second word certainly worth doing. And this is shutting the board down very nicely. Those C's now just cutting off the space on both sides of the board. Nigel Peltier has drawn extremely poorly, WUBE to his UN blank. This is bad.
Yeah, it has potential to get out of hand very quickly. No uwu in our lexicon, which would otherwise be the nice bailout here. So he's got some digging to do to get out of this situation for sure.
Yeah, probably very clearly cube is the best play, but what happens if Nigel Richards blocks that E?
Yep. Yeah, this board looks rough after any kind of E block there. That E block would not score very much, most likely.
And I guess there are actually options still. Red taking hooks, Flora taking hooks, so it's not actually as bad as I thought.
Yeah.
I think cube the clear play here, but keeping WU cannot feel good. You can bingo with that, though. You have a blank.
Yeah, unbingo is still kind of possible with that. It is tough to outright block that E, except by just maybe overlapping cube on one side or the other. And the other argument here is that there are really no other compelling plays to really make. Maybe something like Pub setting up his own E, but very likely Nigel Richards has an E of his own. Hard to justify that. Cube, I think what you just have to do here, take your medicine.
I agree with that. Also, I agree with this rack Nigel Richards has, goatier. Who is the goatiest one of them all? But Nigel
Exactly.
Richards, that will not come down on the board. We did see him play Goatfish earlier in the tournament. I think that was good enough for us. Lots of interesting options here. I'm very curious to see what Nigel Richards decides to do. There are so many things you can do. They're all very similar in value, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, it's one of those positions where you can't score all that much. I mean, you can score maybe in the 20s by blowing up this rack. You probably don't want to do that. You maybe want to play some defense, but it's still pretty early in the game, and you have good tiles if you are Nigel Richards. So lots of very compelling choices to think about here. He'll be iterating through them almost as quickly, if not more quickly, than basically anyone else could. But I'm curious to see what he lands on here.
Yeah, this makes sense, actually. I'm looking at the unseen letters. You don't want to keep an eye. There are so many eyes left. You want to inhibit the board a little bit with your 40-point lead. Fogey blocks this lane underneath red, keeps ART, which is super balanced for this pool, and hits this E extremely hard. So,
Yes,
lovely play by Nigel Richards.
I agree. Yeah, I think that's probably your best choice here. The only way that could even get better would be to hold on to the E for hooking Flora, but that's a very small sacrifice to make for an otherwise very strong play on this board, which gets it much closer to being claustrophobic, which is what he'd like to be doing right now, as he's got a pretty comfortable lead for this point in the game.
Yeah, but some potential plot armor, as Nigel Richards has exactly 20 minutes on his clock. I'd like to point that out.
Nice.
Some potential plot armor, a pretty rough draw for Nigel Richards, where he's lined up GYRI, which does fit nicely here. But yeah, Nigel Peltier gets the first move. Maybe he wants to open another line. EWE does a good job at forking those lines ending or starting in E, putting the E's at opposite ends of the board. I like that play aesthetically. I like it strategically, but the leaves a little bit more to be desired.
Exactly. Yeah. The only issue is, once again, there's just not that much else to do. You've got maybe something like wall down to the L in Flora, getting rid of WU, which always feels nice, but it might give up a lot of points to that triple letter right next to it, and it doesn't do you much good for the board state. Be going through that W or the A. The A, maybe the W is much less likely. Lots of things to consider here for Nigel Peltier. Nothing specific set up on his rack yet. He's taking the advice from earlier, moving his tiles around, not just leaving them in one spot. But let's see what he goes for here.
Yeah, EWE makes sense. You might want to play WAUL, though. The leave is so much more palatable, and you're opening part of the board as well. I guess you're worried about an X, of course, and some scoring plays that WAUL gives up. I could see going many different ways here. Very curious to see what Peltier lands on and what happens next. Man,
Yeah,
what an exciting final game.
it is so far. I agree. And yeah, EWE, as you were throwing out there, I think I feel pretty good about this one. Wall just feels a little bit too scary, maybe. And with the blank, that AOU leave is less bad, but still not ideal. He's laid it down, but he's thinking about it. Hasn't hit his clock yet.
Taking it back, I feel like if you're thinking about something like this, and you take it back, I feel like if you put it back karmically, you're not going to draw too well. I don't know. I've done this so many times. If you want to be confident in your plays, I feel like you just draw better. Am I crazy?
Wow.
Yes, but
There might be something to
WAUL.
that. Yeah.
WAUL is what he's
I
lined up.
am a player who is absolutely guilty of putting things down, kind of tilting my head like, ooh, I don't like how that looks now that it's actually touching the board. I myself have picked up a few things, but yeah, he's going to switch over to wall. And there's the timer hit, so he's going to go for that instead. He likes the leave instead.
Yeah, I don't think this will cause Nigel Richards to deviate from his plan of playing GYRI. That is the plural of GYRUS, so it doesn't take any hooks. I'll point to it on the board once more. GYRI blocking that E of cube. You can score more points now if you play gray or gay. No, you can't actually. You can play it to the left. WA strikes again. You could do something like that. That's certainly not worth it. It wouldn't have even been worth it on the right side,
Mhm.
even if Nigel Peltier didn't see it. But look at that draw! The second blank.
Wow. Oh man, that I haven't found any options yet, but he might have huge scores with that, depending. And yeah, there's
Eco
Gyri. I
zones.
think this, I
Eco
think Gyri just
zones.
makes way too much sense. Eco zones is huge. Well, okay, he's not on the start, but still, that's a lot of points. That is neck and neck in this game if he finds that. But 2 blanks is really hard.
Oh, wait, Eurozone.
Oh, Eurozone. Oh,
Nigel Richards played Euroland,
yeah.
at least maybe at this tournament or the previous one, but Eurozone. If Nigel Peltier finds this word, that is going to be a massive score of 125 points. And Nigel Richards hasn't found much help in his draw himself. This is an incredibly important moment for Nigel Peltier. It is so hard to work with 2 blanks, but you want to dial in on what you want to do. What's the best possible thing that could happen in this position?
Yes.
Dropping Z right here. He's spotted eco zones. He just needs to look a little bit further to find a higher scoring play. If he sees it, he's going to play it instantly.
Yes.
I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, I feel like your thought process here almost has to be, okay, what's the ideal word geometry here? Set up zone as the end of the word, even if it seems unlikely to start something that way, but you gotta look for the best case scenario first, even for just a moment. No!
Okay. Eco zones being played. Nigel Richards probably like, oh, okay. Could be worse.
Yeah.
12, 15, 16. That's 98 points. That puts Nigel Peltier well in the lead, 30-point lead. But he has left so many points on the table. That is a brutal mistake. And if he loses this game, that will be why.
Perhaps so, yeah. 2 large mistakes from Nigel Peltier now. But if he can keep drawing, I mean, he won't draw any more blanks, obviously, but if he can keep drawing well, they might not matter. They'll come down to this draw for sure. There's an S, a Q. I don't know.
That's not bad. That's not bad. You need an I for QI.
XJ.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa. That is a lot of points, but can he cash them? Will wall stay open? He's got just X right there.
It will. Nigel Richards playing TAV. He notices that S in eco zones. He wants it, but he also wants to keep a balance, score points. This is 26. This makes a lot of sense. But EX probably to come down for Nigel Peltier. And he's going to need a couple of moves, though, to get rid of all of this junk.
That's true.
I don't know.
But I mean, yeah, all he really needs to do is just keep scoring very well with all of this. So he can just do maybe 1 per turn, hold the Q for a turn or 2 if he has to. There's only 1 U left for him, which might be looking a little scary, but if he can just pull maybe any of those 6 I's, he's got QI next to Gyri for 1,000,000 points. He could coast to a relatively simple victory here by just scoring well with JQX on each of his next 3 turns. Easier said than done, of course. But I think it starts with EX right here for a bunch of points.
Yeah, EX is 55, bringing Nigel Peltier to 310. Nigel Richards sitting at 251 with another pretty awful draw. AIIMRUY. The plot armor is so strong. We'll see if it lasts the rest of the game.
Plot armor in favor of Nigel Peltier, am I assuming?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Nigel. Ew. This just looks so ugly. Yeah, that scores a lot of points. But IIUR, really bad.
Doesn't care. It's like, sure, okay. I'll take 34. Thank you very much. The score is close. 285 to 310. Nigel Peltier, is it time to part with the Q? He's so close to certain words through that IE.
Mm-hmm.
That S in Ecozone is just looming large, but Nigel Richards, oh my god, a third I. Are we going to just
Man.
see QI? This makes a lot of sense. QI for
Yeah.
22. Live
QI
to
for
see another
22.
day.
I feel like you can make a case for something like Jibs. I know the S is nice to hold on to here, but there aren't that many places to score lucratively with it, at least right now. I mean,
Yeah, what if your plan is to play jigs or jibs and then hopefully block that S with QIS, or
yeah,
block this lane with QI and this lane? The Q
yeah,
can actually act very nicely as a defensive tile, more than a lot of other tiles. That's
yes.
very interesting.
Yeah, I think QI next to Twiddles would feel so nice if he can wrest any of the eyes from Nigel Richards, who is trying to hog them all right now as if he knows. But yeah, lots of compelling choices here, actually. It's not as straightforward as maybe just plunking the Q. I still think that's a strong option, but worth giving some thought to other things here, I think.
Little does Nigel Peltier know Nigel Richards is sitting on some awful tiles. If he looks at his tracking sheet, he might have a sense that there's a chance Nigel Richards is saddled with some eyes. But you're not ahead by a lot here. You could score 30 plus, face a bingo, and still be in big trouble holding a Q. So I totally understand the instinct. We see these players do it all the time. They're clutching that Q. They do not want that tile. Get it off my rack. This makes a lot of sense. This leaves him a little bit more flexible for future moves.
Yeah, I think it's probably the lower variance play for sure. There are worlds in which you don't pull an eye after jibs or jigs, and that Q sits on your rack for at least one more turn. I can totally understand wanting to avoid that. I think QI is reasonable here.
Now, if you're Nigel Richards, you're staring at some pretty good unseen tiles. 2 S's along with a lot of 1-point bingo tiles. Are you exchanging here? Are you playing through with something like AI
Yeah,
for 17, keeping IIU? It's at
there's
that moment where if you're not making a play, you're falling pretty far behind.
there's
So,
also this. Yeah, Iridic.
wow, that is beautiful. That
Yeah,
is amazing.
what
Getting
a
rid of
bailout.
3 eyes at once and not blocking too much. Still
Yeah,
have that lane, still have that lane. There's
yes.
still a chance. Let's see what Nigel Richards draws, as Nigel Peltier has drawn an
Mhm.
eye, almost as
Yep.
if to say, oops, should have kept that Q for another turn.
Maybe, but all of the compelling Q spots are gone. He's probably not thinking about that at all. He's thinking about his next play, which could be any of a number of things once again. No obvious standout moves here, I think. But I wonder what he's going to be thinking. He's got Jib set up.
Yeah, Jib will play to this S for a small score of 20, but a very gigantic advantage to this play, blocking the most potent bingo line on the board. You need
Yes.
specific tiles to go over
Oh,
X, but he's deciding to just take the points. This
yeah.
also makes sense. He's up 37. This scores almost 30. So he's up a bingo after this, and MEGS, not the worst leave. I like this play
Yeah.
a lot. I like the aggression.
Yeah, makes sense. Just try to start running away with it. You see a play like Iridic, you realize Nigel is not that close to a bingo, most likely. 4-tile draw. Out of a good pool, to be fair, but not as close to a bingo as he maybe could be. I think being aggressive, taking the points, is a good choice. And he's drawn a lot of nice scoring tiles afterwards as well.
Okay, back to Nigel, who's set up
Yeah.
Puja through the
Ooh.
J, which would completely blow this board open. And after which, Nigel Peltier will have a host of very nice options. I feel like this play gives Nigel Peltier tons of chances, and almost as if he's hearing me. Nigel Richards switching up his plan. PATH. Maybe wants to play this here.
Yeah. Still creates another lane, though it does have to start with a vowel over there. Scores all right.
Eeks in response for
Oh,
Nigel Peltier
yeah.
is over 50 points.
Oh man.
That is great for him. Even if Nigel Richards draws into a bingo to this S of eco zones, which he hasn't. Oh
no.
gosh.
Wow.
This looks incredible for Nigel Peltier. He's going to spot this G hook on a buy. He's going
Surely.
to have to see this play. It's
Yeah.
so strong. He's already
Okay,
spotted
there
it.
it is. There it is. Yeah. Okay.
No D for geekdoms, but
Oh wow. Yeah.
Geeks is a humongous score. 55. He
Yes.
already has a 39-point lead. This is disastrous for Nigel Richards. How is he going to come back from this? I don't see any path to victory.
Yeah, he's down 90 something after this play. That is a big hole to try to dig out of. He's going to need that lucrative lane on the right side of the board, and probably at least one other option here to have a chance at getting back in the game. But as we just saw in the last game, crazier things are absolutely possible. So he is not out of the game yet.
If we could, we would switch to that other game, that other contentious game between Mac Meller and Chris Cree. We can't do that. We'll try to get an update for you guys, as this one looks all but over. A very, very unfortunate likely defeat for Nigel Richards. I guess we shouldn't count him out, though. You know, there's still something to work with here. If anyone can come back from this, it's Nigel Richards. However, I feel like after a play through this IE for Nigel Peltier, he's going to score so much. He'll be up over 100 points. I think that's probably game over. Might not even have to do that. He might be able to set himself up. He has the last S now. What a great draw to OM.
Yeah, he might
I
have
don't
some
see
nice
Nigel
things.
losing this. I do see some other Nigel losing this.
Well, a Nigel has to lose. Well, they could tie, but again, unlikely, especially at this point. Yeah, Nigel Peltier has that last S. Hard to imagine an angle where this game does not go his way, even after some arguable flubs earlier.
Yeah. And honestly, this is crazy heartbreaking for Nigel Richards. He had such an incredible run last week in St. Louis. We've seen him play lights out, obviously best player in the room, almost never makes a mistake, but sometimes you just draw OOEIU and you can't do anything. What are you thinking here? Uri and Flori?
Yeah, that cleans up the wreck nicely. It's so easy to take care of the lane it creates, but it does technically create a second lane. I think you kind of have to do something like that. Shorter plays just don't turn over enough tiles to make bingoing a reasonable thing afterwards. He really needs to make a second lane, because if he doesn't, then the O column just gets cleaned up, and that's the whole game, basically. I don't even know what else to do here.
So he had lined up outie, that new word, with awi. That might give him the best chances. There are 7 tiles in the bag. You don't want to let Nigel Peltier play 2 tiles and continue to leave the bag unemptied. So this might be the best shot. I just don't know how realistic a shot it is. Being down 94 points and only scoring 13?
Yeah.
81-point deficit seems like too much. We do know that a play through this IE is going to score almost 40. I can't imagine Nigel Richards will be able to outrun that. He doesn't know exactly what Nigel Peltier has, because there's 14 tiles unseen to him, but there's a lot of scoring tiles. He's looking at specific scenarios. He can do this better than anybody. He is going through possibilities. He's looking at outro now through the R, I believe, of Eritic, trying to find some path to victory. If anyone can find it, it's him. But what is it? I feel like you need to leave this line open, right?
Yeah, you need to leave that line open. Something like Audi does create another volatile line in that top row. But I guess he's going outro, maybe hoping that Nigel Peltier takes the triple word with something and then gives a bingo to the top right corner in response.
He's probably hoping that Nigel Peltier has one of the many combinations of 7 consonants on his rack, none of which are involve this S that Nigel has. That's probably what he's hoping for, and hoping for a very strong bingo that is pretty much unblockable. But oh my god, just stone cold Livens for 39, taking an 126 point lead.
Yep.
Nigel Richards has drawn into Inundate through the U. That will not be enough to win.
Yep.
Nigel Peltier is heading straight for the finals tomorrow morning.
Exactly. Yep. Nigel Richards can decide between that or Anointed, scores the same, I believe. That's about the best he can do. Yeah, not bingoing is not an option. So he'll just have to take the narrow loss and continue playing with the rest of them tomorrow.
I guess he's gonna play Anointed. This might be a little stroke of gamesmanship. He is anointed the other Nigel as king,
Yes.
as we see.
Almost
the out
played
bingo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he almost messed it up.
And I haunted.
Yeah, 70 points, 401 to 417 to 454 is the final in this game. Let's listen to the overhead mic, and we'll get updates for you as soon as we have them on the other game.
Thank you. See if I can get this all right. Well. Okay.
The latest update we have of the Chris Cree game is, I think, Mac up a bingo, 284 to 215. We don't know what has happened since then. Chris Cree looking at a rack of AEHIIRR or something like that, and Mac Meller having a rack of AEILOSV. So I think that means very likely Mac Meller is winning his final game, but let's not count on that for sure. We'll have updates as they come. Nigel Peltier is the first finalist that has been crowned in this 2025 Scrabble Players Championship. Chris, what do you have to say about this game?
Trying not to dwell too much on a couple of the mistakes, but hey, you play well for 27 games. If you can play just well enough in game 28, that's all you got to do. And Nigel Peltier played well enough in 27, played pretty well this game. And he is still, in my opinion, very deserving of making these finals. Happy to see him make it, and happy to see how happy he was. You could see the smile on his face. You could see him chuckling a little bit to himself as he was filling out that slip to go turn in this result. He knows, the importance of what he's just done. You can tell he's happy, and he deserves it.
It's been a long time coming. Nigel Peltier always somewhere in contention in these Scrabble Players Championships. I've seen him 10 years or so, like always doing so well. We're going to wait and see what happens between Mac and Chris Cree, I feel. I think that's the best course of action, because we want to tell you who you're going to see tomorrow. Before that happens, let's plug a few things. First thing, huge thank you to Chris. Thanks so much for joining in these final 3 games of the day. It's been fantastic to commentate with you. Thanks a lot.
Of course, happy to be here. Happy to get to watch some top caliber Scrabble. Hoping to do more of this in the future, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Of course, and I'll thank you again before we actually leave you. My ADD brain has probably not gotten my priorities straight. So, other things to mention: huge thanks to NASPA Games for sponsoring this stream, as well as the concurrent International Lexicon stream, just a few feet away from the view you are all seeing. None of this would be possible without their help. They also run this event every year. They put everything that they have into running a smooth event. They have a lot of staff, probably the most staff I've ever seen per capita in a tournament, except it's like a 4-person tournament. But yeah, at least 20 people, I think, either volunteering or staffing the venue, making sure everything runs smoothly. Also, this event tends to run at a loss. So the $10,000 prize guarantee is always nice for those of us vying to maybe one day make a living playing Scrabble. We have the result. We're going to cut over to the view of the result of Mac Meller and Chris Cree. Can't wait to see what happened. Oh, not the result. Okay, just the view, just the view. My bad.
Just the game, yeah. I wonder...
Sorry, everybody. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, this is something. We can see the board. We can see a couple of letters here. Maybe read some body language. We know Mac was in the lead.
You gotta keep you guys on your toes, on the edge of your seat. Other plugs, of course.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, other plugs. My other co-commentators, Matt Kanik, who joined me all throughout the weekend. We had Charles Renke, we had Annette Oberstad, we had Morris Greenberg, who will be joining us tomorrow for the finals. What else? I mean, Christian and Andrew producing this stream, doing an amazing job every single time. They've been working with Scrabble tournaments, starting with the Crescent City Cup in New Orleans for at least 7 years, as far as I know. They're one heck of a team. They came all the way from St. Louis in their hometown. Within 2 days, they came to this venue, set everything up once again. They must be exhausted. They deserve your love and support, and they deserve having won NASPA Players or People of the Year just earlier today. Huge shout out to them. And I'd be remiss not to mention Let's Play Scrabble. They run the best tournaments in the Northeast, and they were allowed to come and produce the concurrent International Lexicon stream, which will continue all throughout tomorrow with their version of the best of 5 finals. I think between Dennis and Alex Seaholm? I actually did get the results of that. Yeah.
I just checked it. Yeah, it's those two.
Yeah, Dennis Ikakaragor and Alex Seaholm. As we watch the final throws of this game, let's see if we can make out some moves. On the board, we see boot-like. Is that right?
Yeah, looks like that.
We see that other word down there.
I think on the left.
Bogarts, yeah. Okay, that's that's something. I guess when Mac makes a play and Chris turns the board, we'll be able to make things out a little bit more. Chris reacting to this play.
He is an expressive player.
Chris Cree, definitely. Yes, Chris, you have experienced the wrath or the personality of Chris Cree firsthand, being from Texas, right?
Yes, a few times, yeah. For a while, I was not rated high enough to be privileged enough to play against him, but now I am, and I have been on the receiving end of mostly wrath, honestly, because he tends to beat my pants off across the board. But yeah, definitely one of our more expressive players, as you can see here. That was relatively low reaction from him, honestly. What is this word on the bottom?
Dry point. And I've
Oh, okay, yeah.
seen, I've heard many people in the playing halls have heard Chris Cree's outbursts before. Some of my favorites. Actually, Mac Meller tells the story of how he was playing Chris Cree when he was only 14 years old. Chris made a really bad challenge after Mac gave him a spot for his bingo of inertia, and for 2 minutes he was just like, "Chris Cree, you idiot, you knew you were going to make a mistake. You knew you were going to do it at some point. Why didn't you look at the damn board and see the bingo that this kid gave you?" Like, just like a poor 14-year-old Mac, just like, what am I supposed to do with this? This guy's the president of NASPA.
Yeah. But at the same time, you can see the tables have turned a little bit in this game now. Mac obviously no longer 14. And presumably ahead in this game, at least given our last update. Again, trying to read some body language here. Does look like Mac might be about to close this out. Oh man,
Yeah,
yeah.
I wonder. We'll have to see. It looks like an outplay. No, not quite an outplay
quite.
for Mac Meller. Zitz making ops, leaving one tile. Yeah, I guess we'll find out from the expression maybe who won the game. Max shaking his head. That could mean many things.
Yeah.
Chris
The way they're
Cree.
both playing very quickly makes me think that this is basically perfunctory at this point, and the winner has long since been determined, but we don't yet know who it is. Mac seems confused.
Yeah, it looks like Mac won. Yeah, he
Okay,
shakes his head more when he's won than when he's
Yes.
lost, I think.
I forget this. Yeah. I've been looking at the face on his shirt, not his actual face, and that one's harder to read.
Yeah, he's sporting his own merch. You guys should go to macmeller.com. I think that's his website if you want to buy Mac Meller's merch. We will double check to make sure that that is indeed the result. Mac Meller and Nigel Peltier, or Chris Cree and Nigel Peltier in the finals. If it's Chris Cree and Nigel Peltier, neither of these guys have won at nationals before, so
Yeah.
that would be very interesting. Huge crowd around the board. Mac did
Okay.
win. Lots of people congratulating him now.
Yep.
So we have a finals for you. Mac Meller, last year's victor, versus Nigel Peltier for a best of 5 tomorrow. Super excited. 367 to 348, I think, was the final result in that game. Crazy.
Yeah, still waiting on the score to be completely confirmed there, but yeah, that's a close one considering the lead we were given earlier about Mac's situation. But it seems like he was able to tough it out. And that finals between him and Nigel Peltier is an interesting one. We have defending champ against maybe perennial contender. But either way, two players who absolutely deserve another chance. Well, in Mac's case, another chance, and in Nigel Peltier's chance. Maybe his first. Has he made a finals before? I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, I don't think he has. Yeah, just a first for Nigel Peltier. I think maybe his best result is in the top 10. I'm not 100% sure. In any case, guys, we are going to take a break from streaming. We'll be back tomorrow. I need to get confirmation exactly what time we're starting the stream tomorrow. I know the finals is a little bit delayed, but we might also show some games from the main event. But once I get confirmation, I will let you guys know what time we're back tomorrow. It's been incredible. It's been crazy. That last game, that penultimate game, I don't know. I'm going to have bad dreams about that game. I feel so horrible for Ori, but so good for Nigel Peltier. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
but Chris,
go ahead.
It's been a pleasure to have you. I keep cutting you off. Please,
it's totally okay.
Please take us away.
Sure thing. Yeah, just some crazy games today. Obviously, one or two that were a little bit less close, but nonetheless, extremely high level Scrabble. Thank you again for having me here. I'll interrupt your thinking of me and not let you do it because I'm going to do it first. Thanks for having me on. Been a pleasure doing commentary. Been a pleasure upstaging my brother in the commentary booth as well. don't get a chance to do so across the Scrabble board as often now that he's moved across the country, but still have to get him.
Yeah. Yeah, you are the older brother, so
Yes,
you gotta do the things.
I do.
Yeah, always fun to have you on board, or at least it's been fun this entire time. It's the first time. Okay, guys. Still don't know what time tomorrow, but I will be signing off shortly. Just be here at 9 a.m. Hopefully, we'll have something for you guys at the best of 5 finals coming tomorrow. Scrabble Players Championship 2025, Hanover, Maryland, live hotel and casino, sponsored by NASA Games. I am Josh Sokol. I'll be back tomorrow. I am so excited. We will have, I think, Morris Greenberg for sure on commentary. Maybe also Will Anderson. Maybe also a very, very well-known streamer. I don't know. We'll maybe have separate streams. It's just going to be great. Be back soon. Love you all later. Have a good night.